Your initial opinion that there may have been a mechanical problem, that changed at some point, didn't it?
Overruled.
Yes.
Why did that opinion change?
Objection leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
It changed when I saw the driver and his body language.
What was that body language? What did you see?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I would describe him as being in an excited state, not in a state of panic, more, again, excited or almost happy about what was going on, not panicked or scared.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Statement called. Next witness.
State calls Ralph Salyers.
All right, sir, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Ralph Salyers III, RALPH. Last is SALYERS.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sir, how are you employed?
City of Wauwatosa Police Department.
What county is that in?
It's in Milwaukee.
Not Waukesha.
Correct.
Do you recall where you were on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021
Yes, I was at the Waukesha Christmas Parade.
in downtown Waukesha?
Yes.
What were you doing there?
I was attending the parade with my family. My daughters were walking in the parade with their dance team.
Were you on duty?
No.
That was not the extreme dance team, was it?
No, it was Liberty Dance.
Did you watch them go down the parade route and perform?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were standing when that happened?
Yes, I was standing on the southeast corner of Maple and Main.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Curry Insurance Building?
No.
Okay. Do you remember any other businesses or landmarks in that area?
The corner where we were standing, there's a parking lot right there. It's like one of the only parking lots in the area.
Did you leave the parade at some point?
Yes, once my daughter's teams, the team passed by, we went to pick them up at the Cutler Park, which was the rallying area for after the parade.
Where is Cutler Park in relation to where you were observing the parade?
Would be about a block south and a block east.
Okay. Are there any public landmarks in that area other than the park itself?
The library's right there.
The Waukesha Library?
Yes.
What happened after you got to the Waukesha Library?
We picked my two girls up, and we were intending to go back and finish the parade, but it was a little cold and windy, and we decided to head home.
So what happened next?
We were walking back. I had driven separately. I came later to the parade to surprise them, so I had driven separately, and we walked back to the middle school parking lot where my wife had parked. My wife and her mother-in-law and my youngest daughter left with her, and then my older daughter and I continued to walk toward my vehicle.
What happened as you were walking towards your vehicle?
As we were walking south down Maple, on the east side of the sidewalk, I saw an SUV driving behind the houses on the west side of Maple. And I just assumed it was driving in a alley or a driveway. As I lost visual of the SUV was driving behind houses, I heard a crash, which I'm familiar with vehicle crashes. It sounded like a vehicle crash. The vehicle then emerged a little bit further south from behind one of the residences there and drove down the driveway of that residence toward the street, toward my daughter and I.
And then what happened?
I saw that the front end of the SUV was severely damaged, and put two and two together, thought the damage was from the crash I had just heard. So the vehicle came, eastbound down the driveway toward the sidewalk. I was standing across the street from it, and then it came to a stop. I saw the driver of the vehicle exit the vehicle. He came around to the front of the vehicle, looked at it, and yelled, "Fuck," and appeared to be panicked, went back and got items out of the driver's side of the vehicle, and then ran southbound.
The vehicle that you're talking about, do you remember what color it was?
It was a maroon Ford Escape.
What direction was the front of the vehicle facing when it came to a stop?
It was facing east.
And where were you in relation to the vehicle and the street?
I was directly across the street from it on the sidewalk.
Were there any vehicles between you and the red SUV that you've described when you saw the driver get out?
No,
Were there any other obstructions between you and the vehicle as you saw the driver get out?
no.
Do you remember approximately how long in seconds or minutes you saw the driver as he was getting out and then leaving?
It was just a few seconds. If I had to guess, 10 to 20.
And you've already said it was across the street. Do you remember approximately how many feet it would have been between you and the driver?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
If I had to guess, maybe 50 feet at most from one side of the street to the other, plus the length of the vehicle.
Could you describe the lighting conditions at that time in terms of sunlight and street lamps, if there were any?
Objection,
It was-
relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
It was pre-dusk, I would describe it as.
How would you describe the physical appearance of the driver
What he was wearing?
What does that
and
mean?
any other physical descriptors?
Well, he just looked to be kind of in a panic. Obviously, I just thought he was involved in a crash. And he was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and blue jeans.
What about race?
I would have
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. He may answer.
I would have described him as a light-skinned African American, possibly a male.
And you, in fact, you you gave a statement to a fellow officer shortly after this happened, the next day, is that right?
Yes,
And that's the description you gave to that officer?
yes,
You've seen news reports about this case in the days or the time since November 21st, is that right?
yes,
And you've seen photographs of Darrell Brooks in other contexts, is that correct?
Objection, I do not consent to being called that name, nor do I know that individual, and it's
Go ahead. You may answer the question.
speculative.
It's not speculative.
Clearly.
yes.
The person you saw get out of the driver's seat of that SUV on November 21st, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
The
Yes.
objection is hearsay. How he's speaking as a first eye-hand witness.
Overruled. I believe he answered, but could you state it again?
Yes, I see him. He's sitting at the defense table wearing a suit with a blue tie and a white surgical mask.
And just to be thorough, could we please have Mr. Brooks remove his mask for a moment?
Please. Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask. Thank you. The record to reflect the mask as removed.
How confident are you in your identification today?
100%.
Is your identification in court today colored in any way by seeing pictures of Mr. Brooks in other contexts?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
Can you describe the difference, if any, between Mr. Brooks's appearance today and his appearance on November 21st?
Objection, hearsay, and speculative.
It's neither one of those things. The objection is overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection is irrelevant.
It is relevant. He may answer.
Not if you identify me already, so you say.
Mr. Brooks, please. The objection's been overruled. The witness may answer.
He's got very short hair right now, and he didn't then.
What did his hair look like on November 21st?
Objection.
Overruled, you may answer.
Relevancy.
Go ahead, you may answer, sir.
Had longer hair.
I'm going to ask that we put up for the witness only exhibit number 65, please.
Go ahead.
Do you see a video on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
We're going to play a few moments from that video just to give you a chance to see if you recognize what's shown. Okay, that's good. We played 7 seconds out of the total of 36 seconds on this. But you recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows me walking southbound on the east side sidewalk of Maple, just south of, I think that's Prospect, walking my dog Elvis and walking with my oldest daughter Ava.
Is that an accurate depiction of that scene as you saw it that day?
Objection.
Overruled.
Move
You may
exhibit,
answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
move exhibit 65 into evidence and ask to publish.
Exhibit 65 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
This is 36 seconds. Let's play it through one time at 100% speed, please. We can go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm still in my pajamas. I had a bunch of stuff to do this morning, and so I wasn't able to get on here immediately when it was ready. But I am here, and I will be here. And I finally got the Rumble link working, so head on over to Rumble when you get a chance. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. Please subscribe on Rumble. Also, follow me at meganfox.locals.com.
Back to the beginning and pause it at the beginning there. Do you see yourself at the beginning of this video?
Yes.
Could you circle yourself for us? That's a touch screen. Just use your finger. Thank you. We can clear that. You're the only person walking a dog in this video. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's play, and we'll pause at another point. Pause there at 4 seconds. You mentioned Prospect. Could you draw a line down Prospect for us? Okay, so that's the only cross street we can see clearly in the video. Correct?
Yes.
And do you see any vehicles on Prospect at this point?
See two.
Could you circle the one with?
Clearly more than 2 vehicles.
On Prospect.
I'll
was the question.
clarify.
No, you said on Prospect. He answered. His answer may stand.
Where's Prospect? Where are you referring?
He already drew a line. The witness would redraw the line for Mr. Brooks. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do either of those vehicles have, appearing to you today, to have an inoperable headlight?
Yes.
Which one? If you could circle it, please.
Objection leading.
It's not leading. He may answer.
Thank you. We can clear that. And we'll resume at 4 seconds, please. Pause. Paused at 27 seconds. Do you see on the video right now the person you recall being the driver of that vehicle?
Yes.
Could you please circle that person for us? I'd like to mark and preserve this annotation as Exhibit 65A, please, and move it into evidence.
Objection. Hearsay.
The objection is overruled. Exhibit 65A is received. Go ahead.
Yes, please. The clothing worn by the person you just circled, does that match your memory of what the driver was wearing that day?
Yes.
Okay. And let's play from this point 27 seconds. And we'll stop there. From the 27-second point to the end of the video, the person who you circled, does that match your memory of what the driver did that day after he got out of the SUV?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I attempted to call 911 to report a crash.
If we could take the video down, please. Did you get through on the first call?
No.
What about the second?
No.
Third?
No.
Did you eventually get through?
Fourth time.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer. The objection is overruled. Could you please restate your answer, sir?
That's funny. Aussie
I got
law
through
has a
on the
grounds
fourth.
counter.
And that's when you reported what you saw?
I need one of
Yes.
those. But I have no tech skills. Don't forget to visit the merch store. The link is in the description. We do have new
Oh, yeah, thank
grounds
you.
merch.
Any
Pick yourself a.
questions on
Would it be
cross-exam
fair
for
to
this
say
witness?
grounds mug
Can we pull that exhibit back
sweatshirt.
up again
or stickers?
and publish
65 will be shown. Go ahead.
and publish?
Granted. Permission granted to publish. It's been received. Let me know, jurors, when 65 is in the jury box. It's up. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, why does this pause right now? It's not playing. It's at 0. Would it be fair to say that to the, I guess that would be my right of the screen, you can see a white looking SUV by the walkway where people would be able to cross the street? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that the side street that you lined as being Prospect, I think you said it was, where the 2 do not enter signs are, that would be the side street you're referring to? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that from the position that you're in, approximately here, and the side street being here,
And just so the record is clear, Mr. Brooks has annotated the touch screen with a line depicting the direction of Prospect, intersecting with the street, the perpendicular street. I apologize, I don't remember the name, and then an X where
Prospect, he said?
Prospect is the street in the direction of the line, but there's a cross street there.
Okay.
But the X is indicating where this witness, his dog, and his daughter are in the video. Go ahead.
So from where you're positioned right here by the X, you can see down this street from the position you're in.
No.
So how were you able to see if a vehicle would be coming from this way from the position you're at?
I didn't see the vehicle driving on Prospect. I saw it driving behind the houses through the yards.
So you were able to see the vehicle behind houses.
Between houses, behind.
You said
houses.
behind. You said behind.
Right, through the yards behind the houses.
And you were able to see that from where you were.
Yes.
Can we take those marked lines and stuff down? Can you play it a little bit? I'll tell you when to pause.
You just confirmed you want full speed?
Yeah, I guess that would be regular, whatever is the regular speed.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Would it be fair to say from,
Do you want to pause?
no, not yet. Just, you can let it play. I'll say, I think it's 36 seconds. So would it be fair to say from,
Well, hold on. The video's showing, so wait till it's done playing and then ask a question. We'll have us
Can
pause.
you
where
see?
want
You
to pause.
said you
Pause.
saw cars behind
so
houses.
pause that 18 seconds for the record?
You can't see cars
Would it
behind
be fair to
houses,
say that in
sir.
the 18 seconds shown to this point, you're pretty much just
This
walking
guy,
the dog,
man.
moving around, just walking normal? You don't make any sudden moves to the left to look, or you don't stop in your tracks or anything. You're just walking along. Would that be fair
What
to
is
say?
that awful
Yes.
popping noise? It's not me. I've got my mic on
And
mute.
you also made reference to hearing
I
a
think
crash.
it's the court.
What point did you hear the crash?
Sometime while the vehicle was driving behind the houses.
Why didn't you immediately stop in your tracks and say you just heard something? Why did you just keep moving as if you heard anything? Nothing.
I just turned my head to see if I could see anything, and I didn't see anything.
And so you
this
just kept
guy
moving.
is the
Correct.
worst.
So basically it was just like, oh, do, walking the dog.
Yes.
Can you play? Pause it. Would it be fair to say that another roughly 8 seconds to play, from 18 seconds to 26 seconds, still you didn't stop in your tracks, still you didn't turn to look at the other side of the street in any manner? You're continuing doing what you're doing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why so nonchalant?
When the vehicle emerged from the back of the house, I saw that it was damaged, and then in my mind, I knew what I had heard.
With all respect, that wasn't the question. Why so nonchalant at that point?
I didn't think it was anything of great emergency at that point. I just figured that an intoxicated driver may have just struck another vehicle in the back of that alley, and now he was going to take off and run.
And being in law enforcement, why would you not investigate that if you heard something crash? Why, being an officer of the law, why would you not investigate that if you heard that?
I was with my daughter, and I would in no way put her in harm's way.
And he was walking his dog.
Well, I would think it would be fair to say that you can handle yourself. You're obviously a officer of the law. You're trained to be able to handle yourself. Would it be fair to say that you could have at least investigated the sound that you heard, that sound like a crash, at least?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's also a compound question. Please rephrase.
So all these thoughts, maybe it was just a drunk driver and they're gonna run anyway, and all these thoughts, and that never piqued your interest to investigate?
Sometimes being a good witness is the best thing to do. That's why I called 911 to report it immediately.
Now that's fair, but being an officer of the law, you're right there.
Again,
Objection. That's not a question. Also asked and answered. Also argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question. You don't need to answer, sir. Next question, please.
What if someone may have been hurt at that point? You don't think you would have an obligation to investigate if someone may have been injured at that point?
that's why I called 911.
Can you play the rest of the video?
We sure can. Go ahead.
It did a weird little like motion thing. That's probably from the camera. I would guess. But in that entire video, is it fair to say that you did not reach for a phone and take out a phone from your pockets or anything in any way? That be fair to say?
I can't tell if I did from the video itself. I know.
So when did you make the call?
At some point after you started running.
Who was you?
The defendant, the driver of the vehicle.
So how long after you saw the driver of the vehicle did you make the 911 call?
Within seconds, I believe.
Is it fair to say that we don't see that on the video?
The video is very small at that point. It's hard to
Is it
see.
fair to say we don't see you do that on the video?
Yes.
Can we pull the video back up? Can you take it to 27 seconds and pause at 27? Can you, maybe 28. I may be mistaken. Maybe just go one more second. Maybe to 28. Or you know what? No. Keep your pause right there. Would it be fair to say that you noticed the vehicle in this area right there?
Yes.
Can you remove the X? And what do you see right there?
I don't understand.
Do you see anything right there? An individual, anything? Do you see anything right there?
It's
Inside
hard to
the
tell
circle?
from that picture what I can see.
Can you move it? Can we blow it up a little bit or move it closer? Just a little bit?
I don't know that it can be zoomed in. Does that, the
Can it-
state
can
have
it be
that
zoomed in?
capability?
So we can zoom in as long as the defense okay with dispensing with any technological foundation issues there. But we can zoom in. We have the ability to do that.
Would you like it zoomed in?
What do you mean by not? Say that again? I'm sorry.
We can zoom in if you want to.
Can you zoom in just a little bit? Just a smidge.
That's the extent of our zooming capabilities with this
No,
software.
that's fine. That's fine. Can you see anything there?
It looks like something white. I don't know if that's the driver.
Looks like something white.
Yes, it's light colored.
White color what?
It's light colored.
Light color, but you did say white. Is that fair to say that you just said white?
I just did say white.
Can you erase the circle? Zoom back out. Take it's like a box there in the corner that's kind of throwing the whole exhibit off. Take it back to the regular. You testified earlier that you saw the driver with gray hoodie, as you referred to it. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
What I just circled right there, would you, from your recollection, say that that was the driver you saw?
I don't know what that is at this point.
You don't-
It's
you
just
don't
a
know?
paused video. It could be a glare, could be a person. I don't know. You could play it again.
Well, let's play it again.
From the 27th.
Stop right there.
Okay.
Yeah,
no.
from the 27 mark. I think it just played maybe what, a second, half a second or something like that. Did you see that whatever you said you didn't know what it was, could have been a person, could have been something else? Did you see it move from the position that it was before?
Yes.
And you also identified that that was white, right? That's what you said, correct?
I did say that.
And would it be fair to say that you saw the driver in gray? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Take the circle off. You also stated that you were about 50 feet from
Nobody knows where he's going with
Well,
this.
you added the vehicle in too. You said maybe 50 feet, and then depending on the length of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And from where you are here to here, because it would be fair to say we can't see a vehicle in the picture at that point. Would that be fair to say? We can't see a vehicle that would be facing you because you said it was facing you. We can't see a vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
From this angle of vehicles obstructed, yes.
So that would be 50 feet from, approximately 50 feet from X to X.
Approximately.
And you were able to see the driver and a description from where you're standing now to where the other X is.
Yes.
And you were able to make out the race of the driver from where you were at.
I guessed.
You
on
guessed.
race.
So you're not for certain.
I wasn't for certain at that time.
So what conclusion were you coming to at that point? Just an educated guess, or
Can you explain further?
how,
Conclusion for what?
would it be fair to say that your guess could have been inaccurate?
Could have been.
And you also stated that you saw news reports and the description of the driver on the news. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you made reference to the driver's hair. Would that be fair to say?
In my testimony, yes.
You brought up the hair is what I'm saying. You said long hair. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
And you will
It's
be
the
able to
jammy
see hair
stream.
if you describe the driver wearing a hoodie.
Yes.
You'll be able to see hair and tell
This
the
cop
length of
looks
the
so
hair.
annoyed.
If it's hanging out of the hoodie, yes.
Well, you didn't say, all fairness, you didn't say it was hanging out of the hoodie. You just referred to the hair.
Yes.
Objection, that's not a question, it's argumentative.
Is it?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I believe the witness understood the question, so I'll overrule the objection. His answer may stand. Next question.
Is it any possible way you could have gotten a description from the news reports instead of what you actually recall?
No.
And how did you determine that?
In the report I gave in my statement, I described what I saw that day, not what I saw in the news.
And you also described two different colors of dress. Once you said gray and one you said white. Would that be fair to say?
I said that the item in the video appeared to be white.
Did you not say that the item moved? As you say item, did you not say the item moved from where it was at?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there can be no movement to an item if it wasn't a person?
Yes.
A person that you described wearing white?
On the video screen, it appeared white. It appeared light colored or white.
Would it be fair to say that you said white? That was your first?
Yes.
Jace,
At any
poll
time in
idea.
that
Who's a
video,
better legal defense, this
could you
moron
see
or
hair?
Elaine Bretterhoft?
In the video,
In the
It's
video.
close.
you can't see very much. In
I'm
the
giving
video.
it to Elaine, though.
No.
After making the 911 call, did you return back to the scene where you noticed the vehicle?
Yes.
And did you investigate at that point?
Yes.
So what changed from the point that you heard a crash, as you say, and then returning back to where you saw the vehicle? What changed between those times?
As I was talking to the 911 dispatcher, I wanted to give them better details about the vehicle, so I walked back over to.
So at the time that you initially made the 911 call, there were still details about what you saw that you were unsure of. Would that be fair to say?
I believe they asked me what the license plate was, and I couldn't see it from where I was at, so I walked back over to give that to them.
So you couldn't see the license plates of the vehicle from where you were at?
There was no license plate on the front of the vehicle, so I could not see it.
So you came back to investigate if there was a license plates that you can identify.
Yes.
Did you investigate what you may have heard the vehicle strike?
No.
Any reason why not?
By that time, a large crowd had gathered, and there were sirens. I could hear them in the distance, and the police were responding rather quickly.
So you didn't take the opportunity to see if anyone from saying that you heard a loud crash, you didn't take the opportunity to investigate if anyone may have been hurt from that loud crash?
I didn't know.
Any reason why not?
No reason.
Any other details about the driver that you can recall? As far as further clothing?
No, I thought at some point I saw a Packers logo on his clothing or something to that effect.
Did you put that in your report?
Yes.
At any time, have you read or saw a complaint in this matter?
No, just my report.
Any other officers that came to the scene? Because you made reference to officers was responding by the time you came back to give more details to the dispatcher. More officers were arriving. Do you recall if any one of those officers investigated the
So
loud crash
funny,
you heard?
Delia.
I'm unaware.
Lane's squeaky feet.
But it would be fair to say that they gave reports from what they observed when coming to the scene. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Don't forget, we have, would it be fair to say, merch?
Do you recall any of
In
them
the merch
asking
shop.
you of a description of what you saw?
I didn't speak to any officers on scene that day.
There's t-shirts
Any
too.
reason why not?
I just left.
Seeing as how that you made the initial 911 call, I'm sure the officers were probably responding by that time anyway, but seeing as how you made the 911 call, you didn't collaborate with the other officers to try to, like piece together what you may have saw?
Oh, this guy.
That was the first 911 call.
I didn't say first. I said he made the initial 911 call.
Initial means first, so sustained is to the form of the question.
What is he doing?
Besides,
What is this dance move?
let me back up.
What was he doing?
After seeing the description on the news, did you say to yourself, that's the driver that I saw?
I recognize the driver as the person I saw on TV or social media. Yes.
Social media or the news?
I don't recall, probably both.
Both. Did you report that?
When I gave my statement, that's what I told them. Yes.
I love this guy's face. He's so annoyed. And he should be.
And did you report that description before or after you saw it on the news or social media or both?
I gave a statement the very next morning. I worked at 6 a.m. I reported it to my supervisor, who contacted Waukesha investigators and had one of our detectives take a statement from me that morning. The statement that I gave them was from my experience at the scene, not from what I saw on TV or social media.
So it would be fair to say by that next morning, you had already seen reports on the news or social media?
Yeah.
Or
yes.
both?
Yes.
And your report was the next morning. So could it have been fair to say that that's where you got the description?
No.
Don't forget to hit that like button, also the Rumble Plus or the boxing glove on the mobile. Somebody in YouTube, would you please, I'm going to drop a link
Did you learn
in the
any
chat. Would you
additional
please confirm
information,
for me if it works for you?
that you don't recall having via
Because we're having a
social
little bit
media
of
or
problem
the
with
news
Rumble.
after you had already
I'm going to
made your
drop it
report?
again. Somebody on
I don't
YouTube,
understand the
go
question.
and click on this link
Did
and
you
tell me
learn
if it
any
works.
additional information after you had already given your report
Learn information about what?
about the description of the driver, what had happened at the parade, anything?
Well, originally I had no idea what had happened at the parade. I thought it was just, I witnessed a hit and run crash. I had no clue what had happened at the parade.
So you just said now you witnessed a hit and run crash. but you also said that you didn't investigate the crash that you heard.
Correct.
So how would you characterize it as a hit and run crash if you never investigate what you heard?
Well, because I heard a crash and then the driver ran.
Well, you also stated, to be fair, that you didn't investigate the crash. So how was it any way to know what you were witnessing if you didn't investigate it?
Because I heard a crash and I saw the driver run. So in my mind, I assumed that was a hit and run crash.
So it was an assumption, you didn't know.
Yes. I heard a crash. I didn't see the crash.
Correct. So would it be fair to say that from the assumption that there was a hit and run crash, as you say, the only way to know for sure where the crash came from would be to investigate it? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated for the
Asked
record
and
that
answered.
you did not do that.
Asked and
Correct.
answered.
Yes.
So
Why
would
isn't the
you
prosecution objecting to this? He's asking the
report
same
it as a hit
questions.
and run crash if you were not sure what it was?
Well, based on my training experience as a crash investigator, that's what I thought it was.
Mm-mm-mm. I don't know why they're not. Well, they look pretty okay with themselves, though. They look pretty happy over there at the prosecutor's table. I would have objected
Did you
to
talk
that
to any
re-asking the same question, though.
any of the people that lived in those houses to see if they had heard the same thing you heard?
I spoke to maybe a resident of the apartment or the house right there who just said that the vehicle didn't belong there.
Did they report to you that they heard any crash?
No, not that I recall.
Did they report to you that they saw a driver?
No.
This whole trial is just an exercise in
So as
patience
far as you
and
can
waiting.
recall, you were
They
the
just
only
have to
one
wait
that
him
heard
out.
the crash.
But it's
As far as
so
I know,
hard
yes.
for all of us to sit here. And I'm sure all of them too. The patience that this trial requires, it is so hard for me to even sit here, you guys. I don't know how I'm going to do it again today. I am going to go mobile several times, though, so I can get laundry done and stuff. Because I can't
further
sit on a
questions.
live stream for 8 hours in a day. I have things to
Any
do
redirect?
Just please, thank you.
and things to
You
dust.
testified that you didn't investigate the sound of this crash, correct?
Yes.
Were you off duty that day?
Yes.
When you're off duty, do you carry a police radio with you?
Objection, that is irrelevant. It's an officer of the law.
What?
Overruled. He may
It's
answer.
not irrelevant.
No.
So if you did get into a pickle, you wouldn't be able to call for backup, would you?
Objection, that's speculative, still has a cell phone.
It's not speculative. He may answer the question.
The judge is laughing.
Your daughter, the one that we saw in Exhibit 65, I believe. 65. Is she a sworn law enforcement officer?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
At the time you heard the crash but didn't investigate it, did you know that the vehicle that you saw had been involved in hitting dozens of people on Main Street minutes earlier?
Objection, asked during cross, answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
I had no idea.
When the driver got out, and just to clarify again, who was the driver?
The defendant,
Darrell Brooks.
Darrell Brooks.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name, and
Mr. Brooks, I'm
I
sorry.
have invited
I
Sean
don't
back and
consent to
Stephanie,
being
of
called
course,
that name.
and Gadfly. We'll see. They're all.
So noted.
Stephanie's working.
Next question.
The
please.
others are on
Did you
West
see anybody
Coast
else
time.
get out of the vehicle?
No.
When you went back to check the vehicle, was there anybody inside?
No.
On this issue of the white clothing, can we please show for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
You see exhibit number 120 on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
You see the person who appears to be behind the driver's wheel of the red SUV in that picture?
Objection, what is the relevancy?
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes.
How would you describe the color of the shirt that that person's wearing?
Light gray or white?
Yeah, that was my guess too, Jess, that Rumble is just growing so fast that they may be having a couple of problems. And that's a good thing to have. They'll fix it. They'll catch up.
That's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
I have a lot of faith that Rumble's going to become the go-to place for free
You may.
speech. I'm having a lot of fun
All right,
watching
I'm
my
going to
favorite
excuse
streamers
the
there.
Jurors and actually take a recess. It's a little bit later, but we'll take our late morning break at this point, about 15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, great. We're taking a break. Let's get that on mute and take that out of the screen. Well, good morning. I haven't even looked at myself in the mirror this morning. I don't even want to think about. I was up till 2:30 a.m. With Muslims v. Groomers. Did you guys catch that on Rumble, by the way, last night? Did you catch my live stream? Because if you didn't, you truly need to. Rumble. So I was working on an article, which I got done, but not till 2:30 in the morning because I was working on it around 10. And as I was doing research for it, I was writing about the Dearborn issue and the Muslims and going up against the groomers at the school board meeting who want to put porn, they want to keep the gay porn books in the schools. And sure enough, sure as shit, they had rescheduled the board meeting that got shut down that I told you about yesterday. They rescheduled it to last night and it was happening right then. So I pulled it up. I set a live stream going and we watched it last night and it was absolutely hysterical. I'm going to drop. It was great. I'm going to drop the link. Hold on. How do I do this? Share link. How do I do that? Okay, here we go. I'm going to drop the link for you guys. Oh, that's the wrong one. Ooh, let's watch this though, because this is funny. All right. So I uploaded some highlights from the Muslims v. Groomers dealio last night. Hold on. Let me share this with you. I uploaded some highlights and oh my gosh, this one might be the best one yet. All right. Nice ad. This is the perfect ad for this video. 400-pound lady is afraid no one knows she exists. This is my favorite argument that the groomers always make. When you say, stop doing these things that you're doing because it's we don't want our kids being sexualized, they start screaming, why don't you want me to exist? Yeah, that's not the case. That ad is cracking me up so bad right now. It's so perfect. So let's play a little highlight from that, and then I will drop the link to the whole thing for you guys in the chat. Oh, wait, we can't hear it. That's a problem. Shame. Shame.
Disgusting is when they're talking about people like me.
Well, you are
And
kind
as
of
a
disgusting.
woman
Only if you're trying to groom the kids,
who
man.
always has to fight for their right to exist.
No, you don't.
As a black woman who always has to fight for their right to exist.
Ma'am, you take up 2 chairs when you sit down.
As a queer
Everyone
person
knows you
who
exist.
has always had to fight for their right to exist. I am sick
You're
and
not-
tired
Oh.
of people telling me
Didn't
to
she
go
just
off
say the
and be
yelling was a
whatever I
problem?
am somewhere else. I am not going anywhere.
No,
I am sick of the only books
I'm turning
that
you
my
down.
son can read are about slavery and lynching, things that I find disgusting.
What?
Those are things that I hate.
What? Slavery and lynching? What is she talking
I
about?
find unacceptable.
I like
then
get those out of the library too. I have
We
no
are
problem
always
with
reading
that.
About those things. We never get to read about love.
And
kindness.
blowjobs.
If it bleeds, it
Fellatio.
bleeds. Anything that gets shot, anytime somebody gets in a car accident on Beach Daily or Gully, it's the first thing on the news. If a lesbian couple gets married down the street, you never hear about it. Quiet! It is my turn.
Please address the board.
So what happened? I
and
loved
please
my
be
neighbors.
respectful of the speaker.
It's a good thing she loves her neighbors so much.
Books are media. Quiet. Reclaiming my time. I want 5 seconds back.
Please continue.
Hey,
Please
watch
continue
this.
now.
Watch this. Oh, now you're not talking, are you? I've got the mute button.
Other than mine.
These people, man. These people. All right, wait. Where's the screen that I'm sharing? Wait, stop. Okay, stop sharing. How funny is that? Seriously. It's also kind of funny for me to be laughing at myself with two of me on the screen. It's kind of fun. Oops. I guess maybe I should button up my jammies. Oops. I haven't got dressed yet. Apparently, I'm having a button issue. Hold, please. Sorry about that. All right. All right. Hang on one second here. All right. So, all right. Sorry about that. I'm back. Mr. Fox had a question. Wardrobe malfunction. Yeah, I'm in my jammies because I was up till 2:30 writing this article about Muslims v. groomers last night. So, and Mr. Fox just told me I have to go take a ride with him in a little while to go pick up our daughter's car, which she is never going to get to drive, unfortunately. So my parents gave her, the grandparents gave her a car for her 16th birthday, one of their cars. And it was great. It was working great until we got it here. And then it's been in the shop ever since, and it won't work. She's probably driven it twice. I feel so sorry for her. And we just took it in because we couldn't figure out what was wrong with it again. And the news is very bad. Whatever it is, we're not going to be able to fix it. So that's the end of that. So her first car was a total bomb. That stinks. So I've got to go. Yeah, I totally rolled out of bed and I was just like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. I have to get dressed though, because I have to go get this car taken or go pick up the car. But yeah, okay, so what's going on with Rumble? Again, you're still having trouble? I know. The Rumble. Okay, so today I think Rumble's having trouble across the board. But I am looking at the stream. It is working. I know it's not showing up on my channel or on my account for some people. It's showing up for me, but not for everybody. So all I can say is just keep trying to refresh that screen and eventually it will help. If the Rumble is not letting you chat, try refreshing, but also make sure that you verified your email. Okay, so there is a story that is happening right now that I'm going to write about. Oh, I forgot to drop the link. Hold on. I got to get the link to the Muslims v. groomers last night because it was so good. Oh my gosh, you guys, this thing, and it was, and ladies, let me tell you, single ladies, if you're out there looking for love and marriage and all the good stuff, you might want to take a little field trip over to Dearborn, Michigan. I never saw so many toxic masculine men in my life. If you're the type that likes toxic masculinity like I do, which is just regular masculinity, Dearborn might be the place for you. And each one of these speakers last night in this link that I just dropped in here for you was better looking than the one before. Like smoking. Absolutely smoking. And it was so funny. And the chat was having so much fun with it. So anyway, that's a great story. I just dropped a new article on PJ Media. Let me show you how to find my articles. You should all make a bookmark on this page where my articles are. Let me show you how to do that. Well, I don't need to show you how to make a bookmark, but let me show you where to find me. So you go to pjmedia.com. Wow, that's a terrible picture of J.K. Rowling. Just awful. Less makeup would be better. All right, so go up to columnists and click on my name right there. and you will come up with, editing got lazy and used the same photos in both articles. So we have one that's on the free side. That's about how they shut it down 2 nights ago. And then there's one that I wrote last night. I was up till 2:30 Thursday. See, I've got no sleep right now. And I put clips from the event and also just my assessment of what happened there. This is on the VIP side. So this means that it is behind a paywall. I think a subscription to VIP on PJ Media is not much at all. It's like $50 for the whole year. And it gets you access to my weekly podcast. It gets you, Diane, you said Rumble keeps unsubscribing you? That's weird. Yeah, I think it's I think it's just growing pains, you know? Like I don't think it's intentional or anything. So I'm gonna drop the J.K. Rowling looked like a vampire in that picture. That was terrible. I'm gonna drop the link, clickety click on the PJ Media link. And if you go, when you click on my name, if you just bookmark this page, this is all my stuff. This is where all of it is. Oh, look, the Pope. This is where all of it. Taylor Lorenz. I mean, there's all kinds of good stuff in here. And if you're a VIP member, you get access to my podcast, which if you go to podcasts and you click on the fringe right here, this is mine. And here's all my podcasts. I do one every week, and there's over 100 of them. There are 105 episodes now. Today's is about to be posted. That's why I was late today. I had to turn my podcast in. So make sure that you click on the link. If you want to sign up for PJ Media VIP, use my promo code FOX for a discount. Now, I did invite some people. I think Farron Balance is going to be stopping by later, probably not till later, though. She's on her own stream right now. I'm going to have her text me before I have to run out. A bit quickly. Okay. All right. So, there is a story that I wanted to tell you about before court comes back, and before I go pick up the car. There is a story going on that is related to this grooming crap, and I hope I can find it. Because I did retweet it. Hold on. It's got to be on my profile. If you guys want to reach me, my DMs are always open on Twitter. I'm at Megan Fox Writer, and you can find me there. Oh, there's some drama in the Parkland verdict today, by the way. Did you hear about this? So the prosecutor filed a motion, and they're asking to speak to a juror that contacted their office about being threatened in the jury room by another juror. How bizarre is that? Let me show you this real quick. So those jurors are under a lot of pressure right now because everyone was very unhappy with them yesterday because they decided that he should be recommended for life in prison instead of death. Not a lot of people were happy about that. This says this. The prosecutor filed this motion. It says, on October 13th, a support staff member at the state attorney's office received a phone message from a female juror in the above captioned case. The juror told support staff member that she wanted Mr. Satz to contact her. The juror said she received what she perceived to be a threat from another juror while in the jury room. The juror provided her contact number to the support staff. No one from the state's attorney's office returned the juror's phone call. The juror identity and contact information will be provided to this court and opposing counsel once this matter is set down for a hearing. So they are going to be having a hearing about this. I don't know what's going on or what kind of threat she received, but I guess we will figure it out at some point because it is being, the media is in the courtroom. So, all right, I'm looking for this Virginia legislator who, oh, by the way, someone did make me a meme for Muslims v. groomers. Check this out. It's so good. It's so good. I have to screenshot this so I can use it for a thumbnail. This is really good. Muslims and Christians fighting pedo weirdos. It's good. It's so good. All right. So this whatchamacallit, she's a Virginia legislator, and she's introducing, here she is, this is it. Holy
around
crap.
Parents and how they handle their child's sexual orientation and gender identity.
7 News reporter Nick Minach explains why this is controversial.
Right now, parents' rights and LGBTQ protections are a big focus in Virginia. Thousands of students in Virginia have walked out of class protesting Governor Glenn Youngkin's newly proposed model policies on the treatment of transgender students at school.
Trans rights are human rights.
And Governor Youngkin argues schools shouldn't keep parents in the dark about their child's sexual orientation and gender identity.
These same progressives in Fairfax County actually believe that they should lock parents out of their children's lives. They think that parents have no right to know what your child is discussing with their teacher or their counselor.
Democratic Virginia delegate Elizabeth Guzman is a social worker, and she's planning on reintroducing a bill in Richmond that she says would help protect LGBTQ children from their parents and guardians who may not be affirming of their child's sexual orientation and gender identity.
This is how we're going to push back.
Her bill would expand the state's definition of child abuse and neglect to include parents who do not affirm their child's gender identity or sexual orientation.
There's an investigation also in place that is not only, from a social worker, but there's also a police investigation before we make the decision that there's going to be a CPS charge.
Are you hearing this? Oh, yes, there's going to be investigations, and we're going to call the police. We're going to call the police on parents who don't sign up for the gender cult. We are forcing you by the threat of legal consequences, and you're going to wait for it. She actually says felony or it could be a felony. It could be a misdemeanor. They're going to take your kids away from you.
Penalties be? If the investigation concludes and it's concluded that a parent is not affirming of their LGBTQ child, what could the consequences be?
Well, we first have to have an investigation. It could be a felony, it could be a misdemeanor, but we know that a CPS charge could harm, your employment, could harm your education.
And this is a woman who's fighting for this. She wants this. Can you believe she said this on camera? She wants you to be harmed. God, you guys on Rumble, you're saying that the link is showing private? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't set it to private. Not allowing people in? I don't understand. I have already contacted Rumble support, but they're terrible at getting back to me. Really, really bad. Hold on. Let me tweet out at Rumble because they usually pay attention. If it's on Twitter for whatever reason, when you tweet them, they get back to you a lot faster than they do when you email them. And I wish that wasn't the case. Hey, at Rumble, viewers are reporting a live stream says private and chat isn't working right. Rants also not working. Please help. God, I know I can't get too upset because it's new technology. It's being overwhelmed right now with so many new users and so many more, not only content creators, but new users as well. So those things are going to happen. All right, let's listen to the rest of this.
And Alexandria, Nick Minach, 7 News.
And Delegate Guzman tells 7 News that she is hoping to pass the bill in the upcoming legislative session.
Easy for you to say. In the upcoming legislative session. Honestly, though, I just want you to hear this part again.
Believe that their children have no.
Democratic Virginia delegate Elizabeth Guzman is a social worker, and she's planning on reintroducing a bill in Richmond that she says would help protect LGBTQ children from their parents
From their parents.
who may not
From their parents. Protect children from their parents.
be affirming
who won't affirm gender cult theology.
Of their child's sexual orientation and gender identity.
You know what? I have a rule about my child's sexual orientation. You know what my child's sexual orientation is while they're in my house? They're non-sexual. You're a non-sexual being when you're in my house. Until you're 18 and out of the house, then you can start on your sexual life and career. but when you are in my house as a minor, I expect you to not have a sexual life. That's my expectation. All right, Brooks is back. Hold on. All right, I got to go get the car. I'll be back. I'll monitor on mobile. Let me just set this up.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Bryce Skolten, spelled B-R-Y-C-E. Skolten is S-C-H-O-L-T-E-N.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. What line of work are you in?
I'm a police officer for the city of Waukesha.
How long have you been a Waukesha police officer?
7.5 years.
What's your current assignment?
Currently, I'm a specialist assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division.
What about back in November of 2021? What was your assignment back then?
I was a police officer.
Were you working as a police officer on November 21st of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Were you assigned to work at the Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall where you were posted during the parade?
My assignment was traffic control at the intersection of Northwest Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue.
Will you please put up for the jury exhibit number 1, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
Could you circle for us the intersection where you were posted on this map? Actually, it's a touch. Use your finger.
Just use your finger.
I may want to take that away.
Thank you.
Okay, so you've circled the intersection of West Main Street and Wisconsin Avenue, correct?
Correct.
What does the purple line on that map depict?
The purple line is the parade route for the Christmas parade.
But then what happens to the purple line at Main and Wisconsin?
That is where the line stops. That is, I believe, where the vehicle left the parade route.
The vehicles and the groups and the participants of the parade who were marching on the parade route, where did they go once they got to the intersection of Main and Wisconsin?
They continued down the parade route, which was eastbound on Wisconsin Avenue. And then after reaching Maple Avenue, then they were to go southbound.
And the library is near that intersection, is that right?
Correct.
Traffic coming eastbound on Wisconsin Avenue from the west, were they able to get through the intersection where you were posted?
No, I had traffic blocked off where I circled there. You can barely see anymore, but the red line, that is how I had barricades across that intersection. So all eastbound traffic on Wisconsin was forced to go southbound on Northwest Avenue.
Okay, what about traffic approaching from the south on, West Avenue?
Yes, so northbound traffic on Northwest Avenue could only go westbound on Wisconsin Avenue.
Do you recall what you were wearing that day?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, I was wearing my standard police uniform with external carrier and a police jacket. And on my outermost layer was a neon traffic vest.
We could take this exhibit down, please.
What was that number again?
1.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
Were you the only police officer stationed at that intersection?
Yes, I was.
Do you know approximately how far away the next closest officer would have been?
I believe the next closest officer was approximately 2 blocks away.
Did you have a police radio with you while you were standing in the intersection?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you hear something on the radio that concerned you?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
I heard, so the parade was on channel 3, so that's what I was assigned to. These radios also have the ability to scan other channels, so I was scanning channel 1, which is what the road squads were working on. At that time, I heard a call for service on channel 1 for the road squads to be dispatched to, and it was some sort of domestic disturbance or fight in Frame Park, which was east of my location. I heard squads responding to that from the south portion of the city, and Northwest Avenue or West Avenue is one of the main thoroughfares in our city to get from the southern portion to the northern portion, or at least to the downtown area. And I could hear squads coming from that area, so I blocked traffic to allow the squads to get through. And then I just continued on with my parade duties.
What happened next?
After that, approximately a minute or so later, I believe I started hearing radio traffic on both channel 3 and channel 1. I believe either a reserve officer or a community service officer on channel 3 requested an ambulance somewhere on the eastern portion of the parade route. I remember it was sort of towards the beginning of the parade. They were asking for an ambulance because someone had been hit.
Then what happened?
I believed that it was something stemming from the domestic or the fight, because during that fight, someone had fled on scene and someone had been flagged down who had reported this incident. So I believed that the hit was something to do with the physical altercation that had happened. Moments later, this was all sort of spun out of control very quickly. Radio traffic became more and more difficult as channel 1 and channel 3. So as officers on the road and officers and community service officers and reserve officers were working the parade, everyone was starting to get on the radio, and more people started calling for ambulances. And then I could tell as people were calling for them, it was moving westbound on the parade route.
What did you do as a result of hearing that information on the radio?
It was tough to piece all together. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I knew something was happening, but I didn't know exactly what. I have a collar mic, so my microphone was approximately right about here on my chest. I don't have an earpiece. That's just what I use. So between trying to listen to the radio microphone and the parade, it was sort of hard to piece together. But after a few minutes, I realized something was happening. I began walking away from my post, and I walked past my barricade sort of into the parade route. And as I did that, I was looking more to like northeast. I couldn't see that much of the parade because where West Main Street ends right there, it's got a hard turn to go southbound to Wisconsin. So I could only see approximately, I don't even know, maybe 100 yards or less of the parade route. And at that point, that is when I started hearing more screams. And this time it wasn't just screams on my radio. It was screams like in my vicinity that I could hear. And at that moment, I saw a red blur come past the Wisconsin House westbound and make a very hard braking maneuver to navigate the left-hand turn on West Main Street to go
there, and let's put
southbound.
Exhibit 1. Sorry, let's put Exhibit 1 back up, please.
As you're putting Exhibit 1 back up, I just want to make a record of the hand gesture he made previously when testifying about, I believe it was his radio microphone. He used his right hand, I would say about heart height, to indicate his, I believe he called it a lapel mic or something to do with his radio and where he would hear from. Go ahead.
Objection. I don't think he said lapel. I think he referred to the microphone just being here and not using the earpiece. That's just.
Your objection is noted. The state can seek clarification, but the fact I did my best to describe the action of the officer on the stand. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can we actually zoom in on the bottom left corner of this map? You mentioned the Wisconsin House. Can you describe for us where that is?
The Wisconsin House is actually this building right here that is tan. It's the farthest building right before, I guess, on the left portion.
You just put a little dot there.
That should be the Wisconsin house.
Okay, so right as the main street curves to the left there. That's
Correct.
what
It is I believe it's the last building sort of on West Main Street right before the left turn.
So if you were standing in the intersection of Wisconsin and Main, the Wisconsin house is the building that would obstruct your view further east up Main Street?
Correct. There's a parking lot to the left as you look at the screen, and the vehicle's parked there. So I can't even see pretty much anything in front of the Wisconsin house on Main Street from my location.
We can take that back down, please. What happened as the red blur rounded the corner?
I realized what was happening at that point. I recognized it was a red SUV and there was extreme vehicle damage to it on the front. The hood was smashed up towards the windshield, the front portion, the front bumpers, the fenders, everything was, it was extreme vehicle damage, like vehicle damage that you'd see at a traffic crash between two vehicles. At that point, between all the screaming, I heard everyone calling for ambulances and help, and then realizing people hit, I knew it was now people hit by a vehicle. And I knew that those initial requests were so far eastbound on the parade, and now I'm towards the end of the parade, or at least the end of the portion of Main Street. I knew that this vehicle had likely, and based on the speed of the vehicle, that the vehicle had ran through the entire parade route and likely severely injured people or killed people. And at that point, I thought it was a terror attack at the parade.
What happened as the SUV continued southbound?
As the vehicle navigated its turn to go southbound, it accelerated towards me. That is when I knew I had to use deadly force to stop the threat. And as the vehicle was approaching me, I remembered making the decision that the easiest shot likely would have been through the windshield. However, I remembered the entire backdrop were just surrounded with kids and people. So I waited for the vehicle to pass me and tried to direct my rounds as most southern as I could, because there were less people in that direction.
Where were you standing in the intersection as the vehicle passed you?
At this point, I had walked northbound slightly. So I was, I believe, just out of the intersection at West in Wisconsin. So I was on, I believe my shots, I was technically on Main Street at the time when I began shooting.
Using cardinal directions, can you describe for us which side of you the SUV passed?
Objection, what is cardinal?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The vehicle passed to the east of me.
What direction were you facing as it first started to pass you?
I was facing north.
So that would have been on the vehicle would have passed you on your right.
Correct.
How close did you come to the vehicle as it passed you?
It was very close. I believe at the time, I remember stepping to my left. It was so close, I felt like I could touch the side of the vehicle.
Could you see into the vehicle?
Yes, I could.
How many people could you see inside of the vehicle?
I saw one person.
Where was that person in the vehicle?
That person was at the driver's seat of the vehicle.
Did you get a good look at the driver?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the driver in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask Mr. Brooks please remove his mask for a moment.
Thank you for doing that, Mr. Brooks. His mask is off.
Can you identify the driver in the courtroom if you see him?
Yes, the driver is seated at the defense wearing a blue tie and blue shirt underneath his suit jacket.
Does the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant as the driver of the vehicle he saw on November 21.
What happened after the vehicle passed you on your right?
After the vehicle passed me on my right, I began firing at the driver of the vehicle. And as that happened, he ran over the barricades and ultimately left the parade route and continued southbound on Northwest Avenue.
West Avenue is how many blocks from Maple Avenue?
One block.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
And to what direction is west from Maple?
West Avenue is 1 block to the west from Maple.
I'd like to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 57. Can we clear the annotations? You see a video on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
We're going to play a few moments without any audio just to see if you recognize this video, okay?
Okay.
We've played 7 seconds for you. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
What does it show?
This is the vehicle that was driven by Darrell Brooks on during the Christmas parade that drove past me and I shot at.
Objection. I don't consent to her being called that name, or nor do I identify it. I'm hearing third party. So
Your
I want that
objection
stated
is
for the
noted.
record.
It's overruled. The witness has previously identified you.
I want
Go
that
ahead.
stated for the record.
You may ask your next question.
Does this video accurately depict the scene as you saw it that day?
Yes, it does.
Move exhibit 57 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Exhibit 57 is received by the court and permission to publish is granted.
This is a 19-second video. I'll wait for the bailiff to signal that the jury has it. Okay. Before we hit play, I'd like you, if you can, to point out the Wisconsin House for us.
The Wisconsin House is this brown brick building here on the right that has the Golden Moments Gentleman Beer sign right here.
Thank you. We can clear that. And we'll watch the entirety of this clip with volume, please, at regular speed. How many gunshots did you hear in that video?
3.
Is that consistent with your memory of the event?
Yes, it is.
Can we pull that back up at about the 10-second mark, please? Do you see yourself at the 10-second mark?
Yes, I do.
Can you circle yourself for us? You're the only person at this 10-second mark wearing a yellow vest.
Correct.
Okay, we can clear that, please. Can we slow this down with no audio? Slow it down to about 50%, please. And play from there. And we can pause it. We've stopped at 16 seconds. Does that portion of the video accurately reflect what you did that day?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd like to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 170.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What does it show?
This shows the vehicle damage that I observed when I first saw the vehicle as it was coming towards me. This is the vehicle that was, again, driven the Christmas parade by Darrell Brooks.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. Again, for the record, I'm hearing third party.
The
For the
objection,
record.
it's on the record.
Does this appear to be a screenshot from the video we just watched, exhibit 57?
It does appear so.
And again, this is then an accurate depiction of how the vehicle looked that day.
That is correct.
I move Exhibit 170 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 170 is received. Permission to publish is granted. I would remind the jury once again that comments made by parties and lawyers are not evidence and should thus not be considered as such.
Now I'd like to show for the witness only exhibit number 169, please.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is that same vehicle. It appears to be just moments after that first picture we just were shown.
Does this appear to be a screenshot from the video in exhibit 57?
Yes, it does.
Is this an accurate depiction of how the vehicle and the driver looked to you that day?
Yes.
Move exhibit 169 into evidence and ask to publish.
Exhibit 169 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Objection.
Noted. Overruled.
Now I'd like to show for the witness only, please.
Hold on. Was that in the jury box? Okay, it was there. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that earlier. All right, so next exhibit you may show to the witness.
Exhibit 58, please. We're going to play a few seconds of this, give you a chance to see if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We've played 7 seconds. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
What does it show?
It shows pretty much what the last video showed, just from a different point of view from that same intersection.
Is this an accurate video depicting the events as you saw them on November 21st?
Yes, it does.
Move exhibit 58 into evidence and ask to publish with the caveat about the comments on the right side of the screen, please.
Objection.
Exhibit 58 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The jury will disregard the comments that are on the right side of the exhibit. Those are not to be considered as evidence.
This is a 15-second clip. We'll play it once at regular speed with audio, please. We see the barricades at the end of that clip. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do you recall what those are made out of?
I believe they're made out of fiberglass or plastic.
And what we saw in that video, again, that's inaccurate. Does that match up with how you recall the incident?
That is correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for this witness, sir?
I do. You stated initially that you had heard some radio calls about a possible altercation at Frame Park.
That is correct.
Do you recall what the initial report of that was?
My recollection of that was that there was a call for service, is either a domestic or some sort of physical altercation along the riverfront in Frame Park, and that there was a male with armed with a knife, and that he was fleeing from the area.
So it was reported it was a possible knife involved and there was a male running from the scene?
That is correct.
And were you ever given any further information about the male with the knife that was running from the scene?
No.
Any information that the male with a knife running from the scene was in a vehicle at any time?
No.
Do you know if any investigation was done looking into that supposed fight at the park?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I did not learn anything of it. I just know that squads were responding there to investigate it. I was not updated on their findings or what they had investigated. I just know that they were dispatched there for that investigation.
Do you recall if there was ever a knife recovered or a suspect recovered in that supposed incident?
Do you mean like how much later do I know? Like what I know now?
At any time. Do you know if there was a suspect, I guess I would say, apprehended or anything that was found with a knife, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I do not know if the suspect from that incident, which was you, was located
When you
with
say
a knife.
you, what do you mean?
You,
Who
Darrell
you
Brooks. I know you were the suspect in that incident, and I know you were taken into custody approximately 30 to 40 minutes later. I do not know if you were armed when you were taken into custody.
I'll let the record reflect that I do not identify by that name, nor do I know any individual by that name. I'm hearing third party.
Records noted, although the jury will disregard the comments, they are
keep
not
saying-
evidence in this case. Next question, please.
At the time, you said, did you respond to that incident at the park?
No.
So how can you know who was involved with it if you didn't respond yourself?
Because you stated at any time this investigation took a long time to complete. And from this investigation, we determined that you were the suspect in that investigation.
You determined that?
I did not, no.
Okay. So basically, you're just going off what you were told, because you just stated that you didn't make any determination, nor did you investigate it. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
You also gave, and when you were asked the question of, were there any other officers along the route, or I don't know if that was referring to side exits or anything of that nature, but I recall you stating that you gave an estimate, stating that you weren't sure where other officers were stationed, but you gave an approximate estimate. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And would that have been officers stationed at different cross streets?
That is correct.
Do you know if those cross streets were barricaded?
I know that there were barricades across numerous intersections for the parade route. That's how we shut down traffic in the downtown area for parades.
So pretty much every side street is barricaded.
I can't give you specifics on what streets were barricaded, but yes, the vast majority of streets are barricaded to stop traffic for the parade route.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1 and publish?
The state would please do that. Thank you.
Does the jury have it yet?
Yes.
Can you see, well, I know you can you see the red lines on this map that we're looking at?
Yes.
And what do those red lines constitute?
Barricades.
So would it be fair to say that there's a red line at every cross street that we can see on this map? That would be
Do you mean
Start-
along the parade route or
start
the entire map?
along the parade route, starting at East Main Street. There's a red mark. Oh, I didn't mean to put that arrow. Can we clear that? I was trying to put like a little dot. Starting there, there's a red line there. There's 2 at Buckley.
Hold on, and just so the record is clear, he put a mark at near the intersection of East Main and White Rock Avenue. So from that location to where?
There's 2 at Buckley.
Well, hold on, you're testifying now, you gotta ask a question. So the jury will disregard that
Are
statement.
there 2 at Buckley?
Yes.
Is there one at Martin Street?
Yes.
Is there one at is there 2 at Barstow Street?
Yes.
1 at Gaspar,
Yes.
1 at North Grand, and 1 at West Broadway.
There's 2 at West Broadway.
Well, this one is on the closer to where it says North Grand, and one is on the other side of the star right there. This is what I'm referring to.
Okay. Yes, there are
Can
2
you
right
clear
there.
that?
Please clear that, Madam Clerk.
So there's 2 there. There's 2 at Clinton Street. Can you see those 2?
Yes.
There's 1 at Maple Avenue. Can you see that one?
Yes.
And there's 1 at right here at West Avenue. Can you see that?
Correct. Yes.
So it would be fair to say that there's pretty much barriers at every single street from White Rock and East Main to West Main and Northwest Avenue.
Yes.
Barricades at all those streets.
Yes.
Do you know if there were officers stationed at those barricades?
Yes. This map shows, it appears, where everyone was for their assignments that day.
So would it be fair to say if someone wanted to exit the parade route, they would essentially be blocked in by the officers and barricades?
No.
There are barricades at these streets we can see. Would that be fair to say?
No.
So it's not fair to say that there's barricades at these streets?
It's fair to say that there's barricades at the streets.
So essentially, if someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go right through the barricades?
Based on the previous videos that we just were shown.
Not based on the previous videos. If someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go down these streets that are barricaded? Can they just drive right out of there?
Yes, the videos show that.
How when it's barricaded?
As the video were shown earlier, the vehicle went right through the
Hold on,
barricade.
you asked the question, you have to let him answer that. He's giving you the reason. You asked him how. He's explaining it.
There's plenty of ways to get off the parade route. You can stop after being given lawful orders by officers, and they could have directed you off the parade route in a safe manner. You could have stopped the vehicle at any point, or you could have driven through plastic barricades like you did at Northwest Avenue, where I was located. So yes, you can drive through plastic barricades.
You refer to as who?
Darrell Brooks, you, the person that's talking.
The you? And how did you come to the conclusion of that name, as you stated that you couldn't see past this building here, which you said is the Wisconsin House? Would that be fair to say?
Well, that's a compound question, so you need to rephrase that, sir.
You state, clear this right there.
Please? Is that a please?
Can you clear this circle and arrow right here? That's.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You stated that from where you were positioned that you couldn't see around that building. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
So it would be fair to say you also couldn't see what was happening along the parade route on Main Street. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
So it would be also fair to say that everything that you knew up until that point came over the radio and you didn't have firsthand knowledge.
That is correct.
You also stated that after a few minutes of hearing these, I guess, radio reports, you said after a few minutes, you noticed something was going on. Do you recall from the reports how long this vehicle traveled along the parade route? An estimate of the time that it traveled down the parade route?
I do not know how long the vehicle was on the parade route for. If I had to estimate, I would estimate approximately 1 to 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes, maybe.
Would you say that it's fair to say that that's relatively a short amount of time?
I would agree with that.
So what do you mean by after a few minutes, you noticed something was going on?
Because after a few minutes, what I meant by that was the initial call for service at the boat launch, or for that domestic fight in Frame Park. From that time frame, from when squads were responding to there to the time that
you guys aren't going to believe this.
fired, that
Mr.
is
Fox's car
minutes. So you have
wouldn't
to take
start.
into account the time for squads responding to that call.
So we're sitting. He just went in to get a battery.
I don't know.
Please pray for me. The car
protocol,
problems
so
are going to
just ask.
absolutely kill me.
Mr. Brooks, please ask your next question.
And then after this,
Okay.
we're picking
Right,
up
but-
lunch and then trying to get the car from the other
I
car
have to
from the
advise the jury
dealership.
to disregard the comment because it's not testimony.
It never ends. Thanks for keeping it going while I'm gone.
And you stated that. Well, let's go to.
I'm going to keep the YouTube stream going since Rumble is having problems today. We
Go
won't
ahead. You don't need-
kill the
you need-
YouTube stream.
Turn it off.
Yeah, you can take that down. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Fox's car is a truck. It is,
It's
truck.
Exhibit 57.
and it wouldn't start.
We pull up Exhibit 57.
When it rains, it pours, people.
About 16 or 17 seconds.
I guess we need to start a hashtag rants for cars. Rants for car trouble. My daughter's car, they want $1,600 to fix it, so we're probably just gonna get rid of it. Because it's insane.
Can
Can't
you
put
bring
that
it back
much
a little
money
bit?
into a car that old.
One more second, if you could. Derek, can you pause it, Derek?
Mr. Fox knows how to fix cars.
Would it be fair to say
Scattergun.
that those are barricades that are laying in the street there?
Correct.
He is he used to
Any
be an
idea
auto
why they were
mechanic.
not standing up?
He's thinking he'll try to fix it.
Yes, I do.
What would be the reason?
It was very windy that day, so when they were standing up how they normally are, they kept on blowing across the street. So we tilted them on their sides so they wouldn't get blown across the road, and they would still stay up there and block traffic.
They would be able to block traffic by laying down,
Yes, they serve the same purpose.
but they would be able to block traffic by laying down.
I guess I don't understand what your question is here.
Would it be much more easier to see them if they were facing upright than laying down?
I think the height difference between them laying down and being upright is probably quite minuscule because as you see, the legs that are now up in the air are approximately the same height as what the bar would be if they were standing up how they normally are.
And you come to that conclusion how?
Based on my training experience after deploying barricades on numerous events and working several parades in my work history.
So you would estimate that a barricade facing upright and the barricade laying down would be the same height?
Approximately.
Can you bring it back to 10 seconds? From what we're looking at right now, it's a little hard to see. You can see the vehicle, you can see where you identified you were, but it's a little bit hard to see everything. Would that be fair to say? Because of the person with the black coat and the gray hoodie and Nike black pants is directly in the middle of the screen?
For those of you in Rumble, I can't get in there in the
That's
chat,
fair to say. It's a little hard to
unfortunately,
see from
because
this.
the app doesn't work.
Where it is paused now, yes.
So I can't even
that's what I
see you
meant,
guys.
where it's paused now.
Stinks.
Yes.
It looks like this would be you right here. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
It looks like you're firing your weapon right there. Would that be fair to say?
I do not know if I have pulled the trigger yet or not. I don't believe I have.
You were ready to fire at that point.
That's correct.
Do you recall what you were aiming for?
Yes, I do.
Can you state for the record and for the jury?
You, Darrell Brooks.
Again, you make reference to the you and the name. How did you come to that? Seeing as how you just testified to that you couldn't see anything before what you call the Wisconsin house. Would that be fair to say that you testified to that?
That's correct.
And you also stated that you learned additional information later on. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So how could you determine at this time right now where we're looking at that you knew the suspect's name and the driver? Because you keep referring to you and then you saying the name. How did you have that information at this point that's paused right here that we're looking at?
I didn't say at that time I knew your name.
You referred to the name. Did you not?
That is correct.
So how were you able to obtain the information about a name?
I did not know your name at the time I shot at you.
Who's the you were referring to?
Darrell Brooks.
Again, you say a name that you haven't answered how you came to that information. Were you told this?
Yes.
By whom?
I do not know who told me. Ultimately, I just know that throughout the course of the investigation, your name, you were arrested within 30 or 40 minutes, and you were identified as Darrell Brooks, who was the suspect in this incident.
So you either had to hear that name from either a report that you heard or someone told you. How did you come to the conclusion of the name?
I'm assuming someone at the police department told me your name.
And you don't recall who that was?
No.
Even though you can cite the name so clearly and identify it and keep stressing it and stressing it, and you don't recall how you learned the information of the name?
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that you're just using the name based off what you're told and not what you were aware of?
What are you asking me?
Is it fair to say that you're identifying this name based off of what you told and not what you knew?
I'm saying the name based on the fact that you are now, you were arrested for this incident. You were identified during this incident. And because of that investigation, that is how we know your name.
Would it be fair to say, and obviously you said you've been in law enforcement for 7.5 years, correct?
Correct.
I'm sure you've done a lot of investigations in that 7.5 years. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So you do understand that during a police investigation, any suspect is innocent until proven guilty. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And so with that knowledge, why are you so adamant about the name of the suspect that you just testified to not being aware of at the time? That you testified to, in fact, being told?
Sorry, I'm confused by your question. Can you say it again?
I think it was clear, but I'll say it again.
Thank you.
Well, I'll say it this way. You testified to not being aware of the suspect's name at the time.
Correct.
You also testified to being told of the name, correct?
Correct. I don't know how I came about your name. I would assume it was through the investigation at the police department.
And were you, in fact, part of that investigation?
No, I was not.
So it would be fair to say that by you using a name, you would not be short. How can you be short?
I'll object.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
It's been asked, it's been answered. It's argumentative. The objection is sustained. Please ask your next question.
When asked about what you were aiming at when you fired, you didn't give a definitive answer. You were aiming for the driver?
I felt like I gave a pretty definitive answer. My answer was you, Darrell
You were aiming
Brooks.
for the driver?
Yes. It's pretty definitive. I identified the person I was shooting at.
What part of the driver's body could you see when the vehicle passed you?
When the vehicle was approaching me, I could see the silhouette of his face and upper portion of his body.
Can you describe what you mean by silhouette?
The upper portion of a person's body, I would say, from maybe chest, shoulders, and head and face.
You said silhouette, though. What is a silhouette?
The outer portions of what would be like your shoulder down, your arms to your chest. The silhouette would be the outer portion of it.
That would be the upper half, not the silhouette. What do you mean by silhouette?
The objection is sustained. It's Mr. Brooks is not asking a question. It was argumentative. The jury can certainly decide what that means, but he's answered the question.
Would it be fair to say that that would be equivalent to a profile?
What do you mean by a profile?
A profile would be sort of like a side angle view. Would it be fair to say that a silhouette would be more of an outline that would be kind of similar to a profile?
I don't know exactly what you're asking here, but I can tell you when the vehicle was driving towards me, I could see your face. And then as the vehicle drove to my right, yes, then I saw the side of your face. And so then, yes, as a vehicle passes you, you see different portions of the driver, I guess you could say.
And so you aim towards what you can see?
Correct.
So that would be the upper part, as you say, you said the shoulder, you made I think it was your left hand pointing to your right shoulder, shoulder and up silhouette, as you say?
That is what I could see when you were driving at me. You asked me what I could see of you, and that is what I could see of you in the vehicle when you were approaching me.
The question now, though, is that what you aimed for?
I was aiming at you, yes.
At what you can see?
I was aiming at you in the driver's seat, yes.
Shoulder, as you pointed to, and up, correct? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Firing a weapon of your caliber, would any of those shots be kill shots?
Yes.
I was hoping that they were kill shots, but unfortunately, no.
Would it be fair to say that firing a kill shot at anyone would terrify?
I'm sure being shot at is terrifying. Yes, it is.
Would it be fair to say that getting run over by an SUV
So
during
it'd be
a
fair to
Christmas
say you're
parade is
shooting to kill.
terrifying?
No.
That was a
So would
stupid
it be fair
answer.
to say
Police
that,
officers always shoot to kill.
judging based on what you see that you testified to, a silhouette from about here that you pointed to, from the shoulder,
Just admit it.
using your left hand, you
Yes, I
pointed
was
at your
trying
right
to kill
shoulder
you
from
and
here
stop the threat.
up, and you just acknowledged that any one of those three shots could have been kill shots. Would it be fair to say that you were aiming to kill? Shooting to kill, rather, not aiming to kill, shooting to kill.
No.
So, in your estimate, what do you think you would have hit if you just testified to saying that you aimed at the driver? What were you estimating to hit?
Well, my intention was to shoot you in the upper portion of the body. However, my intention was not to kill you. My intention was to stop the threat that you were posing to everyone in the downtown area at the Christmas parade.
Keep referring to the you again. Well, that's not a question. So, by your estimation, acknowledging that those were kill shots, if you connected with any of those shots, is it possible the driver could have been killed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that that's deadly force?
Yes.
Do you think it would have been possible to aim at the tire of the vehicle?
No.
Why not? Would shooting the tire of the vehicle not stop the vehicle?
No, it would not have.
So a blown tire would, to your estimation, a blown tire would not stop a vehicle from moving?
He thinks
No,
that this
it
is
would
a
not.
movie.
So it would just keep on. It won't even slow down?
That is correct. I'm trained to stop the threat. You were the threat. The vehicle was not. The vehicle was the weapon in which you used. So that is why I shot at you.
There's the you again. Pretty clever. Could you have, well, you testify that you're trying to stop the threat. And so would it be fair to say that that training constitutes shooting kill shots?
Well, we are trained in deadly force. And when we are presented with a deadly force incident, yes, we have to sometimes make that difficult decision and use deadly force.
Have you ever used deadly force before that incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
You said you're trained to use deadly force. So would it be fair to say that anytime you shoot your weapon, it would be deadly force?
When it is directed at a person, yes.
Were you injured in any way during the incident?
No, I was not.
And at the time, being where you were positioned at, you've already testified that you could not see what was going on during the parade route from your position. So why did you feel the need at the time, not knowing the full extent of what was happening, to use deadly force?
Because as I previously stated, based on the fact that the radio traffic for people screaming for ambulances, and as different officers were getting on the radio, and it was progressively moving further and further westbound towards me on the parade route, and then officers saying someone was hit, which I initially thought was a physical altercation, someone being hit, but it was a vehicle versus person hit. Based on that, the vehicle speed at which, yes, I could not see it down Main Street. I only had a couple seconds at most until the vehicle from where I saw it was to my location. So based on the amount of vehicle damage, I knew the vehicle had been striking pedestrians in the roadway. And because of that, that's a deadly force incident. So that is why I deployed deadly force.
So you said you knew what the vehicle had. You knew. You said it multiple times. You knew.
Yes.
How could you know if you could not see around the position that you were positioned in? How do you know that?
Because based on the speed of a vehicle on a closed roadway during a parade, and people running out of the way so they did not get run over right in front of me, between all of those things, I knew what had just happened, and that is why I had to take action.
And you knew based on the radio reports?
I would say everything that I had just previously described, all of that encompassing, yes, that led up to my decision making into, yes, now I knew what had happened. I did not know previous to that what was going on. I did not know there was a vehicle on the roadway until I saw it. And it all made sense when I put everything together.
When you saw it, by the time you saw it, as you said, it was a couple of seconds. So at that point, did you observe the vehicle strike anyone from the time that you saw it?
No, I did not. I was focused on the vehicle. So I just remember that there were a ton of little kids and adults on the sidewalks. I knew there were a lot of children right in the roadway right there. And I remember seeing people like running, but I wasn't really paying attention to the people. I was just focused on the vehicle. So it was really all I was focused on at that point.
I've got an update
You weren't
from
paying
Rumble.
attention to any other people.
They say they're working on updates,
That was not
and it
my
should
primary
resolve
focus.
soon. So they know that this is happening.
But you do recall that no one was struck from the time you saw the vehicle?
Yes, after looking back, after videos later on throughout the investigation.
No. From which you saw, from which you observed with your own eyes.
No, I can't recall ever seeing someone hit right in front of me. No, I do not recall that.
Does the exhibit videos that you saw here today, does anyone get struck in those videos that you saw today?
No, not that I saw today.
And you still made the decision to shoot to kill?
That's correct. Actually, correction, I shot to stop the threat. If ultimately you
I
had
wish
been
you would
killed
just
from
say,
that,
yeah, I wish I had killed you.
that is a
Would have
possible
saved
outcome.
everybody a lot of trouble.
But you did testify that there were kill shots, did you not?
Sustained. It's also been asked and answered in multiple ways.
Do you recall what your shots hit? If anything?
Yes, later on throughout the investigation when I gave
at the time, not later on, at the time where you fired the shots.
Mr. Brooks, you asked a question. He was attempting to answer it. So you have to
I
let,
was trying to give him clarification on what I meant.
but you have to let him answer the question that you asked. And if you feel the need for follow-up, then you can do that or ask a very specific question. But I'm allowing him to answer. He was interrupted. Go ahead.
I believe it was 3 days after the incident. That is when I gave my voluntary statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, and upon completion of that statement, I asked them if they could share any information with me. And during that conversation, I was shown a picture of the vehicle and where my round struck the vehicle.
You stated you asked them for any additional information that they could give you. So it would be fair to say at that time you still didn't have a lot of information. Would it be fair to say that?
That is correct. I didn't know where my rounds had struck previous to that.
Did you ask them in the statement that you just testified to, saying you asked them if they can provide you with any more information? Did you at any time specifically ask about the shots that you fired when you requested if they could give you any more information?
I do not remember the specifics of what questions I asked in pertaining to what information they could share with me. I think it was sort of a generalization of what can you share with me at this point.
So would it be fair to say at that point that there's a possibility that you did not know the name of the suspect, nor did you know if you had shot the suspect at that time?
At that time, I knew I had not shot the suspect, because the night of the incident, when he was taken into custody, it was relayed to me that he was uninjured and he had not been struck by any of my rounds that were fired.
You do recall just testifying to requesting more information from the detectives when you had the conversation with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you said that you don't recall asking them about if your bullet struck someone. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the day I met with Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, that was, I believe, 2 or 3 days after the incident, Mr. Brooks was taken into custody the night of. So when I was still at the police department, I knew that he had not been struck. So I think we're dealing with the questions I asked of the detectives. That was not the same night of the incident.
I'm sure you asked, you didn't say it, but you said you don't recall the information that you requested. Would that be fair to say?
No, I don't recall specifically what questions I asked I don't know specifically what questions I asked of them a year ago. I know it was a generalized, what information can you share with me at this point? Because I didn't know what was going on in the investigation or what leads they had, or essentially what had happened after my involvement, I guess.
So it would be fair to say there was a lot of information that you still was unsure about at that point. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So if there was information that you're acknowledging that you had no knowledge of, which would be essentially the reason why you would ask if they can volunteer more information to you, then how would there be any way of knowing if you struck the suspect?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's a compound, confusing question, please rephrase. And I also think it mischaracterizes the testimony.
And you said you made a statement during your testimony that you had learned that the suspect was not injured. Do you recall who you learned that information from?
I believe when I was back at the police department after the incident, so after using deadly force you're ultimately removed from the scene. When I was at the police department, I was with a support officer and another detective. And at that point, I was still answering questions for investigating officers for what I saw, what I knew, what I saw in the vehicle. And I believe Detective Stern was at our substation with Darrell Brooks after taking him into custody. And I was shown a photo at that point, and I know I had asked if he sustained any injuries or if anyone else had sustained any injuries from my use of force. And at that point, I was not told that anyone had been struck by my gunfire.
So you just said you asked if the suspect or if anyone else was struck by the gunfire.
That's correct.
So you weren't sure at that point? You weren't sure?
I was not certain at that point. It was, I can't describe it any more than it was just pure chaos. And at that point, I did not know if anyone else was injured from my rounds, or up until I was confirmed that you were not injured. At that point, no, I did not know if anyone was hurt until I was told that.
So would it be fair to say that, and as you just stated, you were unsure if the suspect or anyone else was injured? Would it be fair to say that there was a possibility because you did not know for certain?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustain.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Asked and answered. Next question.
After the vehicle passed you, did you observe it strike anyone?
I did not observe it strike anyone after it passed me.
Do you recall who you, well, I think you did. I think you said you gave your report to Officer Kirby. Is that correct?
Detective Kirby, yes.
I'm sorry, Detective. Do you recall telling Detective Kirby that you were unaware of a vehicle on the parade route and you were unaware of people being injured?
Yes, I previously stated that.
Were you able to make out a license plates from the vehicle when it passed you?
I later learned that I must have, but I do not recall that.
So from what you recall at the time that the vehicle was passing, you don't recall getting a license plate?
At this time, I do not recall the license plate, but after I shot at the vehicle, I then responded up Main Street and started triaging victims. And after doing that, I met with officers, and because I couldn't get on the radio and give out as much information as I wanted to. So when I spoke with other officers, that's when I explained to them that I was the one that had shot. It was not a suspect shooting, it was me. And that the vehicle in question was a red Ford Escape. And I believe I was talking to Detective Casey, Specialist Moss. I believe there might have been another officer there as well. And I must have provided a license plate to Detective Casey during that debrief on scene. I did not know about that until about 2 days later when I gave my statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, because that is when I was informed by Detective Casey that I had actually provided him a correct license plate, but I don't remember that.
Any reason why you didn't mention the license plate in your report?
Because like I stated, I don't remember it.
So it'd be fair to say if you don't remember it, then it's a possibility that you didn't get the license plate number.
I would say that if Detective Casey is telling me that I told him on scene during a traumatic incident that I provided him the license plate of the vehicle, I'd have to believe that Detective Casey is correct. There's many things that you do not remember during a traumatic incident, and I believe that's because your brain prevents you from remembering everything.
So you would describe it as a traumatic incident, but you do recall using deadly force and recalling what you was aiming for, but not the license plate or anything else like that.
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that because you describe it as a traumatic event, that there was a lot of things that you probably don't recall about the incident?
I would agree with that. I would think that there's a lot of things when I started going up West Main Street and started seeing the absolute destruction. I know there's things that I did and saw that I don't really remember, and I don't really want to remember.
Will one of those possibly be the suspect that you keep naming?
No.
And how did you come to the knowledge of the make and model of the vehicle when on the exhibit that was shown, you only had interaction with it for a few seconds? How were you able to make out the make and the model of the vehicle?
Because that vehicle model has been out for quite some time, and I'm halfway decent with vehicles, and I readily recognize that it was a Ford Escape.
So you've seen many Ford Escapes?
Yes.
And you said the model has been out for some time. So what do you mean by that? Do you mean
It's
was an older
2022
model?
now, and that Ford model was approximately a 2008-ish to maybe a 2011, 2010-ish. So yeah, they've been out for over a decade.
And how did you come to that knowledge of the estimate of the years that the model could have been? That would you agree that that's pretty difficult to know just off the bat?
No.
Would that be fair to say?
No.
So it would be pretty easy to tell the make and model in year of a vehicle just by looking at it.
That is correct.
So it'd be fair to say if someone had a vehicle right here in front of you, you'd be able to tell just by looking at it for a couple of seconds the make, the model, and the year.
Depending on what vehicle it is, yeah, quite likely. I'm decent with vehicles.
What do you mean by decent?
I can recognize many vehicles that are manufactured. Part of being a police officer is dealing with vehicles. We run a lot of vehicle registration plates. So when you match the registration to a vehicle on a response, you become very well accustomed to the many different vehicles that are manufactured.
Did you at any time see the registration of the vehicle that passed you?
Like I stated previous, I debriefed with Detective Casey during the incident, And he stated that I gave him a registration number, a registration plate for it. I do not recall giving him that registration plate, but Detective Casey informed me that I provided him a correct license plate for that vehicle.
Would it be fair to say that a registration kit would it be fair to say that that automatically links to the make and model and year of the car? Would it be fair to say that? That if you rent, or if we're judging by the license plates, if you were conducting a stop, and to do that, you will have to run the license plates. Would it be fair to say that all that information would come up in your computer when you run the license plate? That'd be fair to say?
You had a lot of questions right there. So
okay, let me back up then. So if you were conducting a traffic stop,
okay,
and you pulled up the license plates of the vehicle that you were stopping,
okay,
would the information registered to that vehicle show in your computer?
If the license plate is actually accurate and current to that actual vehicle, yes.
Just so we're clear, the information would come up though.
That is correct. It should, as long as the system is working.
And did you have a system or any equipment that could have assisted you in learning the make and the model and year of the vehicle at the time of the incident?
No, I was on foot with no other equipment.
So is it fair to say that you did not know that information until later when you were told by Detective Casey or another detective?
No, because like I previously stated, I can recognize vehicles pretty well, and I knew it was a Ford Escape, and I knew the approximate year of it.
You did testify that, and you can also see from the exhibit video that the front end of the vehicle was damaged. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And you can still make out the make and model and year of the vehicle with extensive damage.
That is correct.
Could you see the emblem of the vehicle at that point?
I don't recall if I saw an emblem or not. I know the body style of the vehicle, and I knew it was a Ford Escape.
Would it be fair to say that many SUVs have the same type of body build?
I'm sure some vehicles do look similar.
So that would it be fair to say that there's a possibility that you could not make out the make and model and year of the vehicle, especially with it being extensively damaged to the front?
No, I was confident that it was a Ford Escape.
Did you notice any tints on that vehicle?
The front windshield that I looked through, I know was not tinted, or it was not tinted enough to not make me recognize you.
Did you see any tints on the side of the vehicle?
Not that I recall. And if they were, they weren't that dark.
You don't recall, though, for sure, if there were any tints to any windows of the vehicle you saw?
Well, all windows are tinted to some extent. It just depends on to what percentage of tint that they come with. So I'm sure there is tint on the windows, because vehicles come from the factory with some level of window tint. So I guess to your question, was there any window tint? I'm sure there was, but not to a degree that would prevent me from seeing who was driving it.
Explain what you mean by tint percentage.
So there's different varying degrees of tint that you can put on vehicles.
Can you elaborate for the jury?
I'll check.
Rounds.
I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Brooks, please ask your question again.
You stated that all cars come from the manufacturer with some level of tint, but you made a reference to percentage.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on percentage what would constitute a darker tint versus a lighter tint?
Well, you've asked two questions now, so which one do you want them to answer first?
The last one, I'm sorry.
Oh
So
my
you're asking
God, I
about
can't take it.
lighter
About the 10
versus darker.
percentage. About the 10%.
So like a 50% tint would be a lighter tint than like a 35% tint.
So the lower the percentage, the darker the tint.
That is correct.
Okay. You stated that you're pretty decent with making out make and model and years of vehicles based on your line of work. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Would you know of the make and model of the vehicle that you saw that day?
I'm back.
Would you know if
Back
those
in the office.
model vehicles come from
But
the
I'm having my lunch, so
manufacturer
I'm going
with
to keep
any
the
tint?
camera off.
To be honest with you, I don't work for Ford, so I don't know if they come with tint, but I would assume as most vehicles, when they come from the factory, they come with some sort of tint. I believe usually the front is approximately 50% tint and the rears are usually, I think, 25 or 30 or something like that.
So from your knowledge, the backer windows are usually coming from the manufacturer, maybe a little bit darker than the front.
Correct.
No further questions.
Very briefly, thank you. So the barricades that we saw at the intersection where you were posted, those have been blown over by the wind?
Yes. So when I deployed the barricades initially, standing upright, they kept on blowing directly, like right off the street. So I tipped them down on their sides so they wouldn't, I guess, catch as much wind and they wouldn't blow all over the place.
Did those barricades appear to slow down the SUV as it drove through them?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, he may answer, given all of the cross.
No, it did not slow the vehicle down at all.
You discharged your firearm 3 times toward the vehicle?
That is correct.
Did all 3 rounds strike the vehicle?
Yes, they did.
Can we please put up for the jury exhibit number 3, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
We're going to start at the 2-minute and 59-second mark if we can. And while we're working on that, can we please clear the screen down? Thank you.
What exhibit is that?
3. We're at the 2:58-second mark on this exhibit number 3. Do you see a vehicle on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be the same color of vehicle you saw drive through the intersection where you were posted?
Yes.
Let's play from this second, please. Pause. We paused at 3:02. Does that appear to be the same make and model as the SUV you saw driving through the intersection?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, it does.
Is there a difference between this vehicle and the vehicle you saw at your intersection?
The difference in the vehicle is that there's no damage on this one.
Okay, let's play again from this point.
Delia, we hope it's just the battery for his truck, but we don't know. He ordered one. He had to jump my daughter's car several times, and so he thinks that it drained his battery.
Pause. Paused at 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Did you see a person wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt in that clip?
Yes, I did.
Was the appearance of that person and their clothing consistent with the person you saw driving the SUV through your intersection?
Objection, speculation, 2 different incidents.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Could we please put up for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been received and published?
Go ahead.
Okay. You see the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a vehicle consistent with the one you saw driving through your intersection?
Yes.
And the person seated in the driver's seat,
That is so
that
clearly
the same
him.
person you saw driving that red SUV?
Yes.
We put up for everybody, please, exhibit number 9.
Go ahead.
You see the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle that you saw driving through the intersection of Wisconsin and Maine?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same driver of that same vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Will you please put up for everybody exhibit number 169, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
See the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle that you saw drive through the intersection of Wisconsin and Maine?
Yes.
Don't get me
Does that appear to
started,
be the same
Kamala.
driver?
That story
Yes.
makes me so pissed off.
What's going on with the front
Van
passenger
Gogh.
window?
Oh,
Looks like
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
it looks like it's rolled down.
So if someone had, before this incident, painted that window black, covered it in a black paper bag, and taped it up with duct tape, and then rolled the window down, would that have prevented you from seeing through the front passenger window?
Objection, speculation.
No.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Who was the person depicted in exhibits number 120, number 9, and number 169?
Darrell Brooks.
Thank you.
Objection, I do not consent to being called their name.
Your objections noted, however, the jury is
You already-
advised to disregard as it's not testimony. It's a comment. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And I appreciate the patience of everyone as we concluded with that witness. We will now take our lunch break. It's 12:58.
dang it,
I'll
I'm
give the
still eating.
jurors,
I can't eat on camera. I'm gonna
I'll
have
have
to
the
put my
parties
burrito
come
down.
back at 2 o'clock and the jurors probably shortly after that. So thank you, everyone. Please rise for the jury.
All right, all right. Let me put my food down. That's good for me. I need to put my food down. And now I'm afraid I have stuff in my teeth, though. All right, hold on. All right. Let me turn the volume on this down so I don't have to hear it in my ears. Hello, everyone. I am back. I am back from the car fiasco. And it's going to be a lot of money. So I am, we stopped at Chipotle. They have a new, what the hell did they put on their chips, by the way? Some kind of like limey salt concoction that they throw on there that is really delicious. I mean, really, really good. And they're my favorite chips in the whole world. And I should not eat them because I'm complaining that I need to lose 10 more pounds. And, you know, I'm snacking away on Chipotle chips. But in my defense, that's really the only thing that there is to eat when you're out and about. So anyway, they have this new steak at Chipotle. Some kind of garlic something. It's pretty good. Normally I like the barbacoa beef, but today I tried the new steak and it's good. Yeah, those salty lime chips are so good. All right, so for those of you wondering, the Rumble browser seems to be working fine. It is the Rumble app that is still not working, and Rumble didn't give me much of an explanation. They just said, yeah, we're doing updates. It should resolve shortly. And that was like, I don't know what, half hour ago. And it has not resolved. This is what they said. Working on some updates. This should resolve shortly. Okay. So I'm sure they're working on it, and hopefully it will get better. I am a little annoyed though that the app is not working for people. All right, so what do we want to talk about? So weren't we talking about, you guys brought something up while I was watching this with you. And I don't remember what it was. You were asking me if I was following some story. What was it? I've got stuff stuck in my teeth. Nick says, I can see your stream on the Android app, but not the browser. Oh, geez. Yeah. I am not going to pay Nick to fat shame me. No way, man. Just the fear of it made me lose 20 pounds. All right. So I guess some of you are saying the browser is not working, and the app is working for you, but not the browser. So that's strange. I don't know. I can't explain it. I don't know what Rumble is doing. I can see it on my account, but on the browser, it seems fine. And I can see the live chat and everything, but yeah. All right. Don't forget to hit that Rumble Plus button and share the stream and try and get more people in here. And let's talk about what's in the news, shall we? I know. Let's watch some more clips from last night. So, where did I put it? So I've been using my YouTube channel to put clips on and bring people to Rumble. So I uploaded a couple clips this morning of the based Muslim dads in front of the groomer school board. And this one's a good one. So let's pull him up, because this is great. All right, here's my channel. Here's what it looks like. Let's pull this up. Oh no, no ads. Nobody needs this.
I'm not against anything. I'm not
I
against
like
the
the
game.
body
I'm not
cam.
against anything.
He's wearing
I'm
a body
against the
cam,
books.
this guy.
Okay, don't sit here and say that people
I don't know why
sitting
it's
here
so
coming to you guys
blurry.
and just
That's weird. It
telling
wasn't
you,
blurry
oh,
when
we
I
want these
uploaded it.
books out. You worried about the gay people? No problem. We're not worried about the gay people. We're worried about our children. Okay. And second of all, I don't want to hear anybody, okay, sitting there saying, oh, you guys are offending the gay. These are kids. They can be 18. If they want to become gay, let them become gay. Who cares? It's not our problem. We don't want kids to have access to these books. It's nice and simple. I'm not going to address the situation no more. It is. It is what it is. And the only person that's behind this is Rashida Tlaib.
Oh.
Do not vote
Oh.
for Rashida Tlaib.
Oh, there
It's
it
nice
is.
and simple.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Rashida Tlaib. Thank you for saying
Next speaker is Mrs. Patricia
Holy
Jones
shit.
Hartson.
The
She would like
Muslims
to
just
speak
got,
to the board
they just
about
got red pill,
inclusion
dude.
and current
The big red pill in Dearborn. Here it is. Oh my God. Rashida Tlaib is getting called out by her own community for being a groomer. Yeah, and Rashida Tlaib, so that made me really excited because Rashida Tlaib, is one of these people. She's very far left. She's a part of the squad with AOC. Very, very far left, ushering in all kinds of crazy policies in a community that is very conservative, and yet she is like a far left whack job. Like she's like a university level whack job, and it's fun to see them figure it out. Now, some of the people in the chat who were in Michigan last night told me that they're like, yeah, well, this is great now, but they voted for these people and they're going to vote for the same people again. Well, let's hope they don't. And let's hope that this does something to wake them up. And I do think it could be a massive red pill, because it is a little confusing to me why a community that is so conservative as the Muslim community is, because they're, religious and devout and all that. Why do they keep voting for Democrats who are pro-abortion, pro-groomer, letting kids cut off their body parts without parental consent, letting them get abortions without parental consent? Muslims don't go for abortion. So it's confusing to me why they continue to vote the way they do, and I hope that it will change. I mean, like, let's be honest. A lot of it probably is culturally motivated. Rashida Tlaib is one of them. So they think. But she's not really. She is dedicated to being a radical. She's a radical member of the grooming cult. She's a radical. Okay, so Scattergun has an interesting point. You said one word, immigration. But there's not a large contingent of people from Muslim countries immigrating here illegally. Right? Right? They normally come here on work visas or educational visas, which is a legal way to come into this country. They're not the ones coming across the border. Those people are coming from Guatemala and South America. So I don't know if that's it. And I can't imagine the people who came here legally and like went through this whole process of, that's difficult, this difficult process of getting the visa and doing all the things that you have to do to get here legally. Well, look, I'm not saying that they're here on visas right now. I'm saying a lot of them entered the country that way and then gained citizenship through that process. And many of them are born here. I mean, there were a ton of people at this meeting that had no accents at all, like clearly born in America, American accents. So, and legal refugees. Thank you for pointing that out, Nick. So I don't see like a lot of them being really in favor of people crossing the border illegally. I don't think that's it. I think it's more of like a sense of community, like Rashida Tlaib is one of them, but maybe they're noticing she's not one of them at this moment, because she's pushing through these radical ideologies that nobody really wants. God, I hate this lighting. Hold on, I gotta change it. Ooh, no, that's too blue. This lighting is just not good. Hold on. Let me turn it down a little. It's a little too bright. I didn't put on any makeup today. I rolled out of bed and now, I'm on camera. What I was hoping to keep the camera off most of the time. I'm looking a little pale today. Just a little color in the cheeks. All right. Anyway, let's see what else is going on in the world, shall we? Because we've got some time now. Let's find out what's happening over on Twitter. Did anybody see the Rekieta's show last night? Because I only got to watch some of it, but it was so funny. He was doing a takedown of one of his trolls and stalkers. Let's see what's happening. Oh no, President Trump is trending. That can't be good. I'm not even going to click on it. I refuse. Are any of you using the alternative, whatchamacallits, Truth Social? Is anybody using Truth Social? I can't stand all these alternative social media platforms, I swear. Everyone wants me to get on them, and then I do get on them, and I can't use them. They're not conducive to using. Like, I don't want to go to 6 different social media sites to put things on, which is why I think you should all follow me at meganfox.locals.com, because I have found that to be a very easy way to communicate with people. That's where I post the links to the live streams that I'm doing and all the other things. But I'm on Twitter. Like, I can't get off Twitter. I'm addicted to Twitter. Like, Twitter's my jam. And if I ever get kicked off Twitter, I'm going to be very, very sad. Very sad. Those of you who are on Twitter should go to at Rekieta Law 50, which has been retweeting or tweeting out Rekieta Law YouTube clips that that editor Ryan is putting up. And they're really funny. And so that's on Twitter at Rekieta Law 50. Oh, here's Drex. Oh, Drex is waving at me on Twitter. That's funny. He liked He liked my video of the rainbow lady. You're denying my right to exist for not giving kids porn. That lady? Drex liked it. That's funny. I want to have Drex on, actually. I think that would be a really fun show. And I have asked, I've sent him a message and I told him, to pop on whenever, because I would love to have him on. So that'll be fun. All right. What is happening? Hold on. I got to catch up on what's going on Twitter. Hold on. Huh. So apparently, this is fun. Let's see, maybe we'll watch this. I didn't see this yet. California mom obliterates school board over family-friendly Halloween drag show, pimping out our kids. This was on Tucker last night. See if I can share this. Oh, I saw the picture of Drex in the sweater vest. It was absolutely hysterical. Oh my gosh. Died laughing. It was so funny with the simp face. Yeah. Fantastic. All right. Here we go. Please play. What is this? Don't you hate when they embed videos into articles that all you get are ads and then they make you sit through them for the entire
Well, the
freaking
Attorney General of the United
Here we
States,
go.
Merrick Garland, has ordered federal agents to investigate parents who dare to complain about their school boards. In particular, parents are no longer allowed to say anything when creepy adults sexualize their children. Come to my van, little girl. I've got some candy. Don't say a word. But that has not kept some parents quiet. In San Diego County, California, one mother, called Brittany Mayer, noticed that her school board was supposed to be educating her children, had instead invited them to a, quote, family-friendly drag show sponsored by a San Francisco Gender Reassignment Surgery Center and a nightclub.
Jesus, take the
Here's
wheel.
what she said at a recent meeting of the Encinitas Union School Board, which promoted the event.
What is it about a grown man costumed in a sparkly bra with augmented boobs busting out, a leather miniskirt barely covering his twerking ass, a tuck tape on his front while spreading his fish-netted legs
Gross.
as he writhes on the ground, grinding his groin next to a minor, family-friendly? You owe us an answer. We have a culture that has a massive problem with child porn, with sex trafficking. You, a little school district board of adults, made the decision to feature an event to hypersexualize young children. Do you want to know that the word that defines that? It's groomer. You all played the activist pimp for an Align Surgical Center and for a 21 plus gay bar. It makes you groomers and activist pimps, and we won't have those sitting on a school board who oversees the education of our children.
Brittany Mayer was not arrested, apparently, because she's joining us tonight, and we're glad that she is. Brittany, thanks so much for coming on. So this is the school that's supposed to be educating your kids, and they're sexualizing your kids. How did you find out about this?
So the Union School District took it upon themselves to send out the invitation to all families in Encinitas. And they actually have, it's interesting, they have an approval process that they violated. It says in their rules of conduct that they can't send out anything that is lewd, that is political, that is controversial. And they decided to send out a Boo Bash invitation that is sponsored by a gender reassignment clinic out in San Francisco and a 21 plus gay nightclub in San Diego. So to say we were confused would be an understatement.
What does this have to do with educating your children?
Well, that's a really good question, Tucker. And we asked the board again and again to reconsider and to issue an apology and an explanation, which they didn't, which is why we decided to show up. And I want to make it really clear that this is not an isolated incident. This is coming to every school across the nation. And if you think that it's just going to stay in California, you're dead wrong. This is coming everywhere. And it's why we stood up
even
and
in
we said, we're going
Oklahoma.
to nip this in the bud. We're not going to play by the rules that we're supposed to be afraid that we're going to be
Read the
punished if
ticker,
we don't
Adam.
speak up now. And
Read the
I hope
ticker.
that this breeds courage for parents all over the nation who see this trend starting to change where, like you just said, our kids aren't being educated in the fundamentals. They're being hypersexualized. And we are done with this.
How is this different from pedophilia? Do you know?
Say that again.
How is this different from pedophilia?
Well, it sounds like it's one and the same. And, you know, that's why I made it really clear that you can slap labels on anything. You can make anything family friendly that you want. And that's the danger of this ideology, is that we're being told to use new terms and new language, which is, I think we do a disservice when we play by those rules. We need to
Yes.
stand up and use the words as the
Yeah,
words.
this isn't
the words that
LGBTQ
we know
anything.
what
It's
they mean.
pedophilia.
And
Stop
what
it.
those adults are doing is they're pimping out our kids to gender reassignment clinics, and they're
Mhm.
pimping them out to 21 plus nightclubs. And like I said, it's coming all over the nation. And we need to now use brave words and words with meaning and call it like it is.
Yeah. I mean, I just have sat in
Based.
awe and watched passive parents let creepy adults sexualize their children. And it's just so gratifying to see someone say enough. So thank you for doing that and for telling us
Enough
about
is
it
enough.
tonight.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. I'm tired of it too. I'm sick and tired. Thanks, Nils has sent that to me. Thank you very much. I'm sick and tired of this. I'm so tired of the sexualization of our kids, and that's something that we should keep saying is this is not about being gay, unless your definition of being gay is someone who's hypersexualized. Is that your definition of being gay? Someone who is inappropriate sexually? Because all of this shit is inappropriate. That's what it is. So I've had enough of this, and it looks like the Muslims in Dearborn have had enough of it too. And I'm happy, man, happy to stand with them to say no more of this. We will have no more. Now, you guys asked me, did Stephanie Butler get back to me? She responded to me and said hello, but no, she has not responded after that. I have asked her, you know, should I call her? Give her a call right now? I don't want to do it. I'll put myself on mute. Or let's see, I'll let you watch something here. Hold on. Let's I'll let you watch some of the I'll let you watch the Muslims v. Groomers Dearborn School Board, a little bit of that while I call her, so that you're not bored. Here we go. You're asking for objection hearsay? Would you rather hear music? I'll get copyright struck on YouTube, unfortunately. So let's do this.
To vote in or out.
Next speaker is Miss Kathy Martin of Dearborn Heights. Would like to speak to the board on welcoming all our students.
May I also please remind people again, do not use names.
They cannot do that. They cannot say you can't use names at a public board meeting. That's breaking the law.
I'm Kathy Martin, and I've worked in Dearborn for 20 years. As educators, one of our main roles is to advocate for students. In advocating for students, we also advocate for parental collaboration. And we want parents involved in their own education. So I'm really happy to see so many people have turned out, and I hope to see every one of my students' parents at parent-teacher conferences this year. Becoming an educator is a calling. If you ask most educators, many will tell you that they knew their career path at a very young age. I personally knew by the time I was in second grade. We entered knowing that we are in a lifetime commitment to young people. We were called to enter a field where we are paid less than professionals with the same level of education. We were called to enter a field, takes us from our own children so we can tend to. We are called to enter a field where we are underappreciated and overworked. In addition to teaching reading, writing, math, and history, we teach kids how to get along, how to solve problems, and how to be good citizens in democracy. This is a labor of love. We do this because we have been called to be here. Our career is our purpose. We signed up for the good, bad, and ugly. We did not sign up to be political pawns. I can't stand idly by while public education is vilified for political gain. I've seen a quote stating that students who are loved at home come to school to learn, and students who aren't come to school
of hate and unacceptance. Some are loud and proud of hate and unacceptance at both sides and peacefully themselves. Thank you.
Wine mom.
Next speaker is Joho.
Met with loud
Would
booing.
like to speak to the board on transgender and
LOL.
queers in DPS.
Hi, I'm JoJo. I'm an alumni of DPS, and I started working at a school running a before and after school program.
Guess which side
I
she's
am
on.
queer and transgender. More specifically, I am non-binary and I use they, them pronouns.
No shit.
While this is a huge part of my overall identity, and I am very proud to be queer and transgender, it is not my entire identity. When you are young, it is incredibly difficult to be unable to put names
Holy
to what
shit.
you're feeling and experiencing. It was only very recently I was able to put the name to the cold, lonely, and isolating feeling I get as gender dysphoria. Had I been aware of the books and resources available to students in the library, I have no doubt I would have had an easier time
Boo
accepting
louder.
myself and relating
Please
to others in
allow
world.
the speaker to
Boo.
speak.
Don't
Being
tell people what to do.
LGBTQ plus is not a choice, and it is so hard to have your mind stuck in a body you feel isn't your own while people hate you for the very thing out of your control. People who don't know the first thing about you, only that you're different from them, so you must be evil. I honestly don't want to be here, but I know what it's like to have been a queer and trans student and now a staff member. I personally found a way to deal with the blatant transphobia I faced as a student through my peers and staff members, even though I still deal with it on a daily basis. I refuse to let other children be traumatized in the same way I was.
We
I
want
need
you
to
away
fight
from
for
our
the queer and
kids.
transgender kids because I was
No, you
one of them
don't.
and I didn't have
Leave our
anyone in the
kids
system
alone.
fighting for me. I'm 19 and I'm so
You don't
tired.
have
I
any
feel it
kids.
in my bones, but I will not
Leave our
give in to
kids
the
alone.
hatred. We are here, we are queer, and we're not going
Teach
anywhere.
your kids whatever you want.
LGBTQ plus people will keep existing
Leave
in the
our
world
kids
whether or
alone.
not you want to erase our existences. And if you take these books out of schools where children are sent to learn, you are aiding and endangering LGBTQ youth's lives. I stand firm in what I believe and I will not back down. It's as simple as not buying mustard if you don't like it. If you don't want to read it, don't
This
check
is
it
better
out.
than the Super
If
Bowl.
these books are banned,
Holy
the only
shit.
other alternative would be to turn to the internet, a wildly vast place full of misinformation and bigotry. These books written by queer and transgender authors for queer and transgender kids are the most reliable and safe option. My
Reliable
question
and
is,
safe.
why would you take this resource from kids who need it? Don't pretend you're all doing this for anyone except yourselves. You aren't protecting your children. You're all.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, they turned
Next
the
speaker is
microphone off.
Abdul
So that was
Nasser
fun.
Najjar of Dearborn.
All right.
Would like to speak
So
to the
if
board on
you
book selection.
want, oh, what am I doing?
While we're waiting for that
Hit
speaker,
that
I
Rumble
just want to
Plus
say
button.
one
Hold on a
thing real
second.
quickly.
Smack that Rumble Plus. Okay, so if you want to see the full video, and I highly recommend that you do, it's only 2.5 hours, I think, but it's worth it. I'm going to drop it in the chat so you guys can go and find that later, because it's highly, highly entertaining. Highly entertaining, you guys. All right. Let's go over the important things, shall we? There's new merch. Do you know about the new merch? Let's actually go over to the store, shall we? I'm going to show you the store. I've had a merch shop for a while, but YouTube is so cucked and stupid that it won't let me attach it to my channel. So we have new merch at the store. There's mugs that say, would it be fair to say grounds? There's sweatshirts in prison orange, which I think is appropriate. And on the back, there's my handy dandy little logo on the back, which is fun for confusing people. Now, I don't know why this stupid one made itself in yellow. I didn't mean to. So just ignore that and go to the other t-shirt that I made in blue. And I made one in orange too. It comes in blue and it comes in orange. I thought the blue was funny for the sign, you know, the objection sign that he had to hold. This one. Yesterday on Twitter, I put pictures of the merch up, and some Karen was like, "This is totally inappropriate to make merch about this." Is it though? You know, this trial is really frustrating for everyone, and it's okay to laugh when you can. I promise you that the proceeds aren't going anywhere near Darrell Brooks. They're coming to me for my car problems, which are considerable at this point. Can I just say that I have spent about $3,000 just on my car this year because I had all kind of car problems with my car. Then we go out to go get my daughter's car, which has tons of problems, and my husband's truck won't start. You guys, it has been nothing. It's raining and pouring. Christopher Nicholson sent a super chat. Thank you, Christopher. Says these third worlders are accidentally right about this issue. The same people would cheer if the school board banned criticism of Muhammad. Hard choice, but SJWs are greater than them. No, I disagree. Christopher, I disagree. If you had to make me choose, if I had to choose between living under an LGBTQ totalitarian regime and a Muslim regime, I think I pick the Muslims at this point. That's how much I hate the grooming of children into pedophilia and whatever the hell else is going on. Because there's some stuff going on. Let me tell you, the gender stuff is worse than anything I've ever seen. Worse than anything I've ever seen. This teaching children that they're in the wrong bodies and that they can medicalize and get on big pharma medicine forever. That is the most dangerous crap I have ever seen. All right, so here's the rest of the stuff in the store because this stuff is fun too. I made a mug that said, "I support the current thing." This one's a fun one. Just in case you don't really know what you're supposed to support, this mug does it for you. It's got the Ukrainian flag. It's got the transgender flag. It's got the actually, I can't even identify the rest of the flags in that photo, but it's got a mask. It's got vaccines. It's got everything you could, the BLM fist, everything you could possibly need to support is jammed onto this mug. It's a good one. I highly recommend picking that up. And then there's the Johnny Depp merchandise. We have the Frosty at the drop of a hat mug, time for a mega pint. That comes in t-shirts and tank tops and stickers. And my favorite, which is this stainless steel mega pint. Love that. Stickers. I've got one of those on my computer. And actually people have said things to me like, "Oh my God, I love that sticker." I mean, you'd be surprised how many people watched that trial. There's beer glasses. I have my Make Americans Friends Again merch, which comes in mugs and beer glasses and sweatshirts, I believe. Let me see. Where's the rest of this? Make Americans Friends Again. My store is not as organized as I would like it to be. I've got my pronouns are winner and winning. Oh, here's the beer glass. I love this one. I have this one. This is a good glass. And there's sweatshirts that are Make Americans Friends Again as well. And I made them red and blue, just to make the point that people on both sides of politics can come together as friends and have a beer once in a while and not treat each other like enemies. Because I think most normal people, regardless of who they vote for, we can all come to common ground. We saw that yesterday when Sean Kohlmeyer was on the show, and he's a total far lefty. And he's like, we've already come to an agreement that these books ought to be in a restricted section somewhere in the library that says controversial books, so that everybody knows that you're not fooling anyone and no one's picking it up without knowing that there's something in here that you should be aware of. The first merch I ever made was this one, the I Survived and Just Like That with YouTube group therapy wine cooler and mug. Those were fun. The Sex and the City spinoff, you ever seen that? It's terrible. I've got that in Make Americans Friends Again as well. We've got the Bitch Switch t-shirts, and I love this crop sweatshirt. It says, "It's all fun and games until somebody flips the bitch switch." I love this. So fun. So you can check those out in the merch store. I will drop a link in the description. I also have Keep Calm and Sue Everyone, which is my motto and has been my motto for a very long time. Because, eventually you do have to sue these people when they step over the line, when they violate your constitutional rights. That's the only thing that will stop it. We've got the women's cut in the t-shirts as well. I've got everything in here. There's just literally nothing I don't have. I've got Objection Hearsay t-shirts, Objection Hearsay mugs, water bottles, feminine cut t-shirts, sweatshirts. My favorite sweatshirt. It's so soft. Here's the Make Americans Friends Again sweatshirt. They come in blue and red, so you can pick a side. I should make one in green for the Green Party. Are there any of those that actually exist anymore? I'm not really sure. But I do love the message that this sends, and I do believe in it. I believe that everyone is welcome here, everyone is welcome to have their opinion, and I welcome it all, and I welcome all of you. So I'm just glad that you're here. All right. So let me drop the link in the chat for you guys for the store, and you can go check that out. And of course, we have the new grounds merch, which is great and will help me fix my cars, all the cars that apparently need fixing all at the same time. For crying out loud. All right, Rumble. I see you're getting picky over there about a pint. And what's a pint? Well, they only had 16 ounces. That's all they had. You know? What could I do? I couldn't make them make a 20-ounce one. Oh, this is so funny. I'm going back to your comments here. Sinbad says, Megan, between your merch and Tugs, my cart is overflowing. Well, you're helping out your favorite creators, and that's a good thing to do, especially because the cars are breaking down all around me. I got when we got in my car to go over and get the other car that's at the other. I was thinking to myself, God, I hope this car works. Like baby it a little. I mean, our cars are all getting to the end of their lives, I think. We've paid them up. But see, this is the worst part. We've paid them off. So we don't have any car payments, and I don't want to get a new car. I can't have a car payment right now. These cars have to last. So, man. Rants for car repairs, people. Rants for car repair. All right, let's see. Where's Gadfly? I don't know. He doesn't work for me. And it's really out of the goodness of his own heart that he comes and hangs out as long as he does sometimes. And he is so generous to do that. Did I give up on? I didn't give up on Trump. I just think he made too many mistakes. And I don't give people, I don't want him back because I don't trust he won't make the same mistakes. Now, he did a lot of good things that I liked, but I think that the environment, he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the environment he's in or how dangerous it was. And I don't think he is equipped to hire the right people. And he's still got that idiot son-in-law of his that he lets run everything. And that guy is no good. He's bad news, in my opinion. And so I just think, and also I also have the opinion that elderly people who are 70 and above should retire from public life. I think all of them who are 70 and older, that should be the age cutoff. That's when you go and you enjoy your grandchildren and you hang out, you play golf, and like you think about your life and enjoy your family at that time. You do not run for president or senator or anything else after 70. You go and you retire and you let the young people take over because, Generation X has been so kept out of everything because we're a small generation, and the boomers just will not give up the power. They refuse. Look at how many octogenarians are running Washington, D.C. It's absolutely shameful that Nancy Pelosi, who is a walking skeleton, sustained by only box wine, this woman is still holding the reins of power. She has been in public life since like JFK. It's ridiculous. She does not, her generation cannot possibly relate to the rest of us, the majority of us. And so that's part of it too. I feel no one after 70 should be elected anymore to anything. So yeah, Florida man 2024, Heavy D. Absolutely. That's who I'm going to support. But I don't care who you support for president. I don't care who you support for president. I don't care who you vote for. I hope that you vote for people who agree with freedom and are aligned with liberty as much as possible. I think they're all pretty shitty. But no one is shittier than today's Democrats. I will tell you that much for sure. For sure. Nick Deb says, no president for ages has managed to do so much work for good in so short of a time. That says something considering all the opposition he had to fight. I agree with you. I think he did a lot of good things, but he also made a lot of mistakes. And I don't think that the environment is right for him. And I don't think that a second go around is going to fix anything. I think what we need is a younger man, a much younger man, a man from Generation X, or a woman for that matter, from Generation X, who understands freedom and liberty, who has fought for freedom and liberty. And right now, DeSantis has been the only one who has done that. Now, I agree with you, Delia, that DeSantis is great at the state level. Federal is a different ballgame. I agree. And it makes me scared to actually think about him leaving Florida, because Florida is a very important state for Republicans and they need to hang on to it. And he can obviously hang on to it very easily because of how well he has done. No, I don't mean that 70-year-olds should not have a voice in what's affecting them. They're welcome to vote. I just don't think they should be able to run for office. I think there should be an age cutoff. There is an age limit to be the president. You can't be the president unless you're 35 years old. Why do we have that? Why is there an age limit? An age requirement to be president? Well, if there is a younger age requirement, there should also be an older age requirement, so that we do not have what is happening now, where someone is clearly demented in front of us, deteriorating on the screen. Like before our very eyes, Joe Biden is deteriorating. It is a safety issue. We all know that when we reach a certain age, things start deteriorating. And 70 is my cutoff. I'm not saying all people over 70 are incompetent, but I don't want them there. I don't want these people there anymore. They've been in power for 50, 60 years. If you think that's good for freedom and liberty, it's just not. It's just not. We need to have some rules about this. And my rule would be no more 70-year-olds. Sinbad, thanks for the rant. Hashtag rants for car parts. Too bad thrift stores don't have an advanced auto section. Yes. Oh my God. That's so true. So true. Man, I hope I haven't missed any of your rants on Rumble today, you guys, because I have been... Actually, I guess I can go over to my Rumble. There is like a... Maybe I can go look. I think if I go to my earnings screen, it'll show me. It won't actually show me your rants, though. It'll just say what date they came in, so I can try to, like, I don't know. I'll look. Let's see. Today is the 14th. All right, good. I got the one that came in. Only one came in. That was yours. The hashtag rants for car parts. That's good. Yeah, see, this is why I can't buy pants, you guys. Every time I think, oh, okay, I'm going to go buy new pants, the cars break down. And so you put your priorities in line and you go take care of the cars, or your kid needs a bathing suit for swimming that's going to cost $50. And so you go buy that instead. And mom's always last. I'm always last. Dad's always last. Whatever we need always comes last, but that's the way that it is. That's the way that it goes, right? And life is just like that. And right now we're really having a rainstorm over here in the Fox household. It is raining car problems. And that wasn't what we counted on, but that is what's happening. And so we're just going to face it head on and, I don't know, hawk some stuff if we have to pay for it all. I wish I was better at selling stuff, like people sell on eBay and whatever and make money doing that. I'm just too disorganized to make that work. Feel like I can't make that work because I can't get to the post office to mail the stuff. It's weird. So apparently the hearing was at 1:30. Did we miss it? Let me go and check the Parkland thing, because there was a hearing. I wonder if, oh shoot, we may have missed it because it was at 1:30. Right, we would have been in the Brooks trial anyway. So let's see. Let me look up Parkland trial. Oh, the judge just set the hearing. I don't think they actually, or did they have the hearing? Doesn't say. Let me check on Law and Crime. It looks like the judge set the hearing, but I'm not sure if they actually had it or not for the juror who says they were intimidated or threatened by another juror. Law and Crime does not appear to have any update. Hold on, let me see. What's this? There is a video. Oh yeah, here's the motion hearing. Should we stream this for a little bit? Maybe we could see what happened, because I would like to hear about this. What is the juror complaining about? So let's see what we can. It's only 29 minutes, so maybe we can skip forward since it's already happened and find out. All right, so far we're just sitting in an empty room. Did anything actually happen here? Are we going to get volume at any time? Well, if they had this hearing, they did it with the microphones off.
And after
Here we go. Just talk.
We're here this afternoon on the state's motion to interview juror SF230. I've had the opportunity to review the state's motion as well as the defense response. Before we get into it, there is another matter that I need to place on the record. Yesterday, after the verdict was read and after I left the bench to go back to my office, the bailiffs advised me that there were two jurors that wanted to speak to me, Ms. Kunha and Mr. Binbao. I, of course, told them that that's not appropriate. I cannot speak to a juror. Then Mr. Binbao asked if there was a complaint form that he could fill out. And my answer was no. And I didn't think any more of it because I had no idea what he would be complaining about.
Well, maybe you should have asked him. That might have helped.
I didn't foresee that it was something about the trial. I thought maybe he was upset about, I don't know, parking or having to wait so long. I wasn't really sure. So I found out later that actually Mr. Binbao was trying to get my attention either during or directly after the verdict was being read. And he was saying, I need to talk to the judge. I need to talk to the judge. And I was not informed of that. And I did not see him. The bailiffs did not want him to interrupt me. So I wasn't made aware of that. And they gave him a Post-it with a pen. And then they were excused. So that's the order that I received the information, even though the order in which it happened was he tried to get my attention while we were in court. I didn't see him, and he asked to speak to me, from what I understand, a couple of times. With that, I just wanted all of the parties to be aware of exactly what happened with Mr. Binbao. Now, as far as the state's motion is concerned, I don't think the statutory requirements have been met because I don't think the state has alleged that the verdict could be subject to legal challenge. However, if there was a crime that was potentially committed in the Broward County Courthouse in the jury room, I think that if the sheriff were to look into it, that would be entirely appropriate under the circumstances.
Yes, Your Honor. May I address the court?
Sure.
Good afternoon. First of all, Your Honor, the reason the state filed the motion is that we are not seeking to set aside the verdict.
Okay.
This motion was filed for safety reasons.
Okay.
We do not have an ulterior motive, so I want to put everyone's concerns aside. However, an allegation by a juror where they leave a message that they have received what they have perceived to be a threat from a fellow juror in the jury room cannot be ignored. This is a safety issue. I repeat, we are not trying to set aside the verdict, but a prosecutor cannot ignore a phone call that a threat has been
Not
made
like the judge.
and that the person is frightened. And the reason I use the word frightened is that the support staff member who took the call said that the person who left the message was upset and then said that they seemed frightened. I did not put that in our pleading because I did not want to editorialize on the information, on the message that was conveyed. I tried to keep it factual. But if a crime was committed in the jury room, and we do not know that, and it may be nothing, but it may be something. There is no immunity for a crime that could have occurred in a jury room. The fact that it happened in a jury room does not confer immunity on what crime could have been
What was the
committed back
crime?
there.
Let's hear
And
about
it
it.
needs to be looked into. Now, the fact that they came to us, we would normally be able to, have an investigator talk to someone who makes a complaint to us. We could have, she's asked that we return the phone call. We know we cannot do that. And that the only vehicle to bring this to the courts and the party's attention is to file this motion. And we have asked an uninterested party, which would be law enforcement, to speak to the juror. Frankly, we don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole.
I understand.
Because we know that the defense will be jumping up and down and saying that we are trying to undermine verdict, which we are not trying to do. So the only reason we're doing this is that we cannot ignore a safety issue.
I agree. And certainly if there were people doing things that they were not supposed to be doing, we need to be made aware of it. Not that it's going to change the outcome, but certainly that shouldn't happen, and people shouldn't be hesitant to serve on juries in the future if they hear that jurors are not required to exhibit appropriate behavior during the deliberations.
And I would like to just put something else on the record too, Your Honor, just to dispel any speculation, and this will all be made part of the conversation on headphones, that the juror who left the message is not the same juror who left you a note which was made a part of the court file. It's a different juror.
And it's not Mr. Benbow. I mean, their names are
So-
public record, which is why I'm using them.
The jury-
Mr. Benbow,
Okay.
and
It's
it
just
is-
all
it is
messed
not
up.
the juror whose name,
It's a shit show in there.
whose note was made part of the court file yesterday. It's a different juror.
No, jurors' names
I
are
mean,
part of the
I
public
don't
record.
really think
in
there's
this
anything
case.
else to discuss.
Some states it's
The
different.
sheriff's office has jurisdiction. They've been made aware of the situation, and they can do or not do with this. I mean, I'm not going to order them to investigate it, but I think that certainly if that's a matter that they feel is appropriate for a criminal investigation, that's what they should do.
Your Honor, will you give us permission, if it was a phone message, permission to turn over the name to the court so that you can turn it over to law enforcement?
Absolutely.
You want to do that on headphones or we can give it directly?
Why don't you give it directly? I know that there is Sergeant, I called him Lieutenant the other day. He's so professional that I gave him a promotion. Sergeant Hendricks is here, and I'm sure he's our point person that he'd be happy to receive the information and pass it along. You know, we call him Jason.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge has a crush on the sergeant. All right, so that's that. Interesting. So it sounds like the judge is going to do whatever this hearing is. She's going to do it in on camera. So that should be interesting. Yeah. Okay. So they're going to let the sheriff investigate. Is basically what they're saying, and they also have to hear. They have to hear something. I don't know what. but we'll see. Lots of stuff going on in the court world, huh? Lots and lots of stuff. So how's it going over on Rumble? Let me get over there and check your chats. Make sure to hit that Rumble Plus button, or if you're on the app and I don't know if it's working yet, hit that that little boxing glove looking thing with the thumbs up. We need a name for that thing. It's really awkward to keep saying that boxing glove thing. Let me check the app. Have the updates happened yet? Is it working yet? My app's not even loading now. Oh, there it goes.
That little boxing.
Oh, yeah. No. Nope, still giving me the video unavailable. Video is marked as private or is still processing is what it says. That's annoying. So I guess, yeah, I don't know. All right, let's go back over to the Brooks thing. Nope, nothing's going on over there. So let's go over to Twitter and see if we can find anything else that's going on in the world today. So I got to write about that Virginia legislator because she's out of her freaking mind. I got to do that today. And I'm probably going to do that when the trial comes back online. I'm going to go dark probably and work on that. I have invited my sister. I've invited Sean, but people are working. Who knows what's going on? Gadfly, he's got a link if he wants to show up at some point today. I don't know if he will. But it's probably a good day for them to not show up, considering Rumble is not working so good. So it's not exactly, the numbers are not picking up in there the way they normally do. But that's okay. I'm grateful for every single one of you that is here. And we are going to be getting into the Brooks trial later. For those of you who are just tuning in, I know I've had a couple of questions. You're like, who is this Darrell Brooks guy? Darrell Brooks is the man who drove his red SUV through a Christmas parade in Waukesha. If you remember, there was a horrific attack of him driving through a crowd of people. He killed 6 people, including 3 or 4 children. We heard that testimony yesterday, and it was absolutely horrific testimony. And this man has decided that he's going to defend himself. He is the dumbest criminal on earth. He thinks he's going to get out of this somehow by saying he's not guilty and going through this trial. And really, it's just another assault on these people that didn't deserve it in the first place. Just trying to have a nice parade day with their families and friends. And this man runs them over with a car and then doesn't even have the decency to admit his guilt. And that's what we're seeing throughout this trial. Is Darrell Brooks treating our justice system? Oh no, Delia, there were 3 children at least. We heard that testimony from it was Jackson, and there wasn't one named Victoria, and I can't remember the other one's name, but we saw the autopsies of the children yesterday, and it was absolutely devastating. And so what we've witnessed in this trial is that, yes, as an American, you have the right to defend yourself at trial. Unfortunately, I think the judge missed the opportunity several times to declare him incompetent and assign him an attorney because he's making a mockery out of our system. He's making a mockery out of what our courts are supposed to be, refusing to follow court rules, pulling his sovereign citizen bullshit on the court, continuing to object every time someone uses his name. I mean, the second time he did that, after it's been explained to him that he cannot do that and that that's not a legitimate objection, I would have assigned him an attorney. I don't know why this judge is going so far out of her way. If it was 1 child and 5 adults, why did we see 3 autopsies yesterday with little child diagrams? So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Because the children were injured. Other children were injured. Oh, that's possible. Regardless, 6 people are dead, including one of the dancing grannies. I mean, that was just a terrible testimony that we heard yesterday as well. I don't know if you would call the judge coddling him. I don't know if you'd call it coddling. I think she's being very careful because she does not want to be she does not want to be in a position where he gets to appeal on the grounds that his constitutional rights were violated by her. But we've all seen what he has done. And it is so ridiculous and so over the top, an obvious waste of time. It's a waste of the court's time. It's a waste of the people's time. And most importantly, it is a waste of the victims' time and their energy and their, it's just a terrible thing that this man is doing to them. And it is so hard to watch. So I'm glad that you're all here watching it with me, because you're making a lot better. And yes, we've found a lot of things to laugh about. But we are certainly, our hearts are with the victims. Our hearts are with the families. They deserve justice. And this sure does not feel like justice. It really doesn't. And because our court system is set up to give every advantage to the accused, as is necessary for justice, that's why it's like this. It's like this because victims in court don't have as many rights as the accused, because it isn't their liberty that's at stake. In many cases, their liberty is already gone, because they're dead. And the accused has the right. And it's so hard to watch someone do this. Normally, when the accused has an attorney, because, they're smart enough to get one, this process moves on a lot faster and a lot easier and a lot smoother. But because of this man and his what I perceive to be mental disorder, or possibly a personality disorder, and lack of remorse, refusal to take responsibility, and sovereign citizen beliefs, which I believe are very dangerous. They lead people down very dangerous roads. We saw that in the Cynthia Absug case, and in other cases like Neely Blanchard, who ended up killing one of the sovereign citizens that led her astray. Because of all of those things combined, that's where we're at now with the Darrell Brooks trial, where we are sitting through with the jury and the victims and everyone else, the prosecution and the judge, being forced to watch this man make a clown of himself and a clown of this process, and insult the victims on all day long. It is so hard to watch this. I'm with Legal Vices. I want to crawl through the stream, crawl through my screen and just choke him. And it's really hard. It's so hard. It's so hard to watch this. Yeah, Nick, I kind of agree with you. Nick says the sovereign citizen thing beliefs are just a tool for him. I believe that that's probably true, because he's not even very well versed in his sovereign citizenship beliefs. He just uses it to throw a wrench in the works, to drag it out as long as possible. What's happening here is that there is a train, and it is barreling down the tracks, and Darrell Brooks is strapped onto the tracks, and that train is going to hit him. And he's doing everything he can to just slow that train down. He must know by now that the train is going to hit him. He can't stop it. But he's trying to slow it down, as if going to jail a week from now is better than going to jail tomorrow. But he's in jail anyway. Like, he's sitting in jail every night. So it's crazy. It's just stupid. And it's very hard to watch this. So I'm checking in with the court. Seems like they're still not back from their lunch. I don't remember what they said. Does anyone remember how long they said they would be gone? Probably an hour and a half. And I didn't look at the clock. I think it was maybe 2:15 or 2:30. So I'm feeling tired today. Not feeling particularly inspired to talk about stuff. Is that a problem? Oh man. Hold on. Let's see what else is going on here. You want to scroll Twitter with me? Let's do that. Let's do my favorite activity. Let's scroll through Twitter together and see what we find. What is this Kanye West hubbub? I don't know what it is. Oh, did he say something anti-Semitic or whatever? Again, who cares? I don't know. I mean, Ben Shapiro certainly has the right to say something about it if he wants, if he's upset about it. But again, I know Ben defends free speech, but why shouldn't Candace Owens continue to be friends with someone who said something that maybe she doesn't agree with? This is the thing that kind of bothers me. Should we see what Ben has to say? I still don't even know what Kanye said, because to me it doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter what he said. I don't think that you should be losing friends over stuff you said, because we're individuals, right? Oh, so where did it go? We're individuals. Everybody has their own opinion on things, and we don't have to agree on everything to be friends. The Daily Wire founder Ben Shapiro is criticizing his employee, Blexit founder and conservative superstar Candace Owens, over standing with Kanye West as he has made politically incorrect comments about the Jewish people. What is it that he said? Shapiro, a former Never Trumper, said he would not cancel Owens, at least not yet, but radically disagrees with her stance in favor of Kanye West. What he said is anti-Semitic. There's no question about it. I do not think it is possible to defend that as not anti-Semitism, he said. What she said about Kanye, I radically disagree with. I think she's dead wrong, he added. Okay, but what did he say? What did he actually say? Are we going to get to that? No. So according to a report by Paul Bois of Breitbart, JP Morgan Chase Bank has allegedly broken business ties with rapper Kanye West following several controversial statements. What were they? Per the account of conservative media personality Candace Owens, who donned a White Lives Matter shirt next to West at a fashion show in Paris, she received a notice from JP Morgan that informed the rap superstar of their decision to break business ties with him. Yeah, but what is it that he said? Could someone please tell me? Because they're not repeating it here. So how are we supposed to know? Oh, okay. Here's what he said. When I say Jew, I mean the 12 lost tribes of Judah, the blood of Christ, who the people known as the race black really are. Oh, he's one of those? This is who our people are, the blood of Christ. This, as a Christian, is my belief. So that's weird. That's what the Black Israelites believe. Is he a Black Israelite now? Is that is that anti-Semitic though, to say that? Oh, because he's saying, because you can also take that to mean he doesn't believe that the other tribes are Jews, are authentic Jews or something, right? I mean, it's kooky, right? It's a kooky belief for sure. And I think it's what the Black Israelites believe, but I don't know how it harms anyone. Does it harm Jews who, like, this is a very small percentage of people who believe this, right? Very small percentage. So who does it harm that he has this kooky belief? And do we need to hold Candace Owens accountable for something that Kanye West believes? I don't think so. And I mean, on the grand scale of things that Ben Shapiro should get angry about when it comes to anti-Semitic comments or whatever, is this really one of them? To me, that's just a weird, kooky belief that the Black Israelites have, and apparently now Kanye West. And he's entitled to have that. Oh, you're saying that's not the tweet he's in trouble for? Oh, okay. Well, wait, let's go back. Is there more? What else did he say? Wait. Oh, here's more. There comes a point when people have to realize that there are certain groups who can't be criticized in the West. That's true. Can't criticize the LGBTQ cult, fuckery people. Can't criticize them. Any individual who dares criticize the influence of various Jewish interest groups or Zionist lobbies will undoubtedly face massive repercussions from the media, the business sector, and even the political class. I don't know how true that is, but I do know that the second anyone thinks anything is even slightly anti-Semitic, and that could just be criticism, instead, and not technically anti-Semitic. Like, everything, it does appear to be anti-Semitic to people who are looking for it. And it is kind of like you not that I have any criticisms, because I don't. I have no real feelings about any of this, to tell you the truth. I don't. There are people for whom whenever anything goes wrong, it's always it's the Jews, like it's a conspiracy, and I don't understand those people. And I don't think that you can group people together as a whole like that. I mean, when you say the Jews, you're talking about a huge group of people that cannot possibly all speak for one another. So I guess it depends on what your definition of anti-Semitic is. To me, this statement is not saying that Jewish people are bad. It's saying that any criticism of various Jewish interest groups, of which there are some that are woke, is the word, like, that are doing this far left stuff that I think should be criticized. And if you're criticizing it, does that make you anti-Semitic? I think the definition of what's anti-Semitic is awfully broad. Awfully broad. Have I gotten to all of it, or is there something else? Because I don't know. This doesn't seem. Twitter made him delete. Oh, court's back in session. Okay. Twitter made him delete what tweet? Can somebody please copy the tweet and like paste it here so I can actually see what the heck he got in trouble for? Because I don't know. I don't see the big deal.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Do you remember about what time the parade kicked off?
Approximately 4 p.m.
Did you march the entire route of the parade?
I did.
Did you complete the parade
Yes, I did.
without incident?
Without incident.
And after you completed marching the parade with the color guard, did you go someplace?
Yes, upon completion of the parade route, as we were the first entity to finish since we led the parade, I subsequently returned to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And why did you go back to the department?
That evening, I was assigned to late power shift, which is from 5 p.m. to 3 a.m., and I was designated to work area 308.
Okay, so you marched in the parade with the color guard, then you were going to go work a full shift that evening.
That's correct.
As you were back at the police station, what do you recall happening?
As I was changing out of my honor guard uniform into my duty uniform, I heard multiple police sirens emanating from the downtown area. I subsequently checked our reporting system and observed that there was a call for service that officers were responding to an emergency fashion reference a subject with a knife.
And where was that response directed to? What location?
I believe that response was directed to the area of Frame Park in the City of Waukesha.
Did you do anything at that point?
I was still technically off duty, so I would continue to get dressed quickly in the event that they needed additional resources to that location.
And did you ever get called to that location, sir?
No, I was never called to that location.
What happened next?
As I continued to monitor my handheld radio while still getting dressed for duty, I heard via our primary channel fellow officers screaming hysterically on the radio, requesting people to respond to the downtown area and the parade route.
What did you do?
Got dressed as the fastest I've ever gotten dressed before, and subsequently sprinted out of the police department, entered a fleet, and responded in emergency fashion to the downtown area.
Specifically, where did you go?
I arrived in the area of Clinton and Main Street.
And can you briefly describe for us what you saw when you arrived at that intersection, sir?
Upon arrival, to describe what was just absolute chaos. As I exited my fleet, I looked east and westbound on Main Street. There were civilian subjects lying on the ground in every direction I looked, screaming, yelling, etc.
Did you attempt to render aid to these individuals?
I did. I ran in a westerly direction between Clinton and Maple, attempting to render aid to 2 elderly female subjects.
Did you, at some point, leave that duty and speak with Officer Skolton?
Yes, I did.
Where did you speak with Officer Skolton?
In the vicinity where I was, I ran into Officer Skolton, who approached me from a westerly direction. Upon making contact with him, he advised that he had fired rounds at a red Ford SUV, specifically an Escape. I asked him if he was okay. He stated that he was. And he subsequently said that we needed to find the vehicle.
And did you in fact set out to try and find this vehicle?
I did.
Prior to Officer Skolton telling you that, did you have any vehicle description?
I did not. The radio traffic was complete chaos with people screaming about injured participants of the parade being all over the downtown area.
So where did you go to look for the vehicle?
As I was moving my fleet near
Jesus,
Johnny
there's a
Woods
mass
Tavern
shooting in
on
North
Main Street,
Carolina.
I subsequently observed a male Hispanic running towards me, waving his hands frantically to garner my attention.
5 people killed in
And
North
as,
Carolina mass shooting.
I asked him what he needed. He subsequently stated he knew
So
where
sick
the
of this.
vehicle was.
Did you understand what he meant by that?
I clarified with him that he was speaking of the vehicle that was indeed involved in the incident in the downtown area, as well as the vehicle that Officer Skolton had fired rounds at. He confirmed this, and I subsequently told him to get into my squad car and began traveling with him.
Do you know the approximate time this was occurring?
The subject approached me at approximately 4:49 p.m.
And so you took the citizen with you in your squad?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did he direct you to a specific location?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Where did you travel?
From my location where I met up with this individual, we traveled westbound on Main Street and subsequently made a left-hand turn to travel southbound on Maple Street. We traveled approximately 2 blocks to the area where I subsequently located the vehicle in the driveway.
How did you know it was the vehicle you were looking for?
Based off what Officer Skolton had previously described to me as a red Ford Escape, I observed a heavily damaged red Ford Escape in the driveway of 338 Maple. This particular vehicle was heavily damaged in the front end. I also observed that there was clothing embedded in the hood, as well as a headband with blue lighting hanging from the side mirror. Additionally, I observed a bullet hole in the windshield on the passenger side.
Did you secure this scene?
I did.
What did you do?
As I exited my fleet, I drew my firearm to clear the vehicle to ensure that it was clear of persons that could potentially harm me based on the information that I had garnered up to this point. And after that was done and rendered clear, additional resources that came to my location, we secured it by taping off the entirety of this particular residence as well as the street.
When you cleared the vehicle, were there any subjects present inside the vehicle?
There were not.
After you had secured the scene, did you have an opportunity to take photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what device did you use to capture these photographs?
So each of our City of Waukesha police squads are assigned a cell phone. I believe this one in particular was an iPhone. We utilize that to capture photographic evidence as well. So I utilized the cell phone from the squad.
All right, I'm going to ask that exhibit number 99 be put up for the witness, please.
Go ahead.
Sir, do you see exhibit 99 on your screen? If not, it'll be up in a minute or so. Just let me know, please.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that photograph, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize the photograph to depict?
It depicts a heavily damaged Ford Escape in the driveway.
And where is this location?
338 Maple in the City of Waukesha.
Is this a photograph you took
Yes, ma'am, I took this photograph.
using your iPhone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Move to admit permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
The shooting was in
99
Raleigh.
received permission to publish is granted, the objections overruled.
I'm being told it was last night, but I haven't read about it yet. So give me a second and I'll give you an update.
Sir, is this what the vehicle looked like when you first observed it?
Yes, ma'am.
It was
And
Thursday
you had
evening.
testified earlier that you were able to see some articles of clothing on the vehicle. Do you see those items in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Could you please point them out? And that's a touch screen in front of you so you can mark it with a dot or an arrow or whatever you choose.
So here on the hood, near the windshield was a hat, and then clearly seen
15-year-old
hanging
white
from the
male suspect was in
driver's side
custody
mirror
with
is a
life-threatening
headband that's
injuries
partially illuminated.
as of 9:37
What do you
p.m.
mean
last
illuminated?
night.
This particular headband had multiple, appeared to be blue LED lighting.
Okay. The front of the vehicle, it appears to me that the front
killed
bumper
people
is
on a
laying
running
the ground.
trail.
Is that accurate, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, ma'am, that's accurate.
May we take the annotations down?
Yeah, we can deal with that. Thank you, Judge.
5 people
So to
killed,
your
including
knowledge,
an
no one
off-duty
had
officer.
touched or disturbed this vehicle, at least since the time you were present, before you
Objections.
photographed it.
It was in the
Objection,
Headingham
speculation.
neighborhood off the Neuse River Greenway.
To my knowledge, no, there was no manipulation of this vehicle prior to my arrival.
Okay. And at some point, did you look inside the vehicle? And I don't mean just to clear it of persons, I mean take a closer look inside the car.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was your purpose in doing that, sir?
Due to the nature of what was happening and the exigency of trying to identify who may have been inside the vehicle, I did locate documentation of identifying in nature.
And do you remember the name on that paperwork?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What was the name on the paperwork inside the vehicle?
The name on the paperwork inside the vehicle was one Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., male black, date of birth 2/21 of 1982.
In fact, was there more than one piece of paper inside the vehicle containing that same personal identifying information?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, there was more than one item.
I don't see a front license plate in this photograph. Do you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Where's the license plate?
May I draw?
Yes.
It was determined later that this is actually the license plate
Okay.
on the front.
Not from the photograph, but from your recollection, was the rear license plate clearly visible?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, the rear license plate was clearly visible on the vehicle.
Did you attempt to run the license plate for this vehicle?
Yes, I did via police radio.
What information did you learn about the registration of this vehicle?
The vehicle displayed a Wisconsin registration plate of A. Adam D. David P. Paul 9256, which listed to a Don L. Woods out of the city of Milwaukee.
Do you remember the approximate location of the street where Don Woods lived?
Objection, hearsay, irrelevant.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, I do not recall that information.
You just remember city of Milwaukee?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And the vehicle was registered to Don Woods solely?
Objection, leading. Relevancy of who's it related to?
The objections are noted. I'll sustain as to the form of the question and ask Attorney Upper to rephrase.
Was the registration only in one person's name?
From what I understand, it was.
Okay. Do you know the relationship between Don Woods and Darrell Brooks?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, ma'am, I do not know the relationship.
At a later point, as you were, well, strike that. Let me ask this. Did you remain with this vehicle for some time?
Yes, for some time.
And were other resources, law enforcement and other resources called to the area to deal with this vehicle, sir?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And as that was occurring, are you aware of other police activity that was occurring nearby?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was that, please?
I had heard via police radio, Officer Luling advised that he was out with a subject in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street, which is just a couple blocks away.
And did you hear Officer Luling indicate a name for the subject that he was out with?
Yes, I did.
And what was that name?
Officer Luling aired over police radio that he was out with a male subject identifying himself as Darrell Brooks.
All right, sir, thank you. I don't have any other questions. We can take down 99. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have one other question about 99. I apologize, Your Honor.
Objection.
Overruled, she may answer. She may ask.
Do you know what time you snapped that photograph of Exhibit 99?
Yes, ma'am, I took that photograph on the date in question at 5:01 p.m.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. You're cross, Mr. Brooks.
you stated that you were flagged down by a Hispanic male running at you waving his hands. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Do you recall his name?
I do.
And would you state it for the jury and for the record?
His name is Abel Liscato.
And do you recall if Mr. Liscano gave you any additional information during your traveling to where the vehicle was located?
I don't understand your question.
You stated that
Two can play at
got
that
into
game,
your
Brooks.
vehicle
I don't
and you
understand
traveled
your
to where the vehicle
question.
was located.
That's what the
Is that fair
witnesses
to
should
say?
do. They should
That's
just keep going, I don't
Did you learn
understand.
any additional information from Mr. Liscano? How do you say it, Liscano?
Liscano.
Liscano. Did you learn during your travel to where the vehicle was located? Did you learn any additional information from Mr. Liscano?
Not while we were traveling to the vehicle.
So you traveled to the vehicle in complete silence?
No, he was trying to direct me with the location of the red Ford Escape.
Did he say he saw anyone driving the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So all he told you was where the vehicle was. He didn't tell you if he saw anyone driving it?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
The witness may answer the question as long as he does not answer with hearsay. Go ahead, overrule.
Can you restate your question, please?
So all that the Mr. Liscano already told you was the location of the vehicle, not if he saw anyone driving?
I object. That question calls for hearsay response, Your Honor.
I would agree hearing that again. Sustained.
Did he at all tell you that he saw someone in the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
It's hearsay. To ask him what Mr. Liscano told him would be hearsay.
So all Mr. Liscano did was just direct you to the vehicle?
That's correct.
That's all you guys talked about during your trip to the vehicle?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained. It was asked, and I previously sustained the objection. So next question, please.
When you were able to locate the vehicle, where did Mr. Liscano go?
Once the vehicle was located, I had Mr. Liscano stand by in my fleet until other officers arrived to assist me, and then I transferred him over to someone else.
Do you know if he made any report at that time?
Define report.
Did he make any report to law enforcement at that time?
I'm not sure if he did or not.
Do you recall Mr. Liscano yelling that there were subjects standing outside of the building?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to excuse the jury while I take up a legal issue. I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. Be seated. Mr. Brooks, before I have you question this witness any further, it sounds like to me that you are attempting to offer through this witness the statements made by Mr. Liscano. If that is what you are trying to do, you may not do that. You will have to call Mr. Liscano as a witness if you so choose, if he's on your witness list. But that your questions are seeking to elicit hearsay from this witness. That's why I had the jury removed so I could explain my ruling and why I'm going to direct you not to ask this witness questions about what Mr. Lascano may or may not have said.
I'm reading directly from his report.
That would be double hearsay then, because it's not you need Mr. Lascano here to say what he told this officer. If you are attempting to offer it for the truth of the matter asserted, which is what I believe you are doing, you're attempting to establish the veracity of something Mr. Lascano either said or didn't say through another witness. That is hearsay.
So it's not hearsay for the prosecutor to bring up.
I'm not going to talk about other rulings. There's been an objection by the state, and I'm sustaining the objection, and I'm directing you not to ask this witness questions that would call for this witness to say what Mr. Lascano said. That is hearsay. That is textbook hearsay, Mr. Brooks.
Then I don't think it's fair for me to object to hearsay from the prosecution about along the lines of the same type of thing.
I'm not going to have a debate on what may have come in previously. I know you've made a number of hearsay objections, many of which
oh man, this guy.
Answers that were being provided were not hearsay. But I would direct your attention to 908.01 of the Wisconsin statutes. You have that book in front of you that I provided to you a number of days ago at the beginning of this trial or near the beginning of this trial. There's the definitional section of the statutes, which defines hearsay. It also, and then if you go on to 908.02.
I know what hearsay is.
Obviously you don't.
Obviously one you may want to look at as well. And then 908.03 has the exception. So unless you can give me an exception, sir, as to why this witness should be allowed to answer those questions, I'm gonna, again, direct you not to ask
directly from his report, the report that he wrote.
He can't do that. Don't be confused, you guys.
From his report.
If something on the report
change the fact that it's hearsay.
says that someone else said this
It doesn't
thing,
change the
he
fact
has
that
to
it's
call
hearsay.
that witness.
So his report is hearsay?
He can't just elicit the testimony.
Not this witness made, but what another witness made. So you have to.
So I can't read from his report that he wrote.
You can't ask this witness questions that call for a hearsay answer unless there's no objection from the state. Or you can convince me there's an exception to the hearsay rule that applies. Do you have an exception you'd like to offer to the court?
So I might as well not read the report that he wrote then if I can't question him about the report that he wrote.
That's your misunderstanding, sir, what is hearsay.
That's because he needs a lawyer.
All I can tell you is I'm sustaining the objection. I'm going to bring the jury back out and we'll go from there.
Frankly, I think it's criminal he doesn't have a lawyer because all of this is just harming him in the eyes of the jury. Not that we care.
Mr. Brooks, I understand you may disagree with
or agree to
the.
being called that name. For the record, again, I'm here as a third-party intervener on behalf of my client. I don't know why that's not understood by now.
It's so crazy. This is so nuts. This is why he needs a lawyer.
So I guess I can't bring up the plaintiff either, huh?
No, you can't. You've been told. This is an invalid argument you're making. And this is why he should have a lawyer. He continues to do the things he is told not to do. It's absurd that this has gone on this long. It's absurd. And I'm starting to question this judge and her capability of being a judge and making good decisions. Why the hell hasn't she said, you are incompetent and not capable of presenting your own defense, and I am assigning you a lawyer whether you like it or not? There's an animal outside my window. I'm trying to figure out what it is. It's kind of far away. I think it must be a deer. Looks huge. Looks way bigger than a deer. What is that?
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Looks like a horse.
Continue with your question, sir.
I gotta tread lightly.
The jury will disregard that last comment
What did he say? I didn't hear what he said.
and that one as well.
Just give him a
It's not your
lawyer.
opportunity to testify. You'll be given an
I'm not
opportunity
testifying.
should you choose
I'm
later,
not
sir,
testifying.
but please question the witness.
If
Thank
I
you.
could ever get to it, I'll do that.
And again, the jury will disregard that statement. It's not evidence.
It was two deer standing so close together, it looked like one large animal. It looked like a horse, but it's actually two deer. No, it is not Mr. Fox.
You made reference to a hat being on the hood. Can we pull Exhibit 99 up again?
Are you asking the state to do that, sir?
Yeah, can it please be pulled up and
Sure.
published?
It can, and it will. The jury can let me know when it's on the screens in the jury box, please. All right, it's in the jury box. Continue, please.
You testified to this being a hat, right?
That's correct.
And from this picture, can you tell what that is?
Not specifically.
So how do we know if that's a hat from looking at this picture?
From looking at this picture, it would be difficult to determine if that's actually a hat.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know what that is.
Based on this picture, you're right.
Based on this picture.
Based on this picture, I'm not able to determine what that item is.
Would it be also fair to say we can't even determine if that's outside or inside of the vehicle at that point?
I would disagree and say that is on the exterior of the vehicle,
And how
between
would
the
you make
hood.
that assumption if you can't tell what it is? Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Can you clear that?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You can definitively say from this picture that you can tell where the item is based on this picture.
Yes.
Are you going off what you found or what you can see from the picture?
I can see from this picture that that item is on the exterior of the vehicle between the hood that is destroyed and the windshield.
So it's on the hood?
It is between the hood and the windshield of the vehicle.
And you can tell that from this picture.
Objection as an answer.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Sustained as to both grounds.
And from this picture, you can tell what this is.
Yes.
Just from the picture.
Yes.
And how do you come to that determination?
Based on the fact that it's hanging on the exterior of the vehicle from the driver's side mirror, that it is in the shape of a headband and it is partially illuminated in this photograph with LED lighting.
It could be fair to say that it's anything. Would you not say that that's fair? Just from looking at the picture, it doesn't necessarily say, or it's not 100% identifiable from this picture. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, compound question.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Just from strictly looking at this picture, you can't positively say what the item is.
Objection. That's a mischaracterization of his testimony.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Clear the photo.
This is the little girl's
Yes, ma'am.
headband that
Please
they're
clear the
talking
photo.
about.
Mr. Brooks, I'd
hit
ask
some
that
poor
you show
little
some
girl so
deference to my
hard,
clerk and not bark
her
orders at her
headband
and
flew
use
off and stuck onto
simple
the
courtesy.
rear view
Thank you.
or the
And thank
side
you, Madam
mirror.
Clerk.
Will I be awarded the same, Your Honor?
Please ask your next question,
Will
sir.
I be awarded the same, Your Honor?
Please ask your next question.
I will. I just want to know if I'll be awarded the,
I have
awarded the
been.
same.
Thank you. Please continue.
Did you talk to anyone who lived in the residence?
I don't recall the specific persons I talked to or where they resided.
So it's fair to say you talked to someone.
There were multiple people outside of the residence and in the area at that time that I spoke briefly to.
But you don't know if any of them was the renter or owner of the driveway.
I do not recall.
Do you recall asking anyone if the vehicle belonged to somebody who may have stayed in that general area?
I do not recall asking that question to anyone.
You did state that you cleared the area. Would that be fair to say?
No, I stated I cleared the vehicle, not the area.
Did you clear the area?
Eventually, we did clear the back portion of the residence to ensure there were no suspects or victims.
Who is we?
Persons of law enforcement.
And did you wait until law enforcement came before you started to do that? Or did you start on your own kind of way?
Upon arrival to the location of the suspect vehicle, I was by myself, so I initially cleared the vehicle to ensure that there were no potential threats to myself. When I advised dispatch that I had located the suspect vehicle, numerous officers came to assist me and were there relatively quickly to help me secure the area.
So would it be fair to say when you found the vehicle that you didn't locate anyone inside the vehicle?
Correct. No one was located inside the vehicle at that time.
And you also stated that you cleared the vehicle for possible threats to yourself. If no one was in the vehicle, what did you need to clear the vehicle? What would be the threat?
Based on, again, as I earlier stated, what had occurred in the downtown, plus the fact that Officer Skolin had fired rounds at this vehicle, I was unsure who or what may be inside the vehicle. Given the time of day as it was becoming dusk, it was getting harder to see outside. So to ensure my own safety, I cleared it the way I earlier stated.
So would it be fair to say that, well, let me back up. You took this photo, correct?
That is correct.
So that would mean you were, at least by that time, sure that no one was in the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Is he going to try and say this guy
So did
planted the
you
headband on
clear
the
the
car?
vehicle before taking the picture or afterward?
I cleared the vehicle before I took the photograph.
Did you find any threats in there?
After I initially cleared it, no. It was deemed to not be a threat to my person.
Did you do any other investigating after you had took this photo?
Can you rephrase the question?
Did you do any other investigating after you took this photo?
After the photographs were collected of the vehicle in place from multiple angles, I did locate identifying information inside the vehicle.
What I'm asking is, so let me back up. So that was the extent of your investigation was finding whatever you found in the vehicle at that point.
Correct.
Grounds.
I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Correct.
So when you were clearing the vehicle, would it be fair to say that you could have done the same investigational work at that time?
No, that would not be fair to say.
And why not?
Because when you're clearing a vehicle to ensure that there are no threats to you, you're not looking for anything specific as far as evidentiary value. You're looking for a threat to your person.
So you would clear the vehicle of threats after being in the vehicle to do that, and then go back into the vehicle and look for, or start investigating rather.
No, Quinn, I don't think
Correct.
so. Declaring him incompetent is not declaring him insane. It's just saying he
Why not
isn't
do them all at
competent
once?
to be his own
Is that a
attorney.
procedural thing or
Asked and answered, Your Honor, I object.
grounds?
Sustained. Next question.
Is it usually procedure to investigate
People
later
who
on?
defend themselves, Alex, are fools.
Yes, you always want
That's
to
who.
ensure that
Fools.
where you're working on an investigation is clear of threats and that you are safe.
Would that be the same protocol if you were searching a home?
Objection relevance.
Grounds?
Sustained.
Nick, I disagree. He's not, in my
Grounds for the
opinion,
16?
I don't think he is competent.
Relevance.
He doesn't follow court rules. He doesn't understand the judge's instruction, or at least he says he doesn't. And he continues to make the same mistakes over and over again. I think that's grounds for saying you are not
may
competent
mention
to be
that
your own defense attorney.
The vehicle wasn't, I guess I would say,
Maybe you're right,
uh,
but I think I can make the argument, Nick.
between the time that you were flagged down
He
with the
repeatedly
location
makes
of
the same
vehicle
arguments
till
that
you
get struck
actually
down
observed
over and
the
over
vehicle,
again.
you stated that you don't believe the vehicle was touched in any way in that time?
Objection, that's a misstatement of his of his testimony. Your Honor.
Grounds, you said something similar to that.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Are you sure that the vehicle was not touched in the time that you were flagged down about the location of the possible vehicle and observing the vehicle?
I'm crawling into bed. I need a nap.
I'm unaware if the vehicle
the
was
stream goes
manipulated
dark
in
and
any
you don't hear
fashion
from
from
me,
the
it's
time
because
that
I
Mr.
fell asleep.
Loscano flagged me down and to the time that I
nappy time.
located the vehicle in the driveway.
I was up
Do you
till
know
2:30 a.m., man.
approximately how long it took you to get to the vehicle when you were initially flagged down about the location of the vehicle?
I do not know how long it took me to get to the vehicle upon being flagged down.
So it's possible that it could have been manipulated.
Yes, it's possible.
Seriously, I'm so tired. It just hit me all at once. I hit the wall.
At the time that you located the vehicle, were you aware of any suspect identification or name?
Can you restate your question, please?
At the time you located the vehicle, were you aware of any suspect or name of suspect?
No, I was unaware of any names of any suspect involved in the incident at the time I located the vehicle.
And when did you learn of that information, if you learned of that information?
I only learned the information of a possible suspect upon locating the identifying documents inside the vehicle and subsequently providing that information to dispatch.
At the time you found that information, did you immediately regard that information to be the possible suspect?
Yes, since it was in the vehicle that was heavily damaged, the red Ford Escape with the bullet hole in the windshield, yes, I believe that that information indeed belonged to a suspect.
And at some point you ran the license plates number. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, I did.
And you also stated that it was registered to someone that was not the suspect. Would that be fair to say?
As far as I know at that, or I'm sorry, as far as I knew at that time, I did not know if the person registered the vehicle to was a suspect or not.
You also stated that you found identifying paperwork in your investigation of the vehicle. Did that information match the identity of who the vehicle was registered to?
No, the identifying information again for Mr. Brooks that was inside the vehicle did not match the registration on file with Wisconsin Department of Transportation for the registration of the vehicle, which was Don L. Woods.
For the record, I don't identify by that name. Yet again, stating that for the record.
For the record, the jury will disregard that commentary by the defendant, and it also mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
It does not. I was just stating for the record.
Again, the jury will disregard that
So-
commentary as Mr. Brooks is not present in testifying.
The information you found in the car, the vehicle was not registered
I
to
would
that person,
consider
correct?
him mentally
That's correct.
deficient, Nick. I know he's perhaps being
So
obtuse on
there's a
purpose,
possibility that at any time,
but he's pretending too
multiple
well.
people can utilize that vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, speculation.
Grounds.
Calls for speculation, sustained.
Would you agree that a vehicle registered to one person and information found by another person constitutes that more than one person used the vehicle?
Objection.
Grounds.
Go ahead, you.
The
Grounds.
the question was, does that prove that more than one person could drive the car? That's an improper question.
That wasn't the question.
Well, sustained as to the form of the question and assumes facts not in evidence.
State that last part again.
It assumes facts not in evidence, your question. Your next question, please.
Is it fair to say that people leave all types of information in family members' vehicles at any time?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant speculation.
Sustained.
What do you mean Rumble isn't live?
Grounds for
It is.
sustained.
Ask your next question, Mr.
It's
Brooks.
just not on the
May I
app
have the grounds, please?
because Rumble is having
The
problems
objection
today.
has been sustained. Ask your next question, please.
May I have the grounds?
The court's not answering that. The record is self-evident.
Is that a tacit agreement?
Sir, I don't know what a tacit agreement is, so please keep going.
Clearly know what it is.
What are you saying? All of Rumble is down? Or just mine? You guys, the Rumble app is broken today. It's just broken. Rumble says that they're trying to do updates and that it should resolve. That's the last thing I heard from them, but it's not working properly today.
Would it be fair to say, and this is along the lines of the same question, would it be fair to say that at some point you've left items in other people's vehicles?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Next question, please, sir. I've sustained this question multiple times, multiple
wasn't
ways
the
you've
same
asked it.
question.
Next question, please.
May I have the grounds?
90611, sir.
May I have the grounds?
Next question, please.
Is it to relevancy? Is it to?
Under 90611, ask your next question or I will cut off your cross-examination. Please ask your next question,
You
sir.
have to give the grounds though, Your Honor. Especially if I'm merely just asking for the grounds of the sustain.
Sir, ask your next question.
What's the point of me asking questions if I can't answer anything?
The jury will disregard his commentary
Can't even
that he
answer
just stated
anything.
right now.
Charlie, what does this mean? A name change to Grumble? Oh, you got me.
Do you recall
You got me.
speaking to
I thought you were being serious.
Well, you said you spoke to a few people. You didn't know if they were the owner of the house or the driveway or the renter. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Did anyone you spoke to give you a description of a possible driver?
I was given multiple descriptions by multiple parties of multiple suspects that had fled the vicinity of the vehicle.
And what do you mean by
Great.
multiple descriptions of multiple suspects? 2, 3, 4 people, 5?
I was given information that one male black suspect that was taller, wearing blue pants and black, had run southbound on Maple towards College. Additionally, I was given information that 2 shorter male blacks wearing gray sweatpants had run in a westerly direction from behind the residence at 338 Maple. And then later I was also given another description of a male black, unknown height, wearing like a gray sweatshirt and pants.
You said medium height for the last description?
Unknown height.
Unknown. Okay, I'm sorry. Unknown height. Did anyone you talked to report the sound of a crash?
No, no one I spoke to at this location reported anything regarding the sound of a crash.
Did you see any signs that there may have been a crash once you and other officers were securing the area?
As far as the vicinity around the vehicle or the vehicle itself?
The general area.
As far as the general area, given the time of day, I was unable to determine if there was any signs of a crash in that vicinity.
Dobré, tell me about the Destiny interview with Farron. I didn't get to see it, obviously, because I was here with you
When
guys. So tell
talking
me
to
about it.
the people that you, while talking to the people that gave you the descriptions, did they identify themselves as living close or living in any of the houses in that area?
No, due to the chaotic nature of the event, I did not ascertain where these individuals lived or if they were associated with any neighboring residents.
Do you know if they made any other statements to any other law enforcement that was there present with you at that time?
Rumble's
Not to
going
my
nowhere
knowledge.
but up. Up, up, up. Rumble's going to the moon.
Why do you think you received so many different descriptions of suspects?
Multiple people from multiple angles observed different things, and there was a lot of people there. It was a very chaotic event. Even this particular scene was chaotic and hectic with numerous people coming to and from. So it was difficult to determine that information.
Did any of the people that you spoke with give any reason to why the suspects that they identified would run from the scene?
Objection. Speculation also calls for hearsay.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds.
Next question, sir.
Do you recall any of the officers that were securing the scene with you having a K9 present?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what officer that was?
That was Officer Bausman, who was a canine handler with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And eventually you left the scene where the vehicle was found and started searching the area?
Yes, I transferred command of that location to Officer Buttrin, had him remain at that scene for scene security with additional City of Brookfield officer. And then myself, Canine Officer Bausman, and numerous other police officers from various departments conducted an area search as we were conducting a canine track. Based on the information I had obtained, multiple suspects running from the area.
And do you recall what time you went back to where you initially observed the vehicle?
I do not recall what time I made it back, but it was some hours later.
And did you go back to your department after leaving from the scene where you found the vehicle?
Yes, I was directed by my command staff to return to the police department as the scene was still secured by other law enforcement officers of various agencies.
And were you instructed to make contact with anyone at that point?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who?
I do.
Charlie, that seems reasonable.
Yes,
Now,
upon
that's a
arrival to the police
reasonable-
department, I was directed to make contact with District
Reasonable-based
Attorney
hatred.
Sue Opper.
And when you say Sue Opper, are you referring to District Attorney Sue Opper?
Yes, that's what I said.
Is she here in court today?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out for the jury?
She's seated at the prosecution table wearing the gray cardigan.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Attorney Opper.
No objection, Your Honor.
The record will so reflect.
And do you recall what the nature of the contact was with Attorney Opper?
Yes, I was directed to locate Attorney Opper in the downtown area at the scene of the parade incident and subsequently transport her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
So I'm assuming make contact with her at the parade.
Daisy, you're a good
went and
friend.
picked her up?
That's correct. I picked her up in the area of Maple in Wisconsin. Correction, I'm sorry. The area of Maple and Main Street.
Grounds for rants for naps. Because I want them. That's why.
And
My grounds.
did you continue that contact after picking her up? And where did let me back up. Where did you go after picking up Attorney Opper?
As I stated, we once I picked her up, I transported her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And did you continue to have contact at that point?
I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
District Attorney Opper and I worked together to draft a search warrant for the 2010 red Ford Escape SUV that was in the driveway of 338 Maple
Any
Street.
rants on Rumble?
You
Someone
said
tell
a
me.
search warrant?
Type them in here for me. Because I can't see Rumble because I'm on my mobile and I'm napping.
Initially, when you
Napping.
secured the vehicle and then
See,
investigated
I'm all
the
cozy.
vehicle after securing it, what did you need to search for at that point that you needed a search warrant?
After I cleared the vehicle and located those items of identifying nature, that was done due to the exigency of the event and identifying any outstanding suspects. After that was done and photographed in place, I resecured the vehicle and it was no longer touched at that point. So therefore, later on, it was required to have a search warrant to continue processing that vehicle for items of evidentiary value.
So you just stated that the vehicle wasn't touched between those times. So what if anything new did you need to search for?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
The basis of the search warrant was to ensure that, again, any items of evidentiary value I may have overlooked due to, again, the exigency of trying to find identifying information of the now
You're a
outstanding
pal,
suspect,
Sinbad.
as well as clearing the vehicle for safety reasons. That is the purpose of the search warrant, is to do a more slow, methodical search of the vehicle for said items of evidentiary value.
But it would be fair to say that after initially clearing the vehicle, for, as you said, for any possible threats to you, and investigating the vehicle further a second time, what did you feel would be of evidentiary value at that point that you hadn't already observed before?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Grounds. I'm referring to him stating the evidentiary value.
Asked and answered. It's the same.
So what was the evidentiary value that you were looking for
Same
with the search warrant?
It's the same question a different way, so I'm going to sustain it. It's been asked, it's been answered. Next question, please.
Can you give an example of what evidentiary value is?
Something of evidentiary value can really be anything that's pertinent to the case. An example would be like a shell casing or a spot of blood that can render DNA results, things of that nature.
Did you find any of those things when obtaining the search warrant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Well, that's factually inaccurate, Your Honor.
It assumes a fact, not an evidence. I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question.
Did you find, upon obtaining the search warrant, were you able to find anything of evidentiary value?
Same objection. Assumes a
Grounds.
fact, not an evidence, Your Honor.
Sustained. It assumes facts, not an evidence. Please rephrase and establish a foundation related to whether this witness performed that subsequent search.
After obtaining the search warrant, did you yourself go back and search the vehicle?
No.
Do you recall what officer was dispatched to do to execute the search warrant?
No, I do not know who ultimately searched the vehicle for items of evidentiary value.
Do you recall if the vehicle was being towed from that area at some point?
Yes, the vehicle was removed at some point. I do not know when or by whom.
Oh, LOL, Nick. That's
I do not know
funny.
where the vehicle was moved to.
The mudslide scene would be funny.
You stated earlier that you did observe a gunshot in the windshield. Did you notice any other bullet marks?
No, the only mark that I observed related to a gunshot was the bullet hole in the windshield on the passenger side.
Charlie put me in a Grease meme, and it's hilarious, Laura. You have to see it.
And was that, you said on the passenger side, was it to the passenger side window, the passenger side chair, the passenger side dash? Do you recall where the bullet hole was?
As I previously stated, it was in the windshield, front windshield on the passenger side.
I'm still thinking about Romancing the Stone. The weed scene.
Were you
in
at any
the
time
plane.
given a copy of the search warrant?
They're getting high on the fire.
Yes, upon completion of the
God, I
search
love
warrant,
that movie.
I was given a copy. The original went over to the command center.
Is it a standard protocol that, being that you were the one that obtained the search warrant, is it usually a thing where you don't have to be the one to execute it? Any other officer could execute it?
Based on the requirement of the search warrant to process this vehicle for items of
Oh, I
evidentiary
think
value,
the
that's
app
beyond the
just
scope
fixed,
of
you
my
guys.
training
I
and
just got a ton
experience.
of
So therefore, it
notifications
was
that a bunch
relayed
of
to
people were
persons that are
following.
capable of actually doing it.
Check the app. Maybe it's working again.
But you can, You said it's beyond your level or something? I didn't catch where you said it was beyond your level or something.
It's beyond my scope of training and experience.
Beyond your scope of training. The actual writing of the search warrant isn't above your scope of training. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
But the execution is.
Of this particular search warrant, yes.
What made this particular search warrant different than any ones you've ever written or obtained before?
This particular search warrant was for a search of the vehicle involved in the Christmas parade incident. And given the gravity of the situation and the resulting effects of what this vehicle was used for, persons that are highly skilled in collecting items of evidentiary value are obviously the people we want to do that rather than a patrol officer.
And you were able to get that search warrant signed, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember by whom?
Yes.
Can you state for the record and for the jury?
I don't know, Stephanie.
At the
I don't know where
time
Stephanie is. She
of the
didn't
search
tell me
warrant,
why
the
she's
on-call judge was contacted.
not
And
here
the
today. She's
on-call
probably
judge
working.
was the Honorable Jennifer Darrell.
That would be the judge right now in the courtroom.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, the app's still not working for me either, guys. I don't know. I just got a bunch of
Did
notifications
that
though.
complete your part of the investigation for that incident at that time?
Yes, upon getting the search warrant, I was relieved of my duties.
Did you ever come back into the investigation in any way after that point?
After that point, no.
All this silence
After
is making
your
me fall
part of the
asleep faster.
investigation ended, were you able to obtain any more information that you didn't know the night of your investigation?
Objection made, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Grounds for sustain, Your Honor.
Please ask your next question.
I think Farron's on her way in.
Do you recall having any more contact with Attorney Opper after that initial night?
No.
When were you aware that it was a possibility that you could be called to testify in this matter?
When I received a subpoena to testify in this manner.
Excuse me, I mean.
When I received a subpoena to testify in this matter.
Was that subpoena served to you by the district attorney's office?
Yes, it was.
Was it served by Attorney Opper?
I don't recall who served me directly. I believe it was via electronic.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was a few months ago.
So it's pretty recent, but a little time since you received it.
Yes, that's fair to say.
Join the club, Quinn. It's weird how the Rumble app
Would
is
you by
working
chance
for
know
some
who the plaintiff
people and
is
not
in this
for
matter?
others.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Ever seen or talked to the plaintiff? Had any physical interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, vague and compound
Grounds.
question.
Sustained.
You even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
You know who filed the complaint in this matter?
The complaint was filed by the district attorney's office.
Do you know if it was filed by Attorney Opper?
I don't know particularly who filed the complaint. I just know it was by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
And during your time in law enforcement, would it be fair to say that whoever files the complaint is a party to the matter?
Objection
Grounds.
beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge,
Grounds.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question. please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Next question, please.
No, there's no way this man was
Any
going to win
reason why
even
the
with a
state of
lawyer.
Wisconsin would be identified
And he
as the
certainly
plaintiff
can't
when
win
they
without,
did not file the
without
complaint?
one.
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative, misstatement of the law.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Ask your next question, please.
I don't envy Rumble's tech team today. They must be getting
Was that the
inundated.
grounds?
Next question, please.
The jury deserves to know these.
The jury will disregard that last statement.
Oh
I
my
sustain the
God.
objection, sir. Ask your next question, please.
So
I'm aware that
bad.
it was a sustain. I'm aware. I just wanted to know the grounds. You can't keep hiding stuff from the jury.
Mr. Brooks, the court is not hiding anything from
Hold him
anyone,
in
and the jury will
contempt.
disregard that last statement. It is not
Hold him in contempt
evidence
for
in
that.
any way in this case.
See, this is when she should hold him in contempt. He is not allowed to make statements like that. And she's told him that so many times.
Would it be fair to say that
Hold him in contempt.
any case has a plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Lack of foundation beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge.
Sustained.
Would it be, can I rephrase the question?
Go ahead. I can't say whether it will be answered or not, but you can go ahead
But
and rephrase it.
I can't rephrase, just so we're clear. Whether it's answered or not, I can still rephrase the question.
I don't know what the question will be, sir, so I can't make a ruling that's advisory. So ask your next question, please.
Are you aware that
What up?
in any
I'm napping.
case brought into a courtroom, there has to be a
I'm
plaintiff?
eating goldfish, don't worry.
Objection.
Grounds.
Staying
I
quiet.
am so
Grounds.
tired.
Also misstates
And
the
Rumble's
law,
being a bitch
so
today.
Sustained.
Oh, Rumble's terrible. Did you try to be
There's
on?
no plaintiff house there case.
Mine is saying
Move to strike.
all kinds of weird
The jury will
shit.
disregard the last comment and statement
It
made
says
by
today.
private,
Mr. Brooks.
no one can find me.
Grounds.
Look how glamorous
There's a
you look.
defendant that
I
has
look
to be
like an
a
old
Of the
fish
law.
wife.
Not relevant. This jury will be the judge.
That's
of
oddly
the
specific.
facts. The court is the judge
I
of the
was
law.
just debating with Destiny, the big streamer.
Please
We just had a
continue,
political
sir,
debate. It was
under
really good. It was fun.
90611.
I
I
heard.
will
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I am
stop
scaring
the
myself. I'm turning my
cross-examination.
camera off.
If there's a defendant, there has to be a plaintiff.
My photograph
Brooks,
is much better looking.
Please stop. The jury will also disregard that statement. It's a mischaracterization
I'm
of
eating
He needs to be
goldfish.
held in
law. It's a
contempt.
misstatement
Mhm.
of the law.
Based on what law or fact, Your Honor?
And I'll address that with Mr. Brooks once again after the jury has been excused. One final time, you may ask another question. Otherwise, I will, and it must not be along the same lines or under 90611, I will ask the state whether there's any redirect.
Ray, I totally agree with you. Clear the
You know of
court and
anyone who
remand
filed a
this
claim in
dude.
this matter?
Mhm.
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Grounds.
It's also
Grounds.
vague, so I'll sustain it.
So the grounds
This
is
is a good
vagueness.
moment
It sounded like
to
she said
remind you all.
self-sustain it. I'll
Good moment.
self-sustain it. Grounds.
vague.
Good
or
moment
is
to
irrelevant?
remind you all. There's new
Sustain,
merch
Mr.
in the
Brooks.
merch
Next
store.
question.
Grounds. I love it. Goldfish. Goldfish. Mhm. Like the beauty gurus. Goldfish. hmm
God, this guy. I can't. I want to see him held in contempt and dragged out of there and put in handcuffs. Oh,
So
I
since your
can't take
initial
it.
night of investigation, you've done no investigation since then in this matter.
PD, you have a really weird definition of hot. I'll tell you that.
Who is hot?
Me laying in bed.
Oh. She's been feeling
Have you
tired,
seen any
baby.
news reports?
And it looks like I'm right above that little microphone too.
Finish the question.
Hello, hello.
You can,
Oh.
there's been no identification, so under 906.11, meaning of, I'm going to sustain the objection without hearing the rest of the question.
I'm just going to go with a hard no.
I'm just
I don't
gonna
see
go
how
with
relevance. I'll let you make an offer of proof after.
I don't even need to hear it. I'm just going to go with a no.
I don't need to hear the rest of this shit.
We're good.
In that case, then, since that is stated on the record, no further questions.
Where's my
I'll go back.
wine? It's 3:17 in the afternoon, you wino.
Oh,
Sir,
God.
finish your cross-exam as to that
Say no
limited
further
topic,
questions.
but as to that limited topic only. So if there are other things outside that topic, please finish your questioning.
I just said 2 times. I'm gonna say it again. No further questions.
All right, thank you then, sir.
Oh, he is
Have
something.
your
Oh,
interest.
snippy.
No, nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may be excused.
Oh, is she gonna yell at him now? Is Judge Mommy coming out?
I'm going to excuse the jury momentarily to take up a legal issue with the parties, and hopefully.
Oh,
we'll have
here
you
we go.
Shortly.
Mommy's got a reprimand.
Comfort break though.
Oh, yeah, she needs to.
It always reminds me of like my mom at like a family party where she's like, "Excuse me, I'm going to take my daughter in this room for a second." Closes the door. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, every time she says the jury, will the jury please leave the room? It's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
You've done it
Mom's
again,
pissed.
sir.
Mom's pissed.
All right, I'm going back to my office. Now that I have a guest, I need to wake up a little. Good God. I had all these car problems today, which were extremely disconcerting.
You may make an offer of proof, sir, as it relates to why or what questions and what information you believe this officer would provide about news reports that he has seen.
So the offer of proof would just be to that one question.
What would the question be?
The question was, would have been, if I was allowed to finish it, had he seen any news reports directly connected to the incident?
But what's the relevance
the same
for
thing
him?
the same thing that many other witnesses have been asked, and it was never sustained in. It was never even objected to. So it was the same. It was
Let's
essentially
focus
one of
on
the same
the
questions.
specific objection that was posed and my
And what was the grounds for
willingness
it?
to give you an opportunity to provide the court with an offer of proof. This was what relevance would this particular witness in news reports have to his testimony?
The same thing that any other witness that was asked the same question.
Which would be what?
Asked or X?
You have to be specific, sir.
I
I'm not
was
going
specific.
to
Have they
assume I
saw-
understand what you are saying.
Have they saw any reports related to the incident? That's the same question
He's
that's
tapping
been
his
asked by
fingers
There
numerous
would be a
on the
follow-up
desk.
to that.
It's
So
very
how is
annoying.
it relevant to this witness's testimony?
It's relevant to anyone who gets on the stand's testimony.
What's the legal basis you believe it's relevant to his testimony, sir?
It obviously forms an opinion.
Again, you need to explain to me, sir, the legal basis why you believe I should allow that witness to be asked that question and then any follow-up based on his response.
What would have been the follow-up? It would
I'm
have
asking you,
got
sir,
asked and it would
you're
have got
the one
answered.
who's the proponent of this particular testimony and this questioning and the evidence. So explain to me your legal basis for why you believe it's relevant.
I don't
to
have a
ask,
legal basis,
or any
Your
other
Honor.
reason, any legal
I'm a
basis you believe
moron.
it's that I should allow that question to be asked.
I am not a lawyer.
I've stated
I
the
don't
reason why I
understand,
asked
Your
the
Honor.
question.
No, you stated it's obvious, but it's not obvious to me, so I'm asking you to explain it.
Oh
I
boy.
also stated that
She's wants a legal term.
I just clearly stated
There's a legal
clearly
term. Relevance.
that it goes towards biasness.
What difference at this
That would be
point does it
relevant.
make?
What?
Biased.
I need that
Bias?
soundbite.
Biased.
No,
That is the
bias,
court's
BIAS. Not, there's
Oh, now
not
it's an
the
English lesson.
bias.
microphone.
I
So
want to
now
make
we-
sure I
so-
understand
so
your
now it's the
reasoning
problem with how
correctly,
I
sir.
correct
So
something.
it's,
How I
you're
pronounce
saying it
something.
goes to bias. How does it go to bias of this witness, sir?
How would it not go to if you see something
How
in
would
the
it
news?
not
It's
go
not
to
a proper
bias?
legal argument,
You
sir.
tell
Okay,
me.
well, I don't know how you want me to answer
How
that.
would what he saw subsequent to his investigation impact either what he did beforehand or his testimony here? You have to make an offer of proof as to that. Without that, I'm not going to allow it.
You didn't allow it anyway, so it do it matter at this point?
I'm giving you the opportunity. It's called an offer of proof.
Okay,
I said
know
I
what
would
it-
recall the
I'm well
witness
aware-
if I
I'm well aware
determine.
what an offer of proof is.
Okay,
I'm well aware.
so make your offer of proof.
I don't need to. It's clear.
I don't need to.
It's very clear.
The
I don't see
judge
anything.
just told
That's
you to,
debatable.
so you
Not
need
funny,
to.
sir. It's just it's a circular argument. It's you're
I
telling me
wasn't
that
referring
it's
that to
clear.
you. I wasn't referring that to you. The person that it was referred to know who they are.
Well, let's stay on task, please. So
I'm trying
you
to.
you're
but it's
claiming
hard.
it goes to bias,
May I
but
say
in
this?
what
May I say
way?
this for the record, Your Honor? It's hard to stay on task when it seems like the prosecution can ask essentially anything they want to ask.
Mr. Brooks,
But then when I
had an objection before. Well, here's the thing. You want to go off target and you want
It's
to
not
bring
off
up
target.
things from the past. I can't explain to you why sometimes the state has an objection and other times they don't. But
That's not what I asked.
when an objection has been made, it is my obligation to rule on it. And so there was an objection.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor. But I'm also aware of the fact, and it's clear that I object quite often, and every single time I object is just thrown to the side every single time.
I would disagree with that characterization, sir.
And why
I
would
make
you
my
disagree with
rulings
that?
in this
Why would
case
you disagree
based.
with that?
I'm like
Can
an
you point out one
umpire.
time?
I'm like an umpire in a baseball game, sir. I call and see the legal objections as I see them. That is my role, and that is what I do. And
are you kidding me?
That's exactly
Your
what I do.
Honor.
I'm an umpire, sir.
Your Honor.
I am
Baseball very good for
referee
me.
in this trial.
If you're the
And
umpire
let me
with constant-
finish. Let me finish, Mr. Brooks.
I
Okay?
apologize. I'm letting
So-
you finish.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Sometimes parties
I
make
will let you
objections,
finish.
sometimes they don't. There can be a variety
It's
of
like a Taylor
reasons.
Swift
You
moment.
make a lot of objections in this case. From my perspective, okay, you make a number of objections. I rule on them and you disagree with them. But that doesn't mean I'm casting things aside. I'm making a call based on the rules of evidence. So for example, if there's a relevance objection, I'm going to analyze that, okay, based on the objection that's been made. Sometimes I might think there's another basis for something to either come in or not come in. But my rule book, okay, is the rules of evidence, which are the statutes, which once again, I'll point out, I gave you, sir, near the beginning of this trial, so that you would have a better understanding of what those rules are. If you choose not to read them, that's fine. But you cannot then claim that there is somehow foul play because you haven't read them and you don't understand
Why does
what
she
they are.
continue to argue
Your
with him?
ignorance of the law is not a defense for any of this. Okay, and you getting frustrated with me because you don't understand.
We're all
that?
frustrated with you,
I mean,
sir.
It's just what it is. But I'm calling these legal shots as I see them. And I've asked you repeatedly for an offer of proof. You want to ask this witness who had limited involvement regarding a part of an investigation related to that vehicle. I don't see the relevance, even to bias, for which I will allow him to answer that. You haven't given me a legal or factual reason to
At no point during this trial.
objection
No
and to bring the witness back on the stand and to question him about
I
his
object
viewing
to
of
being
any
called by that
news
name.
reports. So with
We all
that,
need some wine.
we are going to take a very short break. The jury's been out for a little bit,
Oh,
but I
good.
recognize it's 3:25. It'll be a good opportunity for a comfort break. And when we come back on, let's take
Comfort break, aka shots.
Can I release at least rebuttal to what you just said?
Oh,
since you
no.
asked
I don't
me
need
No,
a
that?
there's
rebuttal,
no
sir. You may
rebuttal
not
to what
agree
the
with me,
judge
but I've
says.
made it
It's not about
on
agreement. You
record.
just told me not to interrupt you, and I didn't. So I at least deserve the chance to put on the record.
No, you
A
don't.
rebuttal.
What would you like to put on the record
Oh,
as it
don't
relates
ask
to
him
the
that.
specific issue for which I
Oh,
was
just
giving you
take
the
a
opportunity
break.
to be heard? Not anything else, not subject matter jurisdiction, not
Now you
whether
said
the
that. I
state's
didn't
doing other
even
things.
bring that
I'm
up, Your Honor.
only asking you to address the offer
Oh,
of proof.
good
No,
God.
I
You
want
have
to.
something, go ahead.
I
but
wanna-
only as it relates
I
to
want to
that.
address your position because you said you're like the umpire, right?
Well, I'm not getting, okay, go ahead, sir. I'm not sure why you need to respond to
Because-
that.
Do you
Because
recall?
it needs to be on the record. If you're the
do you
umpire,
recall
that
the
means you're the
famous
referee.
baseball movie
It's what I'm
starring
doing
Kevin
today, sir.
Costner?
You're not reffing fair if the jury's not allowed to hear things that's
Sir,
important.
in the words of
I
Hollywood historic
respectfully
movies, you are in a league of your own.
Because you believe the law means you have a right to question all the witnesses about who the plaintiff is and about subject matter jurisdiction.
I didn't
doesn't make
question
it
anybody
so,
about that.
okay?
That
It
was
doesn't make
between
it
you
so.
and I. That didn't have nothing to do with a witness. I've
You
never
wanna
once
question
questioned a
these
witness about
witnesses,
subject
sir,
matter
Look at her.
jurisdiction.
whether
She's got her
they
water in her
are
hand. She's
aware
halfway out
of
the
complaints.
door.
And the funny thing is, sir, I sometimes let that question be answered for reasons that are completely different, I believe, than why you want them in. I am not going to explain that
You
because I don't
can't. You
have
can't
to
say
explain that.
what's my reason for asking it.
Oh man.
Well, I believe you've made it very clear, sir. So here's the
I
bottom line.
don't.
One of my
Ugh.
roles is to be the umpire.
Then you got to
All
be
right?
fair, Your Honor. You're a public servant.
I am fair, and I'm
No,
going to
you're
follow
not.
the
You're not
rules
being
of
fair.
evidence.
Your
code
Honor,
that
this is
doesn't
why I
do
say that.
unfettered questioning
This is
of
why I say that.
witnesses that are not relevant or that call for hearsay or for a variety of other reasons that are speculative. There's a whole host of reasons in the rules of evidence, sir, that require me to make those determinations.
Stop arguing with him and walk
not
out
being
the
fair.
door.
You're
Respect
not
that
being
you
fair,
might
though.
not think it's always
Slam the
fair, but
It's
I
not.
disagree with the characterization.
Oh
I
my
think it has
God.
more
I
to
can't.
do
This is like
with
arguing
your
with one of
lack
my
of
children. This
understanding
is
of
what
the
it's
rules
like.
of evidence and the rules of
This is even worse. This is like a kid in Toys R Us.
And
No, you
freely-
can't get
No,
that
you
toy.
can't
and
have it.
deliberately made a choice to represent.
But you're
you.
not being fair.
You're saying that because it sounds good
Sir,
on the
you did
record,
that
but
as
it's
you
not.
were.
It's not accurate. You accept it when you gave me the paperwork, Your Honor. I
I'm
gave
not-
it back to
I'm
you.
not going in. I didn't
I-
say that, sir, so we can go back and rehash all of those things.
But you know you accepted
All right.
the way that I gave you the paperwork back. So once
and I
you
made
accept
findings
that,
on the record, which I will stand by, sir. So
and I'm not,
with that,
I'm not
we're going to
arguing.
take.
I'm not arguing your
So
findings.
with that, I'm
I'm
going to
not
go back to
arguing
my
your
Zillow
findings, Your Honor.
apartment search. And yeah.
Did they just cut the feed? Click. I think Law and Crime cut
I
the
would like to get through one more.
You got it.
witness today.
You got
Thank
it. You got to
We're
call
off
it
the
fair.
record, sir.
Oh
You got.
God. What's going on? The feed's coming in and out. Oh, they just
cut the mic. We're
Good.
done.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. That was so awful. I hate watching this. It is the worst court. I usually like watching court trials. Like I'm interested. And
Mhm.
like today I was just like, I need to go get in my bed and pull my blankie up over my face because I
Ugh.
can't take this anymore.
Well, okay, I want to find it because I missed the 50-minute sovereign
Oh
speech.
no, you're not going to make us sit through that, are you?
I actually want to do it on like 0.175 speed.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
That actually sounds like fun. So
I
he'll
know,
sound
right?
like a munchkin. While we're doing that, I'm going to try and make myself look less pale and sickly. Look, it's turning into a makeup stream. Look.
Don't worry, I've done those before.
Yeah.
You're like, watch this face magically disappear.
It's going to look terrible, but it's going to look
magic
better than what I
stream.
looked like before. And I don't know. I don't know.
I
I don't
definitely
even.
think you have more concealer on one eye than the other.
Oh, I'm sure I do. I'm
Oh,
sure
definitely. Yeah.
at this one.
You're definitely a little uneven there, kid.
Listen, once I put my glasses on, you won't be able to see it anyway.
This is true. That's why I love glasses, yo.
I don't know why I try. I really don't. See, the glare is just gonna erase all of it anyway.
Oh,
God.
well, yeah, so then you only just need cheekbones and then you're good.
Right.
See, that's the life that I want, you know. Okay. Darrell Brooks. Darrell Brooks, 50-minute sovereignty.
Rosie, I'm the last person you want to show you how to do makeup. I don't have a clue. I just pretend. I just put things in places and try and make myself look less pale and sickly. I need Farron to do my makeup someday.
Oh, for sure.
She does a much better job than I do. I don't know what I'm doing. One of my favorite streams, though, that I did was during the Johnny Depp trial. I put fake bruises on my face while they were on the trial, doing the trial, and they were freaking fantastic. I mean, I looked like I got beat up, like seriously, seriously injured. And I didn't even have a bruise kit. I was just using my makeup that I had in my makeup bag. Oh, what the hell? Did I get rid of that picture? Oh, no, here it is. Look, Farron.
What's that from?
From the Johnny Depp trial.
Oh, my God.
I did that with my makeup. What is playing in my ears right now? Oh, it's an ad on YouTube. Jesus.
Oh.
Yeah, so I took my makeup bag out because, I was like, I think I can make bruises on my face. And I think I made mine look better than hers.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I would believe that you had a broken nose there.
I know, right? Look at that. And hers weren't even as good as that.
No.
And
I just with makeup?
I just used the makeup that was in my makeup bag. Yeah, I didn't even use I bought a bruise kit afterwards, and I actually liked the bruise that I made with regular makeup better than what came in the bruise kit. All right, here we go.
I love your broken nose.
I know, it's good. It was good, right? Wasn't bad.
Wait, what is this?
I don't know.
Oh, don't be like Legal Bites and get premium.
I canceled it because of what they did to Nick.
Oh, I get it. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I canceled it that day. I was like, I'm not paying for this anymore.
Oh, Lord.
You can skip the ad,
Have you done a stream yet? The response stream of the other night or no? Or are you not even discussing it?
What? Oh, that was a terrible thing.
Terrible, no good, very bad thing.
That was a terrible, no good, very bad thing. Do you have the link for the 50-minute thing?
I was trying to find it. Let me see. Because yesterday was
I'll tell you what.
13th.
I'll tell you what I thought about Legal Bites video. The thing that bothered me the most about it, and again, I don't know her at all. I've never spoken to her, so I have no bad feelings about her whatsoever. I don't even know her. She would have been so much better off just to stay quiet about it and just leave it alone. Getting on and being like, playing clips of Nick and trying to pretend like he did something bad to her, when if she had continued to play that clip, we would have all heard that he defended her. I'm actually considering playing that full clip because I don't think it was fair to cut it off 30 seconds in and not give us the actual, like what he actually said.
Oh yeah. I talked about it on my locals yesterday morning. But since we're on the topic, and folks, sometimes you just want to discuss topics with your friends that you haven't had a conversation with yet. So here we are live. Because we were texting about it, but then I was on a flight because I was gone like all day and overnight for this stupid connection flight. Which, mind you, American Airlines right here. Literally
They're the worst.
10 of us got off of the flight. It was San Francisco to Phoenix. There were 10 of us that were running over to the Phoenix to Chicago flight. It was in the gate next door. We landed at like 6:42 and the flight was scheduled to take off at 6:45. 10 of us 3 of us in first
I
class.
think it's a
We
leaf
get out.
blower somewhere by Farron's
Oh, yeah,
house.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Excuse me. Blame Nancy Pelosi. No, but but so she we get to the gate right away and we're like, we're here, and they're like, oh, sorry. They're like, well, we have to remain on time. And it's like, you have 10 people. And like normally I've seen them where they've held things up a little bit. I just and you know what? It's so funny because Nick has mentioned this before about when you tweet at them
Mhm.
and you get better customer service. I tweeted at
It's
American
true.
Airlines, as many of you guys saw, and yeah, I have to actually call them later today to get like a refund or whatever, but it was ridiculous. But okay. So okay, now there's 2. There's 2 outside now.
They're multiplying. You know, they could be murder hornets. You might want to make
I
sure the
don't
windows
know.
are closed.
Yeah,
Just
but right
in
now this is
case.
like a two foghorns, one stream situation, and we've got
Oh,
this
no.
needs to go. This needs to go. Okay. So this is I had the 7 things that because I rewatched it a couple of times and I wanted to go from like a media standpoint of what was wrong and why that should not be done the way that it was. I was calling from the very beginning. I put out a whole statement that was like, this is what needs to be done. Get off of Twitter, do this all behind the scenes, you know, make no reference of it, stay off online until Monday. It'll blow over. Trust me, I've been in these situations, but not
Yeah,
like that
everyone will
bad.
forget in a couple of
Right.
days.
Exactly. And you know what's crazy is everybody was forgetting it. Like you had the stream on Joe, and then like it was or I'm sorry, it was Monday and Tuesday because the Legal Vices stream was Friday. Because I remember I was getting ready to take off for San Francisco. And it was like Monday and Tuesday, everything was dying. And then Wednesday night, she decides to go on Joe's stream, which I was already there, like, bad idea. You're in front of the wrong audience. And then the next day with the crazy tweets, I was like, okay, this is kind of crazy. But so I was calling for her to not do anything. Well, then I watched it a couple of times and I was taking notes and I was like, okay, you know, what can people learn from this when you want to do a response just in general, whether it's you know, this is, you know, if you're a public figure and you can kind of learn from other public figures because, you know, Megan, you know this, but like in DC, when there's a big scandal that happens, they have like a bunch of speechwriters and they literally have a contest of you write the speech and admit wrong, you write the speech and say that I didn't do it. And whoever's comes off better, they
Mhm.
usually end up going that route. It's pretty sick. But and it usually comes off where they usually sometimes admit to it. Herschel Walker is not yet, so I'm waiting for the day that that happens. But so there were 7 things that there were so many, but I basically hunkered it down to 7. The first one right off the bat, she misquoted Andrew. He didn't say he didn't care if he's being a communist. He said, I don't care about the communists or the cabal and what they think. So totally different meaning right off the bat, total misquote. Everything from that argument on in that sense of Andrew, completely null and void. Strictly by that one misquote, which is why it's important, as you and I know, to quote correctly.
Yeah.
Second one, comparing it to Nicholas Sandmann had absolutely nothing to do with her case. For those that don't remember, Nicholas Sandmann was the kid in front of the Washington Monument with the
She
hat
said
on.
people had misconstrued her face. I don't remember even saying anything about her face. I just said she looks
Right.
They looked like very uncomfortable in the video, but that doesn't have anything to do. I'm not saying, oh, look at her face, you know. I
Right.
don't know. To me, Farron, it's more like there was a legitimate complaint from some people who are like, wait a minute, you know, your entire channel was built on the fame you got from Rittenhouse and being on Nick's channel. Nobody had ever heard of any of them before Nick. Like that's
Mhm.
at least not many. She had like 4,000
Mhm.
subscribers. I'm just saying if it were me and I went from 4,000 subscribers to 230 or whatever it was, 230,000 after that, I'd be indebted to that man for the rest of my life. I mean, I feel like I owe him now, and I think I got like 10,000 subscribers from
Same,
Nick.
yeah. Mhm.
And I feel like anybody who's watched, anybody who knows, she made a real big deal about distancing herself from him and his show. About like, you know, I don't know what's going on over there, and I've heard things, I'm hearing things, Well, if you're hearing things through third parties, maybe you should check it out yourself. A.
Exactly.
B, it doesn't really matter what he said or what anybody says. If you support free speech, you support it whether you agree with the speech or not.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to agree with whatever it was that was said, but you could still say, I don't support censorship, period.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's not that hard. But
Yeah.
but for some reason, it it just became so difficult for her. And then she turned to making it about Nick being bad to her somehow. That's what bothered me the most was,
Yeah.
wait a minute, he didn't say anything. And she says, oh, he says he didn't direct anyone, and then points to one meme that he posted on Locals that was from Drex with the these hoes ain't loyal meme, which come
Right.
on, it was funny. And
Well,
of
and so
course,
that's one of the things that I say too. So like again, back to the Nicholas Sandmann thing, that was a situation where it was a kid in front of a Native American protester and they were just standing there and everybody around saw that the kid didn't do anything and it was the media that took it and
Mhm.
made a kerfuffle about it. That
Yeah.
is not the same thing as you and Nicholas Sandmann. We
Mm-mm.
all saw when Kurt said, well, Nick's my friend, and you and Hogue both looked down to the side and made a
Mhm.
face,
Mhm.
which both can, and that's the reason that Kurt did say, well, Nick's my friend.
Mhm.
So this wasn't like we misconstrued it. Everybody saw it.
Everybody saw
You
it.
just wanted us to unsee what we saw, and
And
that's
then
not
to
how
say
it
that, like,
works.
she and then there were 2 things that were strange to me. At one point and again, I'd like to say for the record, Nick never asked me to say anything about this or do anything
Same here.
or defend him in any way. This is just
We're just
um,
having a conversation.
simply
It's
what I
too big.
saw. But he certainly didn't. In fact, he's trying to shut it all down and not talk about it. And that's fine too. I mean, I don't like YouTube drama, but I do
Mhm.
think it's interesting on a level of none of this is what it's being chalked up to be. It's like, clearly you have a problem with him. You've had a problem with him for a while. You haven't known how to address it, or you haven't wanted to address it in person. And now it's all coming out publicly, which is unfortunate, especially
Right.
because this is somebody who really benefited from Nick's friendship and generosity, and that's
Well,
sad.
I think
When
it's
someone is is getting attacked on by all these different fronts, and this is someone who really helped you out, whether or not you like that person or not, it's kind of like, why wouldn't you help circle the wagons when this is your bread and butter? Anybody could come after you next. If you don't stand up for that guy who does the thing, the Howard Stern thing that you don't like, and you don't have to like it, but if you don't stand up for the right to say it or do it, you're not going to be able to do your stupid, fence sitting stuff either. At some point, someone's going to hate it enough to target you.
Absolutely. The other thing that I thought was wrong is pulling up other people's tweets and comparing them to yours. Like I said, this is all a lesson, I think, in PR and how to handle situations like this.
Yeah, I thought
But
that was kind of strange.
but
Also.
trying to compare your tweet to others, it only made it worse, and I'll tell you why. Other people's tweets were like, hey, whatever Nick needs, like Bronca's, like, hey, whatever help Nick needs, like, I'm there. What does she have in her tweet? If you choose not to follow Nick, you can abstain from clicking. Why would I
Smiley face.
do we need to
Smiley
be told
face.
not to click on people that we don't like?
Yeah,
Is
no.
that a new concept, people? I mean,
Very
it made it
weird.
worse. The fourth one is she shows the video of her, Hogue, and Kurt in the video. She
Mhm.
never fucking plays it. She never played it to show like a play-by-play of
Here's the
them
thing
making
that I
mistakes.
said that made everyone mad, and here's why. And really, she didn't have to explain herself. She really didn't. She didn't have to do any of this.
Mhm.
And the idea that, and I was very disappointed in her that she turned off super chats and monetization on her video. It's like, might as well get the
She
grip.
got a super thanks on there. That means it's now monetized. People are giving super thanks. I thought we're
Okay,
not
well, it's like,
monetizing
okay, well,
this.
it's fine to monetize it. Everybody else is making money on this drama, so
Right.
you might as well too.
Mhm.
And it doesn't make you a better person that you turned off the monetization on
When you
this.
didn't.
It just makes you kind of silly. It's a silly thing. It's like, if the internet is enjoying the drama and they want to pay to see it, then let them pay to see it. Who cares? If you're going to take part in it. I think the better idea was to just stay quiet about it and just
Mhm.
try and fix it behind the scenes, because Nick never did say anything. The
No.
only thing he did was show that meme, which was hilarious. These hoes aren't
but
loyal.
even that though, okay, because that was another thing. I said you brought up Nick's local page, and you show that it posts law nerd clips. The clip from law nerd clips, okay, not made by Nick whatsoever.
Right.
Here's the biggest thing is I find out later, that it's posted by his handle, but I mean, when these creators start getting more and more and more followers, they start having admins run their shit and whatnot. And it's like, how do you know that's actually him? Are you sure that he's the one that posted it? It's one of those things where case by case, it could be difficult. The part of the brother being in the military made absolutely no sense.
Her husband.
The whole thing, I said, I was like, the whole thing read like an Elaine Bredehoff closing argument, where it was just all over the place, out of context, out of order, and just poorly worded.
Also, I think it was
any PR
pre-recorded.
person would have. It was. I definitely think it was.
There was
and
no
a lot of people
interaction with
don't
the
know what a
chat.
look live is. A lot of people don't know what a look live is. You can tape it so that it looks like you're live, but you're not.
And do a live chat on it. She
Yeah.
wasn't interacting with the chat at all or taking any questions.
Statement, but it's
And when she was looking down, it wasn't sad. She was reading her papers in front of her.
You are going to get a written
For real.
decision. That's how I'm
It was a PR
addressing
nightmare.
this. And then I'm going to have.
Yeah, I don't
just
think it
run out
was
and just
good.
providing courtesy copies to the parties as I had an opportunity to finalize that over the break.
Set for value and return for value is document.
Thank you for noting that. All right, when the jury
Thank
out.
you for
State has its
noting
next
that.
Witness, I presume, ready to go? All right.
Oh,
When the
boy.
jury's brought out, you may call the witness.
Oh boy. Sir, just keep your mouth shut.
Is that verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction?
The decision and order speaks for itself, sir.
Is it verified proof that you have it?
Sir,
Ugh.
I believe it answers your questions.
I don't believe so.
Unequivocally.
There's no verified proof proven yet. There's no verified proof if we're in common law or admiralty law. What court is this?
Good fucking God.
Oh, Nick's
I
going to
believe
go
your
through the
answers will be
sovereign
in
rant
that
tonight.
decision and
Maybe
order.
we
I
should
don't
just
believe
wait
so.
for him to do it. I
Have
bet
you
that'll
read
be
it yet?
hilarious.
I don't have to.
You
Okay.
you
I
do that
accept
one,
it for
Bill.
value and return for value.
Maybe you
so
can get on frickin' Rumble.
They're in there, sir.
Yeah. No
It's a
joke.
final order for
verified
purposes
proof
of
is in
appeal.
there.
Man,
Verified proof is
so
in there.
if you'd
His
like to
microphone
challenge
is so
that,
bad.
You can take that up with the appellate courts.
Verified proof is in there.
Oh,
Because I don't think it is.
Stop
Already.
arguing with her. I think I'm going to turn him
Take it
down
up
a
to the
little
appellate
bit.
court.
Proof
Yeah.
of claim is not in there either. No one has a claim.
Oh, Darrell, whatever your name is, stop. Get help.
Darrell. Grounds.
Oh,
That sounded like a painful one. Oh. Oh.
I still have to finish Nick's stream from last night. That was so funny. I was
Oh
dying
God.
laughing.
With Montegraph.
Oh, don't say his
Oh.
name. It's like Beetlejuice. If you say it, he
Well, I did-
appears.
Thank you, everyone.
did.
Please be seated.
The
Statement
next
calls
break, I
next
gotta show
witness.
you something that's
It calls,
kind of
calls
amazing.
Carlos.
He's been
Arachiga.
stalking me too, you know.
All right, good
Oh.
afternoon, Mr.
I need a
Arachiga.
new
If you would
stalker.
please make your way to the
You
witness
don't
stand.
want
I would
It
be
is all the way
honored.
up near me,
I would be
to the right
honored.
of me.
Oh no,
It
you
is
do
up
not
one
want this
wider.
one.
When you get
Don't tell
there,
me what I
please
want and
remain
don't want.
standing. Raise your right hand.
You are a girl after my own heart. I swear. Don't tell me
Don't
what
tell
I
me
don't
what's
want.
good for me.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
You'll regret it though. I'm telling you
First
right
thing I
now.
will ask you to
Oh.
do is to state your
Drunk
first
Kate.
and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Carlos Arachiga Velasco. Is my second.
All right, I'll
last
turn
name.
it up now.
Carlos, Carlos, and then Arechiga for Arachiga, and then Nolasco, Nolasco.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, back in November of 2021, were you living here in the city of Waukesha?
Lawyer
Yes.
daddy.
What was your home address on
Just
November
saying.
21st of 2021?
338 Maple Avenue, second unit or upper unit.
Okay, that's a duplex.
It's a duplex, yeah.
Were you home at 338 Maple in the upper unit on the afternoon of that day, the 21st?
Yes.
Do you recall at some point hearing a noise or something that was out of place outside of your window?
Yeah, during that time, I was sitting down, and to my left is a window that looks down to the driveway. And when I was sitting down, I heard like a big scratch, sort of kind of like just a rough scratch of either metal or whatever. And as soon as I look out, because the window's right there, I just peeped open the blinds, and I was able to see that there was a vehicle that I had never recognized. And as soon as I looked over, I was able to see just somebody being able to get just jump over the hood of the car, kind of dash away. And when I saw the car, I just saw that it was really beat up. And my first instinct was like, who is this? I hope our cars are okay. Wasn't really sure what was going on. Sorry.
Could you describe the vehicle for us that you saw in the driveway?
It was a red vehicle, SUV, bigger, not a sedan, not a truck, not a pickup truck. It was just a red SUV.
When you looked out your second story window at the driveway,
The chat
and you saw
is
the
simping
vehicle,
for Carlos.
At that time, could you see whether there was any damage to the vehicle?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, for me, it's the
Said it was beat up.
road.
Yeah, I saw damage to the vehicle. It was mostly at the hood of the car. You can see damage to the front windshield as well. I was able to even see sort of kind of like a lit up headband
Alex.
on the rear view.
It's a no on the
mirror.
Levi work
That's what it
jacket.
was for me too.
Kind of hanging
That's
kind
what
of,
it was. I was like, I just
kind of
can't.
inside or on it, I guess you can say.
Buddy, I need you in a suit in order to even just get a second look.
Had the SUV already come to
Come on,
a
we're in
stop, or was
court.
it still moving?
It was at a complete stop when I looked out the window.
Oh, I gotta show you the guy at
person
the
you described
Muslim
earlier.
Dearborn meeting last night. Oh my
Where did you
goodness.
first see that person?
Hold tight,
They're
please.
pissed.
Already outside of the vehicle, like I said, jumping out
They are
mostly
not happy.
over the hood of the car.
They're also super
and
hot.
As soon as that happened,
Hold on. Wait till you see
instinctively
this
say
dude.
what?
Wait till you see this
just
dude.
shut down the blind. And since
This
we live
is
in a
who showed up
duplex,
to protect
I
kids in
thought it was
Dearborn
somebody
last
from
night.
downstairs that
I call
maybe
him
crashed into one of
Spartan
our
King.
cars. Maybe they caused an accident, and I tried contacting the people downstairs right away. So
Okay.
I wasn't
His
really,
arms are bigger than my
in much of
thighs.
a threat, I guess you can
Shut
say.
the door.
But I was just
Sir,
confused at the moment.
there are people trying
back
to
to that.
teach me
I wanna ask
about
you a couple more questions
HRT
about this person that
and
you saw.
critical race theory.
Was this person directly
ever
below you in your
you wanna
vantage
come
point,
on
or was it
over
off to the side?
and
It
beat
was
it
more
out of me.
Overruled. He may answer.
I mean,
It was more
honest to
towards the
God.
Step up,
side.
sir.
Wasn't really below me.
Honest to God.
Sort of leaving my point of view from the
That you
window.
should have, I should show you the video at some
What
point.
direction that person went after they jumped over the hood of the SUV?
It would have been
The
sort
chat
of straight
was
ahead,
going crazy.
kind of towards
Oh
the
my
left of the
gosh.
driveway, so I couldn't see them anymore.
Here's another one.
We have
Oh yeah,
two
they are
windows, one
teaching
in the
me
bedroom, one in the living
CRT
room.
hard.
If I was in the bedroom, I would have been able to see
I
exactly
am
where they went.
totally
They just went
inundated.
left
These guys
from my
were
point of view.
anti-groomer, man. They were like, get
So
this
would that
shit
have
out of
been
our
toward
schools.
or away from Maple?
Get the gay
that
porn
would
out
have
of the
been-
schools.
Hold on. If there's an objection, wait until I rule on it. And overruled, the witness may answer.
It was towards Maple Avenue.
Did you see that person reach Maple Avenue?
No.
Guess
Why
who I'm
not?
talking with tonight?
The
Who?
point of view from the window doesn't
Rob
really let me
Gouveia.
see towards
Oh,
Maple
great.
Avenue.
If you want to pop
or
in, let me know.
Maple Avenue altogether.
I'm going to be so damn tired. I'm
After
going
the
right to
person
bed as
went
soon
out
as
of
this
your
is
field
done.
of view, is that when you
I'll send you the
tried to
replay
contact
link.
your downstairs
Okay.
neighbor?
Yeah, because I assumed that it was maybe somebody they invited over. 'Cause I
Linux
really
charms, you
recognized the
shut your
person,
whorish
and
mouth.
I tried contacting them
You're
to
more
make
vanilla
sure,
than ice cream.
they
Don't act
knew
like you
who
know
it
what you
was
want.
or
That's
who the
why. Maybe
person,
got to
yeah,
try
was.
something new. I've never
From the
had
moment you
muscle.
first looked out your window and saw that SUV until
Head
the
to
moment
Dearborn.
that the person we've been talking
Head to
about
Dearborn,
went out of your
Guess
sister.
field
what?
of
I'm
view.
heading there
Did
Sunday.
you see any
The
other
entire
people
crowd was
outside your
full
window?
of young,
No.
virile,
Did you at some
marriageable
point
aged
go
men.
downstairs to investigate?
All of
Where
them
the
were in
fuck
good
was
shape.
I?
That was during
no.
I'm
me
going to be in
going
Detroit all
downstairs.
next
I was
week,
trying to
so
contact the
I
people
might have to
downstairs
stop at a
because they
school
always
board
invite
meeting. You know
people
what I'm saying?
over. And that was a vehicle I've never seen in my life. So I assumed
Thanks
maybe
for
it
the
was one of
super
their
chat.
friends,
Mike
somebody.
Eitkiss
So
doing
when I
what?
went
Running
downstairs,
for
I
Congress?
sort of
I don't know what
came
that means.
to the front of the vehicle. I was able to see the
Sick.
damage up front. The hood was really beat up.
What
You
you
can see it steaming a little bit. So when I contacted the neighbors,
What do
they
you want?
one of them actually told me that
What do you want?
they'll ask around. He came back to me. He said, that's nobody's car. They all came out. We were all kind of surrounding it, and we were still confused as to why the car was there. And at that same time, when we were looking at the damage of the vehicle, people were leaving
Pickiest dog.
downtown Waukesha from Maple Avenue from the library going the other way. And some of them were running. Some of them looked scared. Some of them, what's it called? One of them told us to call the cops. We were kind of confused as to why. And well, mostly because we saw the vehicle. And we tried not touching it. We tried just leaving it be. One of the people from downstairs called the cops, and we waited a little bit. And as soon as the cops showed up, they told us to go back inside. And I was sort of inside for the rest of the afternoon until the car was removed.
Go on your bed.
When you first started standing around the vehicle with the other people you talked about, do you remember approximately how many people were standing around the SUV?
It would have been the three main neighbors that we have from downstairs.
Oh, puppy.
Two of their girlfriends, I believe.
How behind are
and then
you?
Two of their other
I'm
friends.
behind
so
because I was
would have
on the
maybe
other. I
been
was
around,
looking
like,
at the
6,
Rumble
7.
chat, and for some
Oh,
reason
gotcha.
they're
And then
behind. I don't know
My mom
why.
was also down with me, and then I was there.
There's
with
always
her.
a delay, but
Yeah, we tried not
is your Rumble
really
getting better? It
interacting
was a
with the
bitch
vehicle.
this
We were telling
morning.
everybody not to interact with it.
No, it's not getting
Was
better.
it at that time while you were standing with
weather
those people
biker,
around the
thanks
SUV
for the
that you
super
saw
chat.
other people running down Maple?
What's the
Yes.
over under on how many
What
days
direction
this
were
guy
they
lasts in
They
prison?
were heading towards
Not long.
the restaurant La Estacion, heading towards kind of like the train tracks, leaving from the library from Maple Avenue.
So would that be running north or running south?
by the way, somebody said would we
I guess if
would
you're
we
if
have
you're
to be ready
looking
to be
at
wife
downtown
number 1, 2,
Waukesha,
3, or 4. I
I
would
guess that would
totally be
be
a sister
north.
wife with you.
Right,
We'd be
I guess if
amazing.
south is heading towards downtown, north would be heading away from it.
Mhm.
Okay.
It'd be amazing. He would divorce both of us at the same
Both
time.
of us. I guarantee. I'm so
He'd
bad
be
at
like,
laundry and housekeeping, dude. It's not even funny.
we'll have
I
3 and 4 do it. Fuck
I
them.
would still need a housekeeper. You know.
That's what 3 and 4 are for. Yeah, we're 1 and 2. This is a 1 and 2, 3 and 4 kind of situation. We're like the front people. We're the front of house. You're the back of house.
Oh God. You know what was funny about that crowd though is that they were super Americanized. They weren't
For the
like
witness only exhibit number
they
1.
weren't even weird like Mormons. They were like just normal and super hot. I'm telling you. Watch the video.
Right middle of the screen.
Take a little drive. Like I said, once I get touchdown Detroit,
Objection.
my work's like, where are you? I just prove in the area. I'm in
Just
Dearborn right
cruising
now
Dearborn.
at a school board meeting. Just checking to see what's going on here.
So I'll sustain your objection.
Stand by 1 second. I'm gonna go bring the dog
Oh,
downstairs.
I will show Farron the rainbow lady. Yes,
Yeah,
I will.
show me
Shoot,
right
I
when
will-
I get back. Give me 1 minute.
Okay. Charlie, that's so funny.
Objection. What's being looked up that's not already
Thinking
in
of
the
sexy
exhibit.
version of Nick and
Look like
Bronca
something
makes
being
me
looked up.
I can't answer that question.
Why am I seeing Nick
don't
and
know.
Bronca in wigs right now?
Is it exhibit? Is it
Looking
a,
for an, can I?
I guess my objection would be: is there an exhibit being shown, or is there being
There's
something
nothing shown
shown?
to the witness right
It's
now.
just
That's
Rumble's
all.
having difficulties today. Rumble is having a moment and they can't get their shit together. And so nothing's working right on Rumble, which is why the YouTube stream is still
I sustain
going.
the objection.
I couldn't kill it
And
because
so-
Rumble's now is
Yeah,
kind
I
of
told
down.
the state not to show the map with annotations.
Okay.
So whatever they're doing in response to that, I can't answer.
Something popped up on the screen to look like they was trying to Google something, and then now my screen is off now. So that wouldn't be an exhibit.
I didn't see anything, so we can take that up later if need be, but let's keep going with the questioning of the witness, and we can deal with that later, outside the presence of the jury.
Just for the record, I know it's 140 exhibits, so it shouldn't be no more than that. You can't create exhibits right now.
Well, we'll get to any legal issues later, so if the state can continue, please.
I'll try to clear this up without any more exhibits for Mr. Brooks. When you are standing in your driveway facing Maple Avenue, If you wanted to go to downtown Waukesha, would you go left or right?
Objection. That was asked and answered. He asked north or south, and he already answered that question.
This question has not been asked or answered, so your objection is overruled. The witness may answer.
And I'm sorry, you can answer that again.
It was left. Yeah.
And if you wanted to go to La Estacion or the train tracks, would you go left or right?
It would be right.
So the people who were running past your house on Maple, were they running towards downtown or were they running towards La Estacion?
Towards La Estacion.
Sorry, was there an objection?
Asked and answered.
It was clarification, so his answer may stand. The objection is overruled.
Okay. Now, at the time that you were standing around the SUV with those other people, how much time had gone past between that time and the time that you first heard the noise and looked out your window upstairs?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
I would say that it was maybe around
Rackets broke rumble.
2 minutes.
That's
Not
possible.
even that much. Because I still had to get my shoes and everything. I wanted to go downstairs.
told
and
they're
at the same time, I
updating
was
things.
texting the neighbor from downstairs. So I would say a little bit of time.
It's
passed
Friday.
by
Rumble
before I
is
went
drunk.
downstairs.
Can we please show for everyone exhibit number 65?
Those of you on
video
Rumble,
which has
hit that
previously
plus
been
button.
received?
How can we only have 26 rumbles? That can't be possible.
That's bullshit.
That's bullshit. Hit the plus button.
The power of the mouse. Hit it.
Just wait for a thumbs up from the bailiff. Okay. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yeah.
Tell us what we're looking at here.
God, I've
right
seen
now
this-
we're looking at
this still so
sort
many
of
times.
the side of the building that's or from Les Paul
It's
that's
just never
facing
gonna
my
end.
house and facing Maple Avenue. That house in the corner is my neighbor's house. I know them as the Loxes, and over there to the left where the perimeter of the fence ends, that's my house with the brick sort of kind of pillars and balcony. That'd be my house.
Okay.
So I know I could see what the witness was pointing to.
We're gonna have Matt take.
So very well. I just wanted, it's kind of difficult for me to put that on the record. So if you can.
KTV, I like it.
That would be good.
Sure.
I like this idea. Hey, if you have several Rumble accounts, that's right. Log into them all and hit that like button.
It would be
Hell yeah.
And we're at the 0 second time.
Jay Fuzzle, I agree with you completely.
And then if we could clear that, please.
Seriously, I feel like we should skip this and go straight
Now
to
I'm gonna
Rainbow Lady
ask
just for
Ms.
Farron.
Bessie to pull up
We
the
can
Zoom
always
link.
come back to this. But Rainbow Lady is so freaking funny. I think we should show her. Because this is boring as hell.
And we've zoomed in on the top left quadrant of this photo.
all
of this
for it.
video.
It's only like a minute long. It's only a minute long. So everybody calm down. We'll come back to this awful trial in just a second. I'm going to show Farron Rainbow Lady.
Oh shit.
Because it's freaking hilarious. So hold on. I'm going to share it. I'm going to share the Rumble link because why not? So this was someone who decided to come and scream at all the Muslim men in the crowd and test out how that went.
Oh God.
All right, let's see. Present screen. Based Muslims v. Mad Groomers. 400-pound woman says she doesn't exist. She's afraid no one knows she exists.
Oh, we know you're there, baby.
Shame.
Disgusting is when they're
Wait,
talking
where'd it
about
go?
people like me. And as a woman,
only if you're trying to groom the kids,
who
ma'am.
always has to fight for their right to exist.
No, you don't.
As a black woman who always has to fight for their right to exist.
Ma'am, you take up 2 chairs when you sit down.
As a queer
Everyone
person
knows you
who has
exist.
always had to fight for their right to exist. I am sick
Yeah.
and tired
Oh.
of people telling me
Didn't
to
she
go
just
off
say the
and
yelling
be
was a
whatever
problem?
I am somewhere else. I am not going anywhere.
No.
I am sick of the only books
I'm turning
that
you
my
down.
son can read are about slavery and lynching, things that I find disgusting.
What?
Those are things that I hate.
What? Slavery and lynching? What is she talking
I
about?
find unacceptable.
Well, then get those out of the library too. I have no
Always
problem with
reading
that.
About those things. We never get to read about love.
And
kindness.
blowjobs.
If it bleeds, it bleeds.
Fellatio.
Anything that gets shot, you get some somebody gets in a car accident on Beach Daily or Gully, it's the first thing on the news. If a lesbian couple gets married down the street, you never hear about it.
What?
Quiet.
Bitch, you're not gonna hear.
Please address the board.
Quiet. So what happened? I
And
love
please
my
be
neighbors.
respectful of the speaker.
It's a good thing she loves her neighbors so much.
I know.
Books are media.
Shut the fuck up.
Quiet. Reclaiming my time.
Look at his face.
Please continue.
Hey,
Please
watch
continue
this.
now.
Watch this. Oh, now you're not talking, are you? I've got the mute button.
Other than mine.
That's it. That's all.
Oh my God. What? Why was she angry? So angry too, by the way.
Because she wants because if gay porn books don't exist for preschoolers in the school library, she doesn't exist. Does that make sense?
So
And
you're
when I
telling
say
me-
gay porn, Farron, I mean, now brace yourself. I mean this. And that's blocked out, by the way. There's actual drawings of this in a graphic novel that's in all these schools all across the country that parents are upset about. Now, do you think that this is upsetting? It's freaking porn. Look at your face.
You know, for fuck's sake, I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. Excuse me while I reposition my hair because it just fell with the rest of humanity. Jesus. Oh, God.
That's what they're demanding they keep in order for her to have an existence. She must
You
have
recognize
that
the
gay
photograph on the
porn
screen in front of
Girl, I don't need
fellatio
to see
for
you
children.
in another.
We're looking at the
I don't need
side
to
of my
see you
house,
muff diving and know that you're there.
that
Okay, I literally
faces,
can see you.
kind of
Like I said, you
the
take
other
us
side
two
of California,
chairs.
I guess you can say.
You have to buy two
We're in the
airplane
same
tickets.
side of your
We
house,
know you
Two plane
exist.
tickets.
As the camera
You
angle
take up
from the
more
last exhibit.
space than anybody, lady.
No, you're not.
God.
On the other side.
Yeah, the other.
Yeah, she
the
did
other
say she was there
camera
with her husband.
on
And then she also said
the
she was
school
queer.
building was
Maybe her
facing
husband
the right side of the,
is really
of
a
the house.
wife.
Is facing the left side of the house.
I don't know.
Is this how
Oh,
your house
God.
appeared on the night of November 21st, 2021?
Yeah.
Move exhibit 66 into evidence.
This is bad news. Jess did the Rumble update and it didn't
Exhibit
work.
66 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Oh boy.
No shit today.
Do you see a vehicle in your driveway in this picture?
Yeah, it's the red SUV that I described.
We'll show now for the witness only, please, exhibit number 67. You recognize this exhibit?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at my driveway, and then my
You
house
guys
is
on
to
Rumble
the
want to
right.
know what's wrong with the rainbow
and
people?
Sort of. This is kinda like the
Narcissistic
area that we
personality
were,
disorder.
Sort of looking at
That's
the car
what's
from.
wrong.
We approached a little
Well,
bit
in
closer,
all
but,
fairness, can we
that's
just
sort of what I saw.
hold back
and
for a
that is
second?
what I saw.
I have many gay
Actually,
friends
Judge, just to be a little more
who
efficient with time, I'm going to move through the
hate
rest of these
the
photos
L's,
and
okay?
lay the foundation.
Because
and
they
then
say they
move the ball in
complicate
at once.
Go ahead.
everything.
We'll show
I'm
the
going to do it
witness
in
only,
Dave
please,
Chappelle terms.
68.
The L's, the G's,
You
the
recognize
B's,
that
the
photograph?
T's. The
Yeah.
G's
What are
hate
we
the
looking at here?
L's.
I know they've
But the
always
one
hated
thing they
the
both
L's.
have in common is they
or
both
the
hate
SUV,
the
sorry,
B's
that
because they think they're gross.
And now the
in my driveway.
LGBs all hate the T's.
To the left, you can
Exactly.
see a little bit of a.
And then the T's hate the
kinda like a
AQAI
stump of
plus apostrophe asterisk because
and
they're like, you're
that
getting on an
those-
R
I
train and
recognize a
we were
lot-
here
those
first.
logs from
Nobody invited you to this
the,
train.
Exactly.
backyard of
So
my neighbor's
thus
house,
alliances form, folks. This is how it
and it
goes.
was sort of dragged all the way to our driveway as well.
Cavatino says
show the
guessing
witness
Rainbow
now,
Lady's husband is
exhibit
Team
69,
No Balls.
100%.
What are we looking at? in this photograph?
100%.
This is the other end of the driveway where all of our cars are.
The B's are the
Um,
bisexuals. You
we
don't
can
know.
see
You don't
to
know
the
your gay
left,
terminology.
One of our vehicles, the white SUV, and
Yeah,
then the
duh.
two vehicles, the blue
The B's.
SUV, and then the sort of the brown sedan. Is both those cars are not mine; they're our neighbors' vehicles. But one of them's in the backyard, and one of them's in the driveway.
Exhibit 70 for the witness only, please.
I think I'm going to start calling
You
my
recognize
interviews
this
a date
photograph?
with so
Yeah,
and
that's
so.
the other vehicle from our neighbor's house. So all three, those are all their vehicles. If you look further down, you can see the other set of houses that are what's it called? Or the other set of houses that are on the same street from my neighbor's house. Our backyards connect.
Let's show the witness number 71, please.
Objection. What's the relevancy of all these photos?
Proving that you
Your
ran
objection
people
to
over.
relevance is noted. It's overruled. Go ahead.
You recognize what we're looking at in 71?
Yeah, that house, the White House, or sort of the one that's not to the side, to the right, that's my neighbor's house. And then to the right, that's sort of the back part of our house, first door.
We show the witness number 72, please. Do you know what we're looking at in this picture?
Yeah, right here, those are sort of some of the logs, or as I mentioned before, one of the logs that one of them was actually dragged into our driveway, and they had a few of them sort of for, I'm assuming, sitting down and
Nighthawk, that is going to be episode
this whole area
66 or
was kind of messed up.
66.
This
for sure.
part of the yard is not our part of the yard; it's our neighbor's yard. But they had logs over there, and they were kind of just as decoration.
I am not looking forward to
looking
the
at this area when we went to
made-for-TV
go
series
see,
or movie that
one of
this
them
is
was
going to be made
missing, and
into.
Everything else was kind of.
Oh, but who do you
beat
think is
up
going
in
to
that
play
part of the
everybody?
yard.
Oh,
finally.
You know who's crazy that could
73
play
for
Darrell
witness
Brooks?
only, please.
He's perfect for it.
Who?
Objection.
Fucking Will Smith.
An exhibit.
Maybe.
The relevancy
Just
of
put
this
Jada
what
in
we're
front of him the
looking at.
entire time just to piss him off.
Your objection is noted.
Perfect.
It's
Make Jada the judge.
overruled. And the witness is going to explain.
Judge Jada. Mhm.
You can see sort of remains of like some of those
Poor
logs
Will Smith.
that they, or like those stumps of logs.
It's
that
a
they
man
had,
who's lost his will to live.
And seems to be a
Oh,
car
poor Will
part,
Smith. He could leave her.
from the vehicle. From the vehicle.
I don't
As
think
Drex,
so.
he could leave her.
Do
Drex, he
exhibits
could leave her.
67 through
I doubt it.
73 accurately
Yeah, that's
portray
I think she's keeping his
Um,
balls in a safe
your
somewhere.
driveway, your backyard, and your neighbor's backyard as they looked the night of November 21st.
Jeffrey Dahmer, his balls are in
And
like a
you
little
went outside and
can.
looked at these things yourself,
in a little,
correct?
in a little box
Yeah,
that she
I
has the
did.
key for.
When before the cops sort of
Totally
arrived,
Dahmer style.
when we were sort of hovering around the car, and my neighbors were
Terrence Howard
contacting
is
the
Darrell
police,
Brooks. I mean, I would say
um,
don't do Terrence
I
Howard
was
like
trying
that
to
because
see
I
if any
love him.
damage was done
But
to our
that'd be a
vehicles,
good
because that
one.
was our main concern, since we had no idea what happened with the parade or anything.
Who would play
we
the
just tried
judge?
to go see what
Monica
happened to
Lewinsky.
our driveway. What,
Oh, yeah, of course.
Duh.
Duh.
what we needed to worry about, but yeah.
She's like, right away, Monica Lewinsky. She's
I
not
feel
an
like there
actress,
could
it doesn't
like,
matter.
I feel like there could be some
73
great
evidence
scenes
and
with her
request
going
permission
home
for
after the trial and just like knocking back stiff
Mm-hmm.
drink after stiff drink.
Yeah. Like dramatized, like her and her
Court-
husband. Like, you don't
Notes the
understand
objection.
what
It's
the day that I've
overruled.
had.
Exhibits
Well, fuck
67,
you.
68, 69, 70, 71, 72, and 73.
I just asked you
are
to
all
put the
received
kids to
permission
bed
of
for me. It's been a rough couple of days here dealing with this sovereign
Number
citizen.
67, please.
the jury and let me know. The monitors are on in front of you. Not yet.
Judge played by Angelina Jolie. Yeah, exactly. She could do it too. Oh, God.
Oh, geez. Is that car flipped upside down or is it just that banged up? That looks really weird.
I think that's the bumper that's off. Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Oh my God, the whole bumper's torn off.
Mhm.
Oh,
Thank you. Go
jeez.
So you previously testified about what's in this
This guy
photo.
is some kind of
That's the red SUV we've been talking about, correct?
terrorist.
Yeah. And we are
I like
facing
that. The title
the
of
person
it.
taking the picture right now.
Higher
Are you facing
Grounds.
towards Maple
The
or away?
persecution
from
of
Maple
Darrell
Avenue.
Brooks.
Let's take a look at
The state of
68,
Wisconsin
please.
versus Darrell
Higher
Brooks.
grounds.
This is just a close-up view of that red SUV.
Yeah.
It should be the state of Wisconsin.
Oh, look at the
versus-
state of
Stand us
that
to the floor with a
car.
question.
What is
Ugh.
this?
It is the red SUV in my driveway, all beat up.
And you referenced a stump earlier when
Farron,
you were
there's a
describing
request.
this photograph. Can you point that out for us?
Oh, you
Maybe circle it
betcha.
for us?
Oh, yeah.
Relevancy.
Quit being a jag bag. Ever heard that one?
Jag bag.
That's a Chicago
Yeah.
thing.
Well,
Oh, you know,
well,
yeah, you grew up
answer.
here. Quit being a jag bag. And I thought that was a Midwest thing. It's actually a straight
Do you
Chicago thing.
remember the commercials for Solozzi Edelson
The
Ford?
left side of the picture.
Come
Yeah, the left side.
down to Solozzi Edelson Ford. We've got
Was that
great
stump
deals.
in that position in your driveway before you
I don't
saw
remember
this
that one. I
guy
just
shoot?
remember Bob Rollerman.
Overruled, it's relevant.
I remember that one.
I just the commercials with the
No.
girls that they would
Okay, let's
get
take a look
with
at
these
Exhibit 69, please.
super strong South Side accent.
So what direction have we moved as we
Super
go from
strong
Exhibit
South
68 to
Side
69?
accent.
Yeah, and if you say jag bag all the
We
time, then you
moved
learned it from a Chicago
more
person. 'Cause
back
it
of the driveway.
originates
We moved,
in
looking
Chicago.
Instead of the left side of the house, we're looking at the left back side of the house.
So we're moving away from Maple?
We're moving away from Maple Avenue.
Okay.
Oh
and
God,
you
he
already
didn't
talked
kill
about these
60
three cars.
people,
Can
Jay
you just
Fuzzle. It
remind
was
us
6,
what these
but
three
he
cars
did
are?
run over like
So,
70 people or so. I mean, like he hurt
that
them.
white SUV,
Yeah.
that's one of our vehicles. The blue SUV is one of my neighbor's vehicles, as well as the brown sedan as well.
There's this
as you can see
hilarious
from this
video of
picture.
me when I was little
Do you know if any
at
of those three
Christmas.
vehicles
And I
sustained
go,
damage
look,
on
Ma,
November 21st?
a porcelain
That's great.
doll.
Hearsay.
Isn't it weird when you move around the country and you're like, and then you go home for a little bit and you're like, wow, that's thick.
Well,
That's
I did
thicker than the
when we
fucking
were
deep
looking
dish
back,
pizza here.
I did a
during
lot
that
of
area,
theater
when
and
we saw
broadcasting, and
our neighbor's
so
yard, we saw
you got to work on
everything.
that. Got to work on that voice
I
and
couldn't
rounding
really
out those vowels
see
and keeping your
like damage
your
right
words
away from
out
any
of
of
your
our vehicles.
nose.
However,
And
it's not in this image.
I even tell
It's
and
in the
everybody
other
in
image,
Chicago talks like this
that I
through
was
their
showing earlier.
nose,
There's a black
and it's
SUV
just
to
the
the
worst
right of
thing
that
you ever
brown
heard.
sedan.
It's
That vehicle
awful.
Yeah.
did have
And
a little bit of a
frankly, they've never
sort of-
probably been outside Chicago.
sort of some damage.
Right.
Let's be real.
What's it called? But apart from that, no,
But like
everything
the other
else-
day, I even heard my brother, my
Move on
sister, my
to
whole
exhibit
family except
70,
me
please.
go, you know that thing that happened up there in
Pictures
Portland,
of
Oregon?
pregnancy.
And I'm like, Oregon,
The exhibits that
Oregon,
oversee.
Oregon. Yeah.
And question the
And
witness
they're like,
on that.
Oregon? And I
What
remember,
direction have we moved
in
from
college,
the
I was
last
like, yeah,
picture to
Oregon,
this
right? And they're like,
we're now towards the
where are you
back
from?
of,
Like, it's
my
Oregon.
building, or
But it
my
is
house.
Nevada, not
Your
Nevada.
person who took the
It is
picture,
Nevada.
if we turn to the
So
right
anybody
or
that
to the
says
left?
Nevada, they're a
We
douchebag.
moved a little bit more towards the left, just getting a better angle of the back side of the house.
But now we're facing to the right.
Oh yeah, but
Objection,
now we're
lady.
facing.
I don't know how
right.
much longer of this I can do. I need to go lay down and go to sleep.
Go ahead.
You know where Prospect
I'm
is?
not kidding.
Prospect, yeah. Prospect
ready when
is,
you are.
It's a one-way
Trust
street.
me, I'm just
You
making a
can't
thumbnail
enter
of
from
Robert
Maple side,
Guevara,
but you can enter from the
which,
back
by the
side.
way, is a very, very handsome man.
Streetlight in this
Very
photograph.
I
happy.
heard that.
Yes.
Hey, Royal Plague
Is that
45,
streetlight
thanks for the rants for
That's,
pants.
Prospect.
Just got a
The
Rumble
one-way
rant for
street.
$3.
And
Guys,
the
I
red-
made
excuse me,
$3
the black
on,
SUV we
on
talked
Rumble
about
today.
a moment ago.
Rumble
Is
screwed me
that-
so bad. I got to get rid of this. I can't do this anymore. I'm
That's what she
sorry. I
said.
can't. Rumble
screwed her so bad she can't walk
today.
right today.
Screwed me so bad today that I made an entire $3. But you know what? I appreciate that $3. Actually, that's not true. Somebody sent me $10 earlier. So I made $13 today on Rumble. And I'm grateful for everyone that'll probably buy me at least 2 pairs of pants at the thrift store. So I heard that Robert is good looking. I don't know him. I've never seen his channel or anything. Fill us in on what happened to him. He got kicked off of YouTube or something.
Yes. Well, here, let me show you really quick. So I think I'm gonna do these like a date with streams. Just because like fuck it, I can, right? Single. So I think let's see. Let me see if I can share. Oh, hang on. Share, download. So you can see what I'm working with here tonight. Watch, he's like fucking married and he's like, yeah, I didn't really appreciate that. But you can't see though. Let's see. Come on, download. Is this it? Oh yeah, here we go. Here
Check
we
out the
go.
new ticker, everyone. There's going to be a new ticker in 2 seconds here. There it is.
Share screen. I know I'm not like, asking for a date or anything. I'm just saying he's a very good looking man.
It's a cute title for a
Yes.
series. I like it.
Come on.
You can
full
have
screen.
platonic dates. You can go on platonic dates. That's a thing.
Exactly. Okay,
Yeah.
so here we go. Oh great, hang on. Why does it always do this? Here we go. Okay, there you go. Now you can share it. So yeah, he's a good looking guy. My new little date with.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm debating whether I put another little a face of him here on top of it or not. But yeah, that's
Hey,
it.
hang on a second. My son wants to tell me something.
Okay. Well, in that case, so in case you guys did not know, he was actually booted last week off of YouTube because he read, and I quote, like he read an exact like CNN article outline and then read the lawsuit of a lawsuit filed. I can't remember. I know that I will say I did too.
Me too.
Yeah, ladies,
no,
that's just what we do.
Whew.
But no, so he literally just read the lawsuit word for word and explained what it meant and all that other crap. And YouTube took him down for quote misinformation. And here it was, you know, the computer obviously takes it, is like, oh, yep, we heard it. That's what it is. And it's like
so crazy.
YouTube, like with its computer crap. And when they flag something, you know, the fact that anyway, so we see that this happened because we got Ricada back on and on YouTube, that is, still working for Twitter. And I forget, somebody was talking about the legal bites thing, and somebody said, enough about like, you know, stupid legal bites. We need to help Robert Gouveia. And I was like, or sorry, Robert Gouveia. And I was like, Robert Gouveia. And I look him up and I'm like, oh, I've seen this guy. And I look him up and here he shows exactly, you know, exactly what YouTube said. And I was like, screw it, let's go for it. And I was just like, you know, first Nick, now another one, you know, I
retweeted it, but I didn't look into it. Royal Plague, thanks for the Rumble rant. He says, can't private a stream if you want to make money. I didn't do that. Rumble is broken today.
Yes, and that's exactly what happened with me. They said that the stream was private. And I said I did not private it.
I did not do that. I'm telling you, Rumble is broken. That's why I said Rumble screwed me today, because I set up the stream. It never worked properly. At first, it didn't even go on. Then I deleted that one and I started a new one and changed it all and it started streaming. So I was like, okay, we're good. And then everyone's telling me it's giving them the private notification on the app. I'm like, what? I didn't do that. I contacted Rumble. They said, well, we have updates. It'll be fixed shortly. Yeah, it hasn't been fixed. So sorry, continue. So yeah, I retweeted that, what you put out, but I didn't know what the story was. And I heard though that
it doesn't even matter, right? It doesn't even matter what it was.
It doesn't matter, which is why I retweeted it, because it doesn't matter what the guy did. I don't care. Royal Plague sent another Rumble rant, says, Farron, you did not read my super chat about the Iraq war.
Yes, I did. How you were in the Iraq war? Is it John?
His screen name is Royal Plague 45.
There was one that I read about where he was in the Iraq war and his commander said that it wasn't going to be 28 days, that it was much longer. No, we did read that one.
Oh, maybe you were out of the room napping, perhaps, or
pulling a Megan Fox here.
Then the Betty by time stream. But yeah, it didn't matter to me what he had said. I was like, well, whatever. Somebody else got kicked off YouTube. Here, let me retweet this shit. I don't know the guy, never saw his channel. Don't care. Do not care. And that's the whole issue that everybody had with legal bites. It's like, you don't need to wait for the facts, ma'am. You don't have to support the person or the statement. You just support the person and their right to have the thing that the view that they have. When is that stream coming up with Robert?
It's going to be tonight at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, so 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
Man, you've got stamina. You streamed for how long today with Destiny? Oh my god.
Where did we go? We went from like 12 to like 2.
Okay.
I like to like kind of keep it like 2 hours. I think that's like a good amount of time.
Oh, you not like 6 hours like this stream has been? 6 hours?
Well,
you don't
it's
like
also
doing
a trial
6-hour
too.
streams where you start sweating in your chair and sticking to the vinyl here. You don't enjoy that? I don't know. That's my idea of a good time, let me tell you, because I've been doing it for 2 days here. I can't believe I did this for the Johnny Depp trial for like 6 weeks. It's ridiculous, but I did.
I know, right?
I was
Here,
in this chair.
I fixed the glow around him. Hang on.
I was in this chair for far too long.
Here.
This background is pissing me off. It's too dark. I feel like everything's too dark right now. All right, let's see. You fixed what? What did you fix?
Yeah, now he has the glow around him. Like
The
more
glow.
acrylic, you know.
How did you do that? How do you do that?
Don't you just have Canva? Canva's
No.
pretty easy. Hmm.
I don't have that. What is that? Is that like a thumbnail maker?
Yeah, it's here, I'll even show you.
I need that.
Yeah, it's super easy. You just have a PNG and you throw it up there. Like I can edit and I can, let's see if I want to do more of a glow.
I am so bad at
Let's do
thumbnails. Have you
transparency.
seen some of my thumbnails? They're so ugly. It's so funny.
No.
Oh my
And
God.
like
Yeah.
blur.
Look at my thumbnails. Look at this.
At least it's not a cruise. I hate baths. Oh my God, you're insane. You're so
That's
funny.
my idea of a thumbnail because I have no skills. I have no skills whatsoever.
Oh, you're funny. But let's
Farron
see.
does not have porn tabs open. Stop spreading rumors.
Yeah,
If
no,
she
it's
does,
let's
I
see.
can't see that. I can't see
It's
that far.
it's Twitter, rental listings in Washington, D.C., my channel dashboard, my locals, the Canva homepage, which I don't need anymore, the Canva screen, Robert Goivea pictures, and then my LinkedIn messages.
That's
where
funny.
so yeah. But no, yeah, so we're gonna be speaking. Wait, why does it say removed? Wait, what? Oh shoot, yeah. But yeah, no, they're super easy. But yeah, so we're gonna be talking tonight at 7:30 because he was reinstated last night at around 11:30 p.m. And I broke the news to Rackets. I sent him a super chat and was like, "Oh my
I
God."
saw that. That was great.
And yeah, so we were super, super pumped. But even like legal mindset we were talking about because he was sharing it. I don't think I was the first one, but I was like the first one of like our little clique of people to share it. And then I tagged like Joe, you, everybody. And then from there, like it just took off because everybody started retweeting it. Everybody, which that's like the one thing. It's like we had Nick first, and then we had Camelot 331 or Cody who had his trailer stolen. Get this. So I see that he has his trailer.
That story is so good. Quickly, let me get there's 2 Rumble rants from Royal
Yeah.
Play. He says, sorry, I guess he missed the reading of his super chat.
Oh, no
And
problem.
then the second one just says, it's just a snore. Zzz. All right, go ahead.
Not a problem. No, so with Camelot, and this actually really irked me a little bit because his trailer was stolen by some like crackhead, meth head, whatever. And I see that, buddy, what are you doing? Come on. Can you lay in your bed? Can you please lay in your bed? Get in your bed. Come on. Come on. Oh, I swear. But yeah, so he has his trailer stolen and, he goes to the police and the police like don't really do anything.
He's licking the microphone.
No, sorry. He's being really needy right now. I was gone for a week without him, so he's like been up my ass.
He's so cute.
But no, so and mind you, he like sees the computer too. He like looks at everything. It's so like what he's doing right now.
Hello, puppy.
Kind of funny.
Hello, puppy. That one floppy ear is too cute. I
I
cannot
always say
take
he's always got an ear pointed to Mexico, his homeland. Because he was found in a box in Juarez, Mexico.
What's his name?
Buddy.
Buddy.
And
His
then
name's-
I
Karen, you missed an opportunity. His name clearly should have been Paco. I mean, come on.
Well, so here's the thing. His original name was actually Freddie after Freddie Mercury. But it was my co-anchor in South Bend, his dog Buddy, who I used to watch all the time, passed away the same week I got Buddy. And I mean, this dog, it was a little Memphis street dog, adorable. And so I was like, okay, I'll name him after Tom's Buddy. So that's why you got the name Buddy. And then I get animals that are from boxes. And then I have 2 cats that I adopted that were they're in line to get put to sleep. They were kittens, and both of them were found in boxes. And it's like they come into the Humane Society, and then if they can't get adopted right away, and mind you, they're kittens, they get euthanized. And so my friend was like, "Oh my God, you have to help! You have to help!" And I was like, "Okay, I'll take one." And then she shows up with 2. And I was like, "This is more than I asked for." She was like, "I know, but they are bonded." And I'm like, "They're like 2 weeks old."
Yeah, they're
but
not
yeah,
bonded.
so-
Take one back.
But
Royal
so yeah,
Peg
so it's
45,
Holly.
thanks for the rant. He says you're gonna pull one of my 5 salty cracker streams, buddy. All right.
who's another one that I want to have a fun little chat with because I just like talking with people. But no, but so yeah, so I have Buddy, and then I have a female little kitten and a male. So I have Buddy, then Holly, because I thought I was gonna just have two, and then Freddie. Freddie is the
Aw.
little one, and he's like he's got like little pantaloons. He's got like he's wearing socks, and he's a freaking Devo. As like I'm like, you are Freddie Mercury, like
Oh, that's
walking
so
around,
funny.
like it's funny. Anyway, if you've watched Nick Ricade's stream where I'm in my garage, that's where they are because my dad's allergic. Anywho, no, so this guy steals this trailer, and he goes to the police. They barely help him. They're like, we'll look into it. So I'm like, okay. I'm like,
Which they totally didn't.
of course,
And
yeah.
he had a picture because somebody called him and was like, "Hey, this guy's trying to sell your trailer to me."
Yeah, he's like, he tried to sell it to me. He's like, and I looked it up and it came under your name. And then that's when he took off.
And he got a picture of the guy, and then he got ID'd, and the cops still didn't go pick him up.
Still didn't do shit. So I'm like,
Crazy.
okay. I was like, let me get on the horn and let me see if I have any friends that are still in Huntsville. Because at the time I had my friend Melanie, who I know was in Huntsville, Alabama at the local news station. I text her, she's not there anymore. And I'm like, son of a bitch. And I'm like, is this the news director there still? And she's like, no, it's a totally different guy, which happens in local news. There's a lot of turnover. So I'm like, all right, Cody, we're gonna Twitter DM and Insta DM the sports anchors that are at these local stations, because it was his trailer for his race car for the race that he missed.
Right.
And I was like, and we'll DM like any of the investigative journalists there, just to cover both sides. I
Yeah.
was like, but normally the sports guy should pick this up right away. So I do it to WAAY, WAFF, and WHNT, the 3 channels there. I still have not gotten a freaking peep from any of them. Now, when I was in local news, like when people would DM me or email me, and that's the other thing is I emailed them too. I went and looked up all of their emails and then even emailed the news department, like CC'd all these people. Haven't gotten anything back. CC'd Cody's email to be like, hey, he's here. He'll talk to you. Because a lot of times, folks, like, they want to make sure well, we're not going to cover this, because a lot of times they'll be like, oh, well, I don't want to go on camera. I'm like, Cody's here. He will go on camera. He has all of this. He has the police report. He's got everything. All you got to do is just air it to get it out there. Have not heard one damn thing still to this day.
Weird. I'm sorry, but I just saw this from Charlie and I'm dying.
If it's a war, as Frank wants, and how, Edward, did you come to enter my dominion?
It's legal bites.
If it's a war, as
did you see that?
Wow. I kind of didn't recognize it at first.
Yeah, I see it. It's pretty good.
It's
like
pretty good.
I like the chariot one. But yeah, no, that was
one's good.
that was quite a story. So
Well,
okay,
well,
why
no, so
wouldn't but why wouldn't local news want anything to do? I don't understand.
And
why
I
they
told
wouldn't.
Cody, I said, I am so disappointed because when
Especially
I
if
was
they're
a
covering the
reporter,
race.
well, yeah, well, and not even that. It's a hometown celebrity with over 200,000 subscribers.
Yeah, he has a huge channel.
Yeah, he gets his race car trailer stolen, can't ride, can't race in the race. It was a championship race that he missed. And I'm like, this is a story, not one peep. And I'm still, like, to this day embarrassed for these people, because when I worked in local news, I was constantly checking my email, my DMs. I would tell people, DM me like a story
local
idea.
stories are huge too. Like usually if you have a
Yes.
good local story, the local news wants all over it. So it
Mhm.
really doesn't make sense that they would not respond.
Yeah.
Did
It
you
makes
try
zero
calling
sense.
them?
No, because a lot of times they don't even really take your call. Like, and a lot of times they'll put you to, because I mean, I just know from experience where they just throw you to an assignment and okay, thank you. So I was like, okay, an email is the best, because then I can CC Cody so they can see that we have all the information. I had the picture in there, everything, not a freaking peep.
That's weird.
Which again is just so embarrassing, because it's like, but it also makes sense though, and it's the reason why I left local news. It's because they don't report anymore. They don't do these like great stories anymore. It's just, and not only that, the other reason why I knew that they weren't going to pick it up.
you explain to me why sometimes local news, instead of doing local stories, will actually pick up a story from another state's local news?
Yeah. What
Oh
it
my
is
God.
it drives me crazy. And if you're talking about like on television,
Yeah.
like they air like a story from another state, yeah, it's a time filler. But the thing that was
Well,
interesting
I
though
had
is
this huge press conference in St. Louis about this incredible court corruption that was going on. We had like 20 families in front of cameras, and the cameras were there all day from St. Louis. That night, it didn't get 1 minute of coverage, but what did was a snake on a can of baked beans in North Carolina. I shit you not. A snake in a Target on a can of baked beans, Farron.
Yeah, because it's just they don't want to do anything too controversial. They don't want to rock the boat. And the reason why I knew that they didn't pick it up, and it finally came to me, they actually would have to do legwork and call out the cops for not doing their job. And what because what was happening was when
Right.
Cody would call the police station and they'd say, "Oh, call the county." So you'd call the county, and then they would say, "Well, no, that's city." And then they would say, "Well, no, that's county."
Mm,
And they would just point fingers at each other
yeah.
because either neither one of them wanted to pick it up or it was too I mean, who the hell knows? But the point being though is then you have this local news outlet that they probably don't know how to investigate, or it's an unsolved thing. Sorry, we can't. And it's just like whatever happened to the days of trying to hunt shit down and solve stuff. I mean, it's just they don't have time for it, or they don't have the budget for it, or they just simply don't want to have anything too controversial to
Right.
where it's they have to take time to do something. They just want it just give it to us fast. We'll throw it in the newscast and then we're done. And it's truly a sad state at where local news is at today. It sickens me because local news, I flipping loved it. I loved every second of it. I mean, I was that girl where you need me to stay till midnight, 1 a.m. I got it. I'm getting ready to walk out the door. Oh my God, there's breaking news. I'll go. I just loved it because it's just such an adrenaline rush. And you don't see that with kids anymore. A lot of them, I want to be on TV. And I'm like, well, if all you want to do is be on TV, then just start a YouTube.
Yeah.
It's so much easier. I mean, with TV, I mean, you're out in the rain, the snow, the sleet, hurricanes, you're covering death, destruction, murder, all this other crap. By the end of the day, you put your story together and you're like, I don't even want to be on TV. But you feel a purpose of I told somebody something to help them. It's not the
Right.
same anymore. And it's just sad.
It's too bad. And I've noticed it too. It's too bad because it's hard to get a hold of him. Now the guy saw all this stuff happening on YouTube, and he turned himself in, didn't he?
Okay, so that's the other thing is, yeah. So the media campaign starts picking up on Twitter. Cody puts out a video, people start sharing it. I'm telling people, tweet at these news stations, which again, people were tweeting at the news stations, still nothing, but whatever. There was only
So
one guy that
weird.
I talked to who was the sports director of WAAY, and he said, I'm on vacation, but I'll let the news department know. Nothing. But yeah, so then the guy sees the campaign, the media campaign, goes and drops it off somewhere, calls the police about it, and then is like begging Cody to not go to the police on him. And he's calling the cops and he's like, please don't arrest me. I'm telling you where it's at. And they're like, okay, yeah, we won't. Just so they can get it.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah.
Has he been arrested yet?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And he's even asked Cody to stop harassing him and all this other stuff. And
Harassing? How about don't steal my trailer? I mean,
well, and that's where he said, he's like, can you take my name down and stop harassing me? And it's
No.
like, sir,
you committed a crime.
You didn't steal an iPhone, sir. You stole a fucking trailer. Okay.
Yeah.
A little different here.
He wouldn't have given it back unless the heat was turned up really high. So did Cody actually get the trailer back yet? Because last I heard he was waiting on that. Okay.
And the sad part is so two things. The first thing is then you had people saying that he was doing it for clout.
Yeah.
When I actually talked to him behind the scenes, and he was just distraught. He's
No,
like,
I talked to
Farron,
him also. No, I talked to him
okay,
also.
where he was
No,
just
I
like,
know.
there's no point.
I told him I would
it's a
help.
loss.
I was actually going to help him get the police report. That's what we were working on when the guy turned himself in. So Cody was going down to I told him to call and record the police when he was on the phone with them.
Okay,
and
yeah. So
and
have you
have
seen his latest video?
no, did he play the recording?
It's only like 10 minutes, so it's not even that long.
I told him he should record everything because when you're dealing with police people, you should always record everything. Okay. And anyway, and to ask them for his police report. And then I was going to wait to call them until after he had it in his hands because they weren't even giving him the name of the detective on the case. He didn't have a name of anyone. And then
I just sent you the link in the private chat.
every time he would call them, they would act like they had never heard of the story before.
Right.
So we would have to go through the whole thing again. And I was like, okay, no, we need to go get the police report so that we have someone to actually follow up with. And so he was going to go down there and get it. And then after he got it in his hands and we went over who was on the report, I was going to call that person and as a press inquiry and be like, okay, I need to, I'm working on a story about Cody's trailer that's missing and you've been on this since whatever date. And here's what the police report says. And let's get some answers.
Like journalism.
Yeah. Right. Well, but I like to usually hit them a couple different ways. And the first way is make sure you've got the evidence first. Then I'll go in because I've got it.
Again,
They don't know I
that's
have it.
journalism. That's
Yes.
journalism. And that's what we gave these people. We literally gave them a layup. And all they had to do was say, either the police
this
aren't
was an
doing their
easy
job or
win.
whatever, and nothing.
It was an easy win. Even, they could have even let the police be the good guys if they wanted to. Because behind the scenes, they could have gone to him behind the scenes, like I was going to do, not publicly. I was going to go call them and be like, hey, what's happening? Because you've got the guy's picture, you've got this, you've got that. Why isn't he arrested? And if he had been like, yeah, okay, well, we'll look into it, we'll see. And then they arrest a guy, I'd be like, oh, police are the heroes. Look what they did.
Exactly.
You can always you can always turn it around for them if they just, for whatever reason, got backed up or there's incompetence. Normally it's incompetence. You never mistake maliciousness for incompetence because
But a lot of times they'll be like, oh, it's because we were following leads.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
For
okay,
like
sure.
a week. Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God. What time is it? Oh my God, it's almost 6:00. I have to go. I have to go.
Just play like the first minute though. Just play the first minute because
right. Hold on.
Because it's actually really, really sweet. He messaged me and he's like, I shouted you guys out so much. Thank you so much. Because he was down in his luck. He was like,
I know, he was feeling really bad.
A lot of new life experiences. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really want to experience these life experiences. It's kind of like growing up with your least favorite uncle. I didn't want to experience any of that garbage. I didn't enjoy any of it. But a lot of stuff has happened, and we're going to go ahead and tell you the updates and the resolution of the trailer debacle and the robbery of the dude, Richard, that took my stuff. And I have a lot of people to thank before I start. I need to thank that umbrella guy, Tug, my boy. Fair and Balanced, love you. I appreciate you. Yellow Flash, Joe Ball, Crow. Dude, there's a lot of people. I know I'm forgetting a lot of people, but off the top of my head, a lot of people, Andrew, Legal Vices, just so many awesome people that spread my
I think he shows you
story
at the end.
more than I probably deserve,
he goes
to be
back.
honest.
Yeah.
And it was exploding on every single platform. So much so that the guy that stole my trailer saw it. He got real spooked. And he actually DM'd me directly, which I did not notice until a couple minutes ago because it's in like message request. And it was pretty interesting. I just didn't expect any of this to happen. So thank you so much for spreading the damn joy. We're going to go through everything right now. So you've already seen the previous video. If not, it's in the description. My trailer was stolen. I had no idea what was going on. I had an idea of who stole it because he tried to sell it at a shop in Lacey Springs, Alabama.
And did you
shop
hear
owner
the worst
called me.
part? The worst part was that because it wasn't in his driveway, the insurance wasn't going to cover it. Did you know that?
No.
So if he hadn't got it back, but if the police hadn't got it back for him, he would have no way of replacing the value because insurance only covered it if it was on his property. And because he had to park it off his property because he doesn't have room on his property to park this thing because it's really big. And so he made a deal where he would park it down the driveway, I guess, by a neighbor's. No insurance coverage. So that's a lesson too there. He needs to change that insurance coverage and make sure he has a place where it's insured because this could have gone a whole other way. And like he said, he had saved up for years and years to buy this thing. And it was the only way that he could do the racing that he loves. And so take a lesson, people. Make sure that your insurance, you know, the things that you value, that your insurance covers it, and don't put that in jeopardy. I felt really bad when he told me that, because I was like, oh no, Cody. Oh no, if we don't get this back, we're going to have to just crowdfund for a new one for you, because there's no way to fight that with insurance. When when the insurance says you don't, you know, it's not insurable past a certain, you know, if it's on this whatever, not on your property, it's just not.
Yeah.
I'm so glad he got it back. That's awesome.
Oh yeah. And I think he mentions you at the end, because like I said, he goes throughout and he keeps saying it, and then that's when I realized he mentioned you, and that's where I was like, I didn't realize Megan helped him too.
I didn't really. I didn't. I was just talking to him.
He plays the police recordings.
Oh, good. So he listened to me.
Yeah, because I was like, damn. I was like, little shit knew to record them. Good for him. And then here you're like, I told him.
I told him. I said, look, when you talk to these people, always record. Always be recording. ABR. Okay, always be recording, because, and here's why. And I don't mean to put a bad light on police in general. I'm not going to make generalizations.
It's CYA, you know.
It is CYA, because a lot of times you will run into police officers who are too lazy to do the work that they're supposed to do. And that goes for a lot of different, their journalists are lazy as hell. You know that.
Yeah.
You will run into police officers who don't want to do their job, and they will lie to you, and they will tell you things that aren't true. And if you don't have it recorded, you will never get anywhere with these people. So for instance, every time he would call and they would say, oh, we've never heard about this story. And he's like, what are you talking about? I filed a report. If you don't have that on tape, you can't hold him accountable. So I'm so glad he listened. I'm going to watch the rest of that later. I can't go through it now. I don't have enough time. I got to go and see what's going on for dinner, but I'm so glad you told me that. That's fun.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that he got it back. So everybody, I don't know when I'm coming. It's Friday. I'm not coming back online until next week for sure. So enjoy Farron's show tonight. The stream starts at what time? 7 for Robert?
7:30.
7:30 for Robert Gouveia. How do we?
Gouveia. I'm throwing the link in the chat.
No one can say his name. Why hasn't he picked a stage name yet that everyone can just say?
Gouveia? I mean, well, maybe it's just because I'm part Italian. So I'm like, oh, Gouveia, you know, like, Gouveia.
No, but everyone I've heard talking about this, they're like, I don't know how to say his last name. How do you say his last name? Like, it's just tough. It's really tough.
One of them was like, Robert, they were like, Robert Goyu. And I was like, how do you say Goyuda cheese? It's Gouda cheese.
Gouda.
Gouveia.
Oh, yeah, true. True. You wouldn't do that.
Gouda cheese.
Well, thank you for joining me today.
Of course, always.
I appreciate it. You've had such a busy day, but I appreciate it. And everybody go check out Farron's stream tonight. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
See you.